Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 66. Krona. What the fuck have you done? Ragnarok stares at Krona. The raven's face has completely fallen, a panic in his chest, but as Krona's gaze shifts at how he won't look at Ragnarok, that panic slowly starts to turn to rage. Ragnarok's shocked expression soon turns to a scowl. Everything fades away from him. He's not in a room full of others right now, it's just him and Krona, his rage blinding him to the full picture. What the fuck have you done? Ragnarok's voice is darker, deeper. Krona doesn't answer, he only stares at the floor. This gets something to snap in Ragnarok. What the fuck have you done? Ragnarok roars as he appears right in front of Krona. He grabs the other boy by the shirt before he slams him into the wall hard. Ragnarok snarling in his face. Krona still isn't looking at him. The ghost slam had to hurt him, yet he doesn't make a sound, doesn't struggle, he doesn't do anything. Answer me. Ragnarok growls as he bangs Krona's head into the stone wall as a threat. It's getting hard to control himself, the rage. Krona looks to the floor for a moment longer. The back of his head is bleeding slightly, yet he doesn't even wince in pain. He just stares before those lips part and he speaks. Haven't done anything wrong? Nothing wrong. Ragnarok's being flickers his grip on Krona's shirt, tightening, those eyes starting to turn black, his teeth grinding. Krona. Ragnarok calms down just a bit, closing his eyes, trying to think before he charges in. You had the fucking gem, so how did he get it? Did he sneak it away from you? Or did you? Ragnarok can't finish that because if Krona willingly gave the demon the IG gave it to him. There's no holding back now. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ragnarok screeches, his fist connecting with Krona's cheek before the raven even knows he's hitting him. He busts Krona's lip before slamming him back against the wall. Ragnarok's face is mere inches from Krona's, such a deadly look on his face. Why the fuck would you do that? That gem was Maka's time, Krona. That gem was our only hope. Why the fuck would you give it to him? Ragnarok is screaming, panic, anxiety, rage. It's all clawing at his being. He can't deal with it all. He deals with it by beating the shit out of Krona. All that fucking hard work. You two almost died trying to get this gem for her, and you give it to the fucking demon. He's blinded in his rage. He doesn't know how many times he's hit Krona now, 5, 10, 15 times. Why don't you understand? Krona mumbles, blood coming out of his mouth. It causes Ragnarok to stop mid-punch at this boy finally speaking again. Krona slowly turns his head to look into Ragnarok's eyes. Krona's face is busted up, his nose crooked, his lips bleeding badly. He'll surely have a black eye, but Ragnarok doesn't even feel guilty. Not at all. Krona has killed Maka. That's how he sees it. He destroyed her by giving that gem to the demon. What's there to fucking understand? You gave the demon our last hope. Maka needed that. Don't you see what you've done? You've killed her. Ragnarok in his rage, in everything. His voice is dark, his voice is almost evil. Yet it cracks only the slightest, but he ignores it. The dead don't cry. He doesn't cry. No matter what. And no. Krona shakes his head, it's weakly, his face a grimace. You have to believe me, Ragnarok. Krona starts to whisper. That gem would have just hurt Maka. Blue T told me that it would . Of course he would tell you it would fucking hurt her. Because he's fucking for Azura, Krona. He didn't want Maka getting it so she wouldn't get any more time. How could you fucking listen to him? I told you he wasn't for us. He's betrayed us. And you gave him everything. You trust that bastard over Maka's safety. Ragnarok is trembling, his eyes getting blacker. If he could, he would be breathing fire, those eyes threatening to rip Krona apart. Blue is my best friend. Our Ragnarok, if he was against us, he would have taken my body from me. What if he just let you have your body to have your trust? So he could do this? Trick you into giving him our last fucking hope. That's not the case, Ragnarok. What if it is? Think about it for one fucking minute, Krona. What if he is a traitor? What if he fucking lied to you, and that gem was Maka's last hope? Krona, he fucking left you to deal with getting the shit beat out of you. He just left with the fucking gem. He isn't your fucking friend. And you're the dumbass that fell for it all. You killed her. Ragnarok is screaming in his face. And no. Krona screams back, tears in the corner of his eyes, a rage yet a fear in those eyes. Why, you're wrong. Be blue dash. You're the one that's fucking wrong. You've handed Maka over to Ashura. You fucked everything up. How could you fucking do this? How could you trust that demon? Dash Ragnarok is shaking Krona, both boys screaming in each other's faces, rage, fear, panic, uncertainly. That's what they are made of. He fucking gave the gem to the demon. Free roars, picking a chair up and throwing it, his face is red. He has ruined everything. Erica tugs at her hat, she's rocking back and forth. And no. Free stops throwing things to look over at the fog witch, and in his rage he stops, a frown coming to his lips at seeing the witch in turmoil. Medusa just sits there. Staring. And nothing more. I did it to save Maka. Krona cries out, his tears are falling now. I did it so she wouldn't die, dash. That demon was fucking lying to you. Now she only has fucking the day after tomorrow till she's dead, dash. Dead. Die. Death. The day after tomorrow. Dead. Maka can't take any more, everything is spinning, everyone being blurry except for Krona and Ragnarok. Except for her family, she can't hear their words anymore, but Krona is bleeding from wounds Ragnarok inflicted on him, he's crying and Ragnarok is screaming, a pain in his eyes, a panic. She has to sit there and watch the two boys that mean the world to her fight over her fight because she's going to die the day after tomorrow. She has to watch her family fall apart yet again. Has to watch as everything she's worked for falls apart. She only has till the day after tomorrow. Krona gave that demon her hope, her gem, gave that demon everything because he trusts him. Now she only has till the day after tomorrow. She should be angry, she should even hate him. Yet she can't stand to see those tears, can't stand to see Ragnarok hitting him. She can't stand to see her family fall apart. She only has till the day after tomorrow. She can't stand all the screaming, can't stand the blood, can't stand this feeling in her chest. She only has till the day after tomorrow. Ragnarok slams Krona's body into the hard stone wall once again. She can't stand it anymore. Stop. Maka screams, grabbing at her hair. At that one command everything stops spinning, everything goes silent. Krona and Ragnarok look overt at her. When those pale blue eyes fall on her, his tears fall more, and when those piercing blue eyes fall on her, there's guilt, there's panic. And no more. Is all she can say before everything turns dark, everything slips away from her. Krona gave away her hope, her heart is torn. She can't stand it. Maka. Both boys yell in concern. Ragnarok's about to fade away to catch her before she falls, before the unconscious girl hits the floor. Only for someone to beat him to it. Everything gets quiet again. Ragnarok has let go of Krona since Maka looked over at them. Krona leans against the wall, his eyes wide as they look at the woman who just caught Maka. Medusa holds Maka up by her waist, the young girl's legs still touching the ground as Medusa cradles Maka's head in her chest. The snake witch's eyes are blank as she gently moves a piece of hair out of Maka's face, tucking it behind her ear. No one could read her expression as she stares at this girl. Stares at the girl who is going to die soon. Ragnarok. Medusa speaks, it gets everyone to tense as she turns and holds out Maka towards him. Ragnarok gets the picture. He appears in front of Medusa. Taking Maka gently from her arms, he holds Maka against his chest, cradling her, holding her so tightly his being is flickering. He's holding her because he never wants to let go. Because death wants to take her away from him. Death wants to take his life yet again. Ragnarok is too much in shock now to do anything else. Maka speaking, and the look in her eyes, it sent him right back into a state of shock, the rage fading away, maybe only for this moment, but in this moment he'll hold her, he'll comfort her. Because it's all he can do. Krona pants from the wall, his bloody lips dripping, his pale blue eyes shaking as he stares at Maka, the girl he may, or may not have just screwed over. Krona was 100% sure that he could trust Blue, that giving him the gem was good, yet now after seeing what his choice has done to Maka, done to Ragnarok, he's not too sure. He's afraid, he's so afraid. He didn't really give away Maka's hope, did he? He didn't really give away her only chance, right? No, the gem was bad, right? Judas wouldn't lie to him, right? Either way, Krona feels hollow, he's in pain. Even if he did do good, it doesn't change the fact that Maka only has till the day after tomorrow. His tears fall. Does she think he did wrong too? Does she think that he's betrayed her? Does she hate him? He thought giving the gem away was supposed to make things better. But at seeing Ragnarok hold Maka so desperately, seeing Maka's pale face, the limp girl remembering that look in her eyes before she passed out, the fear, the sadness. If he was right or wrong, it still kills him inside. The uncertainty is the worse. Not knowing if he was right, not knowing if he was wrong. Maka. Krona whimpers as he moves from the wall. He starts to walk towards Maka. Get the fuck away from her, Krona. Ragnarok snarls, sending Krona such a deadly glare. Krona pauses, he trembles, his gaze shifting before he locks eyes with Ragnarok. I need to see that she's okay dash. She won't be okay soon thanks to you dash. Ragnarok starts to go off again only to stop. In a blink of an eye, Krona was standing in front of him trembling. Now Krona has been slung against the wall, his wrists being held on the wall by dark magic. That's not what has Ragnarok stunned quiet, all rage gone yet again. Medusa stares into her son's eyes, her face mere inches from his, the look in her eyes, oh god, that look, the pupils of her eyes are so narrow, fine slits, those eyes are glowing with hate, rage. Ragnarok in all the years he's been around Medusa has never seen her this pissed, never seen her eyes that color. Krona is trembling in fear, his eyes wide with shock, his face completely fallen, sweat starts dripping from his brow, his teeth chattering. Medusa has never pinned Krona like this, has never looked at him like this. Ragnarok feels a fear, a panic as he watches Medusa pull back her hand, pressing her fingers close together, her sharp nails all together. That murderer's look in her eye hasn't left, the room has gotten deadly quiet, no one dare move, no one can move. Medusa strikes. Dust covers Ragnarok's vision, everything seems to halt. If he had a heart it would have stopped, his eyes desperately try to see through the dust to prove to himself he didn't just see what he think he just saw. Medusa killing Krona. Luckily it isn't what he saw. The dust clears, showing Krona trembling, his face has no color, frightened tears falling down his face, but he isn't harmed any more than Ragnarok's wounds. Medusa had hit the wall next to Krona's head, it's a large hole twice the size of Krona's head. She didn't kill him. Medusa stares darkly into Krona's watery eyes before she backs away from him, the dark energy lets go of Krona and he falls down, falling on his butt, his trembling legs not able to hold him up. He stares at her, he's in shock, everyone is. For in that moment Yvonne thought Medusa was going to kill her son, she wanted to, it was all in those dark eyes of hers. But she didn't. All eyes are on the Snake Witch as she takes a couple of steps forward till her back is to everyone, the air is so tense it's suffocating. Erika hugs herself, biting her lip to stop, a whimper. Free has gotten closer, the Frog Witch, yet he's frowning, he dare not move now. Krona can only stare, those frightened tears still there, but he makes no sound, no one does. Do you know what you have done? Medusa's voice breaks the quiet and it's shaky, the room has gotten so much colder. That was Maka's time. That was her only chance, now we only have a day to prepare for war, to kill my sister and save her. You have ruined everything, you disgusting piece of filth. Her breathing is uneven, she starts to claw at the table, the wood coming off underneath her nails. The day after Tomorrow, that's all we have, that's all she has. Her voice is so shaky no one dares to speak. Then suddenly Medusa stops clawing the table, she straightens out. Ragnarok, take Maka to her room, then come back down. We have to start preparations now for war, we have to come up with a whole new plan if Maka is to survive this. Her voice is calm again, but she doesn't look behind her, she doesn't look at anyone. We talk in the library. She snaps her fingers. Suddenly a cage appears around Krona, trapping him. We have no need for traitors who will give information to the enemy. You have betrayed me, Krona. You've betrayed us all. Medusa never looks back. Everyone else. Meet me in the library. She fades away. Yet the air doesn't get any lighter, her voice so dark, so pissed. Erika and Free fade away immediately, leaving Ragnarok alone with the beaten, imprisoned boy, the boy who almost lost his life, the boy that has ruined everything. The raven-haired boy has too many emotions going through him as he looks at Krona. The boy still looks in shock, his eyes having a faraway look, those tears still falling down his face, his teeth chattering, his body trembling as if he's cold, his blood mixing with his tears. It's like Ragnarok has a flashback, 4-year-old Krona in that dark room, begging to come out, crying. And what did Ragnarok do? Ragnarok and Krona lock eyes, those pitiful eyes looking into his own, so many emotions in those pale blue eyes, pain, fear, uncertainty, guilt. Krona has been thrown in bars, thrown in a small room. That's all his life has been, a small room, whether it was that dark room Medusa threw him in or the small room at the asylum, he was always locked away. Now he's locked away again, and yet this time Ragnarok doesn't feel angry about it. He feels empty. Ragnarok closes his eyes as he walks past Krona's cage with Maka in his arms. He won't look at him. He won't feel sorry for him. He won't look at the boy he's supposed to protect. Krona has betrayed them. Krona may have just killed Maka. He doesn't pity, he doesn't feel angry at this moment, he just feels empty. Krona holds his head in his hands once he can't see Ragnarok and Maka anymore, his knees get pressed against his chest, he can't hold in his sounds anymore, the pain of not knowing if he did right or not is killing him. If he knew what he did was right, all this suffering would be worth it, but what if he didn't do right? What if he's really gotten rid of Maka's hope? He can't get Ragnarok's dark out of his head. Can't get his mother's dark look out of his head, that look of hate, that look of a murderer. He can't get out of his head how everyone looked at him with hate and disgust, with shock. Most of all, he can't forget Maka's face that hurts the most and fills him with uncertainty. Will she believe he did it to help her? Or was all this a mistake? Did he fail her? Either way, he feels he deserves all he's gotten. He deserves this cage to be put away like the animal he is, to be alone, behind bars with nothing but his thoughts to keep him company. His face is throbbing, his eyes hurting from all the tears. They all think he's a traitor now, but Judas isn't helping Azura. He's Krona's best friend. Judas. Krona calls out for him weakly, needing to see him, needing to talk to him about all this, to be reassured, to be comforted. But for the first time, when Krona calls for the demon, he doesn't show. Krona is left alone in this cold cage with only his tears and thoughts to comfort him. Even his madness has abandoned him. He is truly all alone. Traitor or not, right or wrong, it doesn't change anything. He's alone in this cage. And Maka is alone upstairs. She only has the day after tomorrow. Maka stares blankly at the ruined buildings, at the concrete cracked in half, looks at this broken city. Broken like her hope. She stares at this city of the damned, stares at the blood of the innocent that paints this town, paints it red, taints it. Her blood will soon be joining them. She looks at the sky so black, no light comes through, no light can penetrate the darkness. There's no hope. Maka listens to the sobs, she listens to the screams of agony and lost. She looks at the many people just laying on the ground lifeless. She looks at the people who are holding the lifeless, crying, screaming. She looks at people with missing legs, a woman holding a coughing newborn. It's bloody. The baby's mother lays lifeless on the floor. She gave birth out here, in this damned city, in this city of the dead. She gave life in this place only to lose her own. Maka can't stop looking at this coughing baby. Something is wrong with it. It looks like it's gasping for air. Everyone is screaming, they're calling for help, they need help. Well, so does she. Maka covers her ears, she can't take any more. Everything fades away. Maka's eyes shoot open, her breathing uneven as she looks around. She's in her bed, sweat falling down her face, but she isn't alone. Oh no. Maka. Custos stands by her bedside, a frown on his face, his eyes full of worry. You saw it, didn't you? Maka's breathing becomes even and she stares at him blankly. I saw it. That newborn doesn't have much time. Custos fidgets nervously, he's frowning deeply. They need you, Maka, they need saving dash. They need saving. Maka chuckles dryly, she sits up, hugging her knees to her chest. I need saving too, Custos. And who's going to save me? Is anyone hearing my cries? No. Maka dash. It's over, Custos. Maka's voice cracks, her chuckle changing into a sob, her breathing becoming back uneven. I'm going to die the day after tomorrow, I'm going to be dead, there's no way we can kill Arachne in that time. I'm not going to avenge my mother, I'm weak. I'm not even a match for Medusa. It's over, all that I've done, it was for nothing, why did I even fight so fucking hard? Just to die here. Before I even kill Arachne. Maka cries, it's hitting her like a ton of bricks, her throat closing up, everything she's done has been for nothing. It didn't mean anything. I don't want to die, Custos. Maka's voice is weak, painful, she wheezes. I used to not care as long as I avenged my mother, but now I know what love is, I know what makes life worth living, and now it's going to be taken from me before I can even avenge my mother, so tell me, Custos. Maka trembles. Who's going to save me? Who's going to save my life? No one, there's no hope, it's gone, it's all gone. This angel stares at her a long moment, those eyes so caring and full of love lose some of its light. Only when you believe hope is gone is it really gone. Custos' voice is soft, he sits next to Maka looking at her with those eyes, but she can't look at him. You say it's over, Maka, but you still have till the day after tomorrow, you still have time. You still have your health. You still have your strength. You ask me who is going to save your life. Custos' voice becomes firm. You are Maka. You are life. That is why those people call out to you, because they want life, they want to be saved. You can save them, and you can save yourself. In less than 2 days. Maka almost screams. She grips her hair. Did you not hear me, Custos? I have less than 2 days. 2 fucking days to set all this straight, to kill Arachne. My family is falling apart in front of my eyes. I have my own problems to worry about, and yet you expect me to use my power to heal others. When I need it to survive. If your family is falling apart, pull them back together. Custos' voice is calm. I know you, Maka, you don't want those people to die. I know you're worried, you're upset, you're afraid, but don't be. You act as if less than 2 days is a short time. How long did it take Moses to split the Red Sea? No more than a minute. How long did it take Jesus to destroy sin, to open the gates of heaven to all humans? 3 hours. Anything is possible, Maka, but if you believe it's over, if you believe you're going to die, then you must have hope, you must have faith. Have faith in what? Custos, Moses was able to split the Red Sea because he had God. Jesus was able to do that because he's the Son of God. Don't you get it? I'm a witch. God isn't on my side. I'm alone in this. There's only so much I can do. I'm just so tired of this, Custos, of all this, of the death of people needing me, with being weak, with everything going wrong. Today was supposed to be good. I was supposed to get more time. Today was supposed to be filled with celebration, but he swallowed it. He swallowed my hope. Maka holds her head in her hands. Hope can't be swallowed. It can only be destroyed if you let it. Custos' firm voice gets her to look over at him. The angel is giving her a scolding look, yet his eyes are so gentle. What has happened to your spirit? So things haven't gone as planned, but you have turned even the worst situations around, Maka. That is how you are still alive now. How can you just give up after all you've done? After all the pain you've gone through? Are you just going to let it be for nothing? Or are you going to fight death to the end? Custos' voice and that look in his eyes gets Maka's tears to stop. She stares into those eyes, hers wide. You say you're doing this alone, but that's not true. You have Ragnarok and Krona, you have Kid, you have Gurko, you have me. We are all on your side. Even when the day after tomorrow comes, you will still be alive. I won't let him touch you. I'll prod at you to the end, so don't lose hope. Not when you're still alive, not when you can still fight and you still have others fighting for you. Are you really going to give up so easily, Maka? Maka takes in everything this angel has said. She thinks of all she's been through since the beginning, dealing with her mother being taken away, her death, dealing with thinking she's insane, dealing with the asylum, dealing with the demon, dealing with Justin, dealing with Medusa, dealing with all those monsters, dealing with witch hunters, dealing with the circus, dealing with the guilt, dealing with the dead, dealing with hurting her family. Then she thinks of all the good things she's done, thinks of that Danielle and Daniel, thinks of all those people she saved on the cruise, thinks of all those people she saved in the city. She thinks of Krona's soft smile, Ragnarok's crooked one, Kid's yellow eyes, Gurko's grin. She's come so far, she's done so much. Then she thinks of her mother's bright green eyes. The panic, the despair. It all breaks like ice with those eyes. She can't give up, even if her family falls apart, even if the fucking world falls apart. She can't give up. She has to try to make everything right. If her mother is watching her, Maka wants to give her something to smile at. I'm going. Maka wipes her tears and she sniffles, yet the fire she lost is back. At this, Custos smiles so brightly at her, his eyes full of love and warmth. God bless you, Maka. She feels the pain, yet she smiles despite everything. She smiles at his angel. Hey, God bless you too, Custos. She winces, yet she holds that smile. You really helped me out. Don't leave my side. I need to be reminded of the good, or I'll get lost in the bad. I'll never leave your side if that's what you wish. Custos looks at her so seriously. I'll protect life. I'll protect you with all that I am, with all my being. Maka smiles only for it to fall. Shit. That baby. Do I still have time? Yes. You must hurry though. Custos starts. Maka's gone before he can even finish. Maka wants to do good. She wants to do as much as she can before she dies, to fix everything, to fix her wrongs. She'll save everyone else. And maybe, just maybe, she'll be saved in return. Maybe, just maybe, someone will show her mercy. Just maybe she will be saved. In both body and spirit. She doesn't want to die. She doesn't want to go to hell. She needs salvation. Standing here in this broken city, looking at the blood of the innocent and the cracks in the concrete, the sobs and cries of these people, all she wants to do is fix it, fix everything. Fix herself. Yet when her eyes fall on the newborn, the one that is struggling to breathe in the arms of a young woman crying, not knowing what to do, when she looks at life struggling in this place of death, looks at this child that against all odds, is still alive. Its mother is gone, most likely all its family is gone, it's sick, yet it's still fighting for those breaths, still wanting to live in this horrible world. The baby isn't giving up, and neither is Maka. All the fear, all the panic, everything fades away around her, all the sobs, the screams, all she sees is this baby struggling, fighting, its small chest heaving, its mouth open like it wants to scream but no sound comes out. This little baby has lost everything, and it's just gotten into this world. It won't know its mother's smile like Maka has, it won't know the fresh smells of flowers in a bright sun like Maka had. All it will know is blood, hate, smoke, fire. Yet it's fighting for life even when all seems lost. Maka's body fades away, coming back right in front of this woman and this baby, looking at the small pink face, looking at the wince of pain on its face. Please. The woman looks up from the baby, not knowing Maka just shoved up. There's tears in her eyes, desperation. Do you know anything about babies? This woman, oh God, she gave birth. I didn't know what to do, she just. The woman glances at the lifeless body of the mother before quickly looking away and sobbing. I couldn't save her. And her baby. Something's wrong. Please. The plea is a pitiful sob. Don't worry. Maka finds herself reassuring as she reaches out, taking the baby away from this breaking down person. Maka cradles the baby, looking down at it with sad eyes, looking down at something she will never have. She only has less than 2 days. The baby wheezes, it's in pain, small tears steaming down its face. Maka closes her eyes and begins to rock the baby back and forth gently in her arms, her power flowing through her and into this baby. Hush, hush, time to be sleeping. Maka starts to sing the song her mother used to sing her. The baby's wheezing slowly starts to stop. Hush, hush, dreams come, creeping dreams of peace and of freedom. Maka opens her eyes, looking down at this baby that is looking at her with those small blue eyes. Its tears have stopped and its chest is moving normally with her gentle rocking and voice. The baby's eyes close. So smile in your sleep, Bonnie baby. Maka whispers before she gives this baby a peck on the forehead. Giving it love in this place of the damned, this place that she, herself, has damned. She is of the damned. You. The woman looks at Maka with wide eyes as she hands the baby back to her. There's wonder and hope. Why is she looking at her like that? Doesn't she know? Doesn't she know she caused all this? She is the life they crave, but also the death that destroys them all. How did you do that? The woman gaps. You just lit up and the baby became okay. You are you. She gets closer. Are you an angel sent from God? Have you come to save us? Hey, that's funny, why do they keep calling her that? A angel. Sent from God. They don't understand. I'm nothing like that. Maka states blankly. She turns her back on this woman. Miss. Oh miss. A sob gets her to stop. She turns to look at a little girl, maybe 7 years old, bloody from head to toe. She's clinging onto a man. He has a spike going through his chest. It looks in a bad spot. The man's eyes are open. He's blinking. He's alive, blood leaking out of his mouth, his eyes flickering as he fights with death as he weakly squeezes most likely his daughter's hand. You healed that baby. Heal my daddy dash. Would you shut the fuck up already? Some man growls at her. He has his hands covering a little boy's ears and eyes. There's something deranged about the look in his brown eyes as he glares at this little girl that's losing her father. You've been crying about him for hours. He's fucking dead. Sorry to break it to you, sweetheart, but your crazy older brother shoved a wooden spike through your father's heart. Just shut the fuck up. You're upsetting my child. You lost your father, but my kid still has me, so shut the fuck up. Maka's stunned. How can someone be so cruel? And yet in this man she sees the drive to live too. He's aggressive, alert, he's cruel, he's evil. Please. This little girl sobs to Maka anyway, looking at her with those big black eyes. Everything is going to be okay. Maka finds herself saying yet again, reassuring these people, helping these people, protecting life, yet she's the one that destroyed it in the first place. Maka walks over towards the girl. She starts looking at Maka with hopeful eyes and it hurts her, it's painful. They believe in her when she doesn't even believe in herself. Oh yeah. Everything's going to be fucking fine. This man scoffs loudly, he laughs. You hear that, everybody? This bitch says everything's going to be fine. You hear that, dude with his legs blown off? You hear that, all you parentless children? Everything's going to be fucking fine. This man laughs, still covering his son. Maka can feel all these people's eyes on her. She feels their doubt, she feels their hope, their sadness, their despair. She closes her eyes as she kneels next to this man. She takes a deep breath, channeling her power before opening her eyes. The father is looking at her, those flickering eyes fighting between life and death, and even in his eyes, Maka can see doubt, uncertainty. It's okay, she assures the crying girl as she grabs the wooden spike. She sends her power down into his body, healing the inside and outside around the wooden spike. Now for the tricky part. I'm going to rip it out, okay? I promise you will live. The father looks at her with wide eyes, his face getting a little bit of color back. If what that rude man was saying was true and the spike went through the heart, Maka doesn't think he would be alive for this long. It must have barely missed the heart. Good. She can do this. The father nods at her and his daughter grips his hand tighter as Maka tightens her grip on the wooden spike. She takes a deep breath before she rips it out. The man screams out as Maka quickly puts her hand over the wound, healing it up. His screams die and the wound heals. He looks at Maka with wide, bewildered eyes, his color back. Daddy! The little girl sobs as she hugs this man. Before Maka can even get up, she feels she's surrounded. When she turns around, all these people, all these hurt, desperate people are begging for help, begging to be healed, looking at her with hope of life, hope of salvation. They don't want to die, just like she doesn't want to die. There's so many of them, they all want help, all want her to follow them so they can show her their fallen companions she shouldn't be doing this, she should be saving her energy. But life was never meant to be hers. So she follows each and every one of them, healing the hurt, the sick, bring life back to this dead city. She works quickly, healing to the best of her abilities, but if someone has lost a leg or an arm, she can only heal the wound. She can't give them their lost parts back. She's a witch, not God. No matter what she does, she can't completely restore this town. She can't give back the fallen, she can't return the lost. She can only heal what's left, only comfort and dry the tears of the ones still here. And yet most of these people are so grateful. Maka can see that somehow she's giving them some hope, she's given them some light, and despite all the shit that's happened, all the shit that's going to happen, it makes her feel good to be able to help them, to save their life, to give them what she, herself, wants. Salvation. Maka ends up falling to her knees in her exhaustion. Her hands are starting to burn. She healed anyone that came to her. She couldn't tell you how many she healed, too many to count. Are you okay, Angel? That little girl and her father come closer to Maka. What's wrong? Is she okay? All these people are surrounding Maka, looking at her with concern, all holding out helping hands. They look at her like she's something good, something special. They don't understand. I'm just Maka pants. Tired. I'm fine. She's tired. Give her some space. A man that she healed, his head starts yelling at the crowd and they back up. It's odd really to be looked up to be looked to for guidance, for life. She used to be the insane girl, do you remember that? People would do all they could to stay away from her or to make her feel like shit, yet now all these people want to be close to her, they want to lift her up, they look at her like she's their hope. And maybe she is. How are you holding up, Maka? Custos appears in front of her. No one else can see him. He's kneeling in front of Maka with concern in those eyes. You did amazing, Maka. You saved all these people. You've given them hope. How? How could she have given them hope when she barely has any herself? I don't know if I can get home. Maka pants. I worked myself too hard, and really I don't know if I even want to go back. This seems to shock the angel. Those green eyes get wide. What do you mean, Maka? She's really not been trying to think about it, to think about what happened, to forget about that demon swallowing her hope. And the boy that gave him her hope. I don't know what's right or wrong anymore. I don't know where to turn anymore. She bows her head. I don't know who to trust anymore. Custos frowns deeply. Maka dash. Ah. What are you doing? A woman's shriek gets Maka to look over. The crowd has parted, all looking at who is screaming, only for the crowd to scream and shout in horror. A man is eating another man's face. The woman is crying and screaming, hitting the man, yet he just pushes her off and continues munching on this struggling guy's face. What the fuck? Maka growls and gets up, fighting her exhaustion. She points at this man and sends him flying away from his victim. Her power goes out to heal his face. She can really feel the burn now. What the hell? Maka starts only to stop when she sees the look in the eyes of the man that was eating the other man's face. Madness, nothing but madness. And no. Custos' eyes get wide. Maka, they're here. You must get these people out of here. Who's here? Maka whips around trying to look for who the hell he's talking about as her power knocks this crazy man out. I'm sick and tired of your crying. Maka whips over to look at the man with his son, the one that was scoffing and being so doubtful he's yelling at his crying son. Something changes in the man's eyes before a mad smile rips on his lips. I'll end it all. Wait, Maka starts only for this man to grab his son's head and twist it. The neck snaps, he drops his son's lifeless body on the unforgiving ground, a chuckle coming from this lips. Maka, the madness. It's spreading. A demon must be here. Cousteau's eyes are wide as his eyes scan everywhere. I'll try to hold it back. Get these people out of here. Everyone. Maka screams as Cousteau's disappears. All these people look at her immediately, trusting in her words. You have to get out of here. The madness attack is coming back. Keep your sanity and run. Anyone with an odd look in their eyes or an odd smile, you run. Go. Go. Maka shouts. And oh boy, do they run. They run like their lives depend on it. Maka runs with them a bit, helping some out that are slower, hoping that no one in the crowd will go crazy. She can feel the madness get stronger and stronger. It's like it's right behind her. Suddenly she's grabbed a hand, put over her mouth so she can't scream. She's dragged away from the crowd. She's dragged behind a broken up building before she's slammed into the wall. She's turned around. Her eyes meeting those haunted blue. Well, howdy there, Maka, the demon purrs, looking at her with dark glee. His eyes are bouncing much more than usual. The madness radiating off of him is almost unbearable. Those black vines are floating around him, his face half black. He has her pinned to the wall. Maka feels such a hate at staring at this fucker that took her hope, stole it, swallowed it. Quite a party, huh? I know how to throw them. He chuckles. Wait. This is your doing. Maka growls and struggles with him. This only seems to get the demon to chuckle more. Yup. I don't even have to do anything, just being around me, the weak fall. It's beautiful, isn't it? I'm so very strong now, thanks to my father's tear. He smirks at how Maka tenses. She's trembling. He leans in, his face mere inches from her own. Thanks, by the way, for being so generous with it. You're too kind. You fucking bastard. Maka screams and kicks out, her eyes getting dark in her hate. That was meant for me. That was my time. You betrayed us. And Krona, he gave it to you. Maka stops struggling, a deep frown on her face. The demon's smirk doesn't fall. Tell me, Maka. He leans too close for comfort. Do you hate Krona for giving me your only hope? Are you angry? Does it hurt? This is what Maka didn't want to think about. She didn't want to think of Krona's part in this, didn't want to think of her love giving this demon her hope. Maka can't deny the ting of anger she feels or the bitterness, yet a small part of her is whispering, he would never do anything to hurt you, but another part of her is screaming, roaring in anger and panic. Think about it, Maka was so happy she thought she was going to be okay, only to watch this demon take her hope and swallow it, to find it was her love, the person she trusts the most, that gave it to him, then to see her family fight and fall apart because of it. This is all Krona's fault. Maka doesn't answer the demon's question, but it's like he already knows her answer, like he could see her feelings through her hard emerald eyes. You are angry with him. He laughs, laughing right in her face. How yummy. How wonderful. He keeps laughing, enjoying himself. Ah, this is what I was made for. He shakes his head, amused. You see, I was the one who did all of it. I made him give it to me. Not only that, here's the best part. I took the gem away from him, yet he was blamed for the crime. He was beaten by the ghost and almost killed by his mother. Yet I'm the one who did it. It was all me. The dumbass really trusted in me and I took everything from him, just like Judas. I did the crime, he took the blame. Same with Krona, he's all alone now, beaten, hated, imprisoned, yet I'm free and laughing my ass off. It's funny, isn't it, Maka? How stupid he is. How trusting he is. I put it in his head that this gem would hurt you. He bit right into it, just wanting to protect you, haha, it's priceless. I messed up his head, then took the gem, and he's the one that got blamed. It's so fucking yummy. At his words, any anger, any bitterness towards Krona fades away like it was never there. Instead, a fury overtakes her, a protectiveness. The way this demon is talking about Krona, calling him stupid, fucking laughing about what he's done, fucking laughing that he's destroyed everything, laughing at Krona, her love. Of course Krona would never do anything to hurt her. It was all this fucking demon. Any negative feeling disappears towards Krona only to times it by 100 for this demon he used. Krona used her loved one, he's destroyed everything. Krona is not to blame for this demon's sin, no. Maka seeing red. How could you? Maka screams, her power building, her hair whipping around. This demon only grins at her. Krona trusted in you. He stood up for you. You fucking bastard. I'm going to kill you for this. I'll send you right back to the pits of hell where you belong, you sick motherfucker. Krona thought of you as his friend. You just lost the best motherfucking friend you could have. He isn't a dumbass. He's innocent and pure, and he would never do anything to hurt me. Anytime he hurt me it was because of you. I should have known. Maka roars. All me, he chimes, a blush on his face. Guilty as charged. He purrs. Now I know I'm so awesome and all, without smarting your dumbass boyfriend, but now here's where the fun starts. He coos, getting closer, that mad smile growing. I'm going to dash. Fucking hell. A deep voice growls, getting Maka to look over. The crowd of people are gone now, but there's one large man limping, his eyes are red, he's bleeding out of a cross cut on his shoulder. Oh dear, looks like Kostos found one of my brothers. This demon states boredly as he watches the large man disappear. Well, no matter. The madness has already spread nicely here. This demon smirks at Maka. Now to go fuck everyone else up. Thanks to this tear I will drive everyone to madness. I will be the next demon god of madness. I'll kill my father and then. He gets so close, his lips almost on hers. I'll come after you if he hasn't gotten to you first, that is. You fucking traitor. I knew it. That other girl screams out. I'm the one supposed to destroy the world, not you, dickhead. Death. He gets a goofy smile on his face, he almost seems to light up at her voice. Don't be so upset, me and you will rule together when Maka goes mad. He chuckles darkly. You'll be free, me and you, Death, will destroy everything, you will be my queen. Fuck no. The world is mine. I share with no one, especially not with a lying shithead like you. This is why I love you, Death. You're so kind. He sighs happily. I love you, husband. And I'll see you soon. You'll be my queen whether you want it or not. I'm not. Death starts to scream. The demon grabs Maka's head, those haunted eyes so close to her own, the madness it's eating at her. Her breathing is becoming uneven, she can feel Death shake her cage. You're mine. His lips curl in a sick smile. Maka Ablarn dash. Maka. Kostos can be seen far away, the darkness is closing in on her. Is this really it? She's going to die here. Now less than 2 days is looking better than this, curse her gratefulness. Suddenly the dark clouds part and a beam of sunlight shines down right on Maka. The demon hisses in pain and lets go of her, backing up, his eyes slightly wide. So. He smirks again before he fades away. He's on your side, huh? Say hi to Krona for me. What's going on? Maka looks at this light with wide eyes, it stings, it's scary, everything about this is scary. She almost lost herself to that demon, to the demon that's taken her hope and let Krona take the blame. She hates him. God answered my prayer. Kostos cheers as he appears in front of her, smiling so brightly. Try to use your power now, Maka. He's so happy. Maka closes her eyes and to her amazement her power flows well. She has her power back. She gasps and opens her eyes, looking up at the source of this light. He gave me my power back. He's pleased with you. Kostos smiles gently. You saved many people today, Maka. Despite how you needed your strength, you used it for these people. God has rewarded you, by giving all that power back and by saving your life. Maka watches as the sunlight goes back into the sky. She watches with amazement. Thank you. She speaks up to the sky, still bewildered. Let us go home. Kostos frowns. I sense a lot of dark energy back at the mansion. Krona. Maka's eyes get wide, thinking about how she passed out. What happened? Is he okay? What did they do to him? Maka starts to feel a panic as she grips her fist, about to use her power to send her back, when she catches something from the corner of her eye. Right where the demon was standing is her necklace, the one she was missing back on that cliff. So he was the one that took it? Maka picks it up and puts it around her neck. Better not to waste any of her own powers. She grabs the necklace and closes her eyes. Fading from one dimmed place, only to fade into another. All of you are dismissed. You know our plan. Let Maka get her rest, but as soon as she's up, it's time to train. We have much work ahead of us tomorrow, it's all we have to prepare. Medusa turns her back on the three others in this room. All of you get your rest. She fades away. Ragnarok stays silent a moment, staring at the floor, a look that no one could read. His expression is conflicted. He grips his fist before he fades away, leaving just Erika and Free. The Fog Witch is holding her head in her hands, her shoulders drooped, her hat covering her face. She hasn't moved even though Medusa has excused them all. Erika, it's time to go. Free stands there a bit awkwardly. He shifts a little, looking at the small woman that he towers over. You need to get your rest to dash. For what? It's hopeless. You know it. I know it. Erika's voice is bitter. Going to war with Arachne? With 1 day to prepare. It's suicide, and what about me? She trembles. Listen Erika, I know things look pretty fucking bad, but this is Medusa. She'll find some way out of this and we'll get what we want, but fuck, what is it you always tell me? Got to be patient. Free offers her a small smile. It's full of warmth, yet the Fog Witch isn't looking at him. You really should get your rest. Come on, let's go. I'll lay down in a minute, I just want to be alone. Erika grips her hat tighter. Free frowns, but he nods and leaves the library hesitantly. As soon as he's gone, Erika fades away. Enough is enough. She's tried of being patient, she's tried of just listening to Medusa. No more. A mother. Medusa stares up blankly at the picture of her fallen mother. She's standing in the lobby alone, so all the air around her is thick. It's too quiet. She grins slightly at looking at her mother, thinking of what she did at her, only for it to fall in irritation. If not for you, I would have ripped my son to pieces by now. I didn't. I wanted to. I have better means of punishment than you, mother. I won't just kill him. Oh no, losing love and being locked away hurts the most, doesn't it? But you wouldn't know anything about that. Medusa stares at the picture, an unreadable expression on her face. Lady Medusa. Erika appears next to her, her black eyes slightly shaking. She's trembling, but there's something firm about this Frog Witch. We have to talk. Erika. Medusa slowly turns to look over at her, her expression never changing. And about what? Erika takes a deep breath, gathering herself. I think we should cut our losses. Erika starts off slowly. Medusa, I know you could come up with something so we can do the ritual and end all of this before it's too late. You know going to war with Arachne is suicide. You also know how Maka's story is going to end. It's written in legend, no matter what you do, what anyone does, if this goes on, Maka will die. She was never meant to live. So why do we fight this battle? Let's take what we can from her while we still can. Let's rip her of her life so that we can have our own. We don't have much time, Medusa. Medusa stares at Erika blankly before she looks back at the photo of her mother. Those books are old. It's not for certain what's going to happen to her. She could live. Why does that even matter now? Whether she lives or dies, we still need that from her, Medusa. Now would be the perfect time. They're going through a lot with Crona. Now would be the time to do it, to use this against Maka, and get what we want. Why fight this war and die? No. Let's start the ritual. Let's end this. Erika's voice is firm. I'm afraid not, Erika. Medusa slowly turns towards the Fog Witch. For you see, there have been some change of plans. What do you mean, change of plans? Erika's eyes flash. What I mean is, I'm not doing the ritual. All I want now is to destroy my sister, for this to be over with. What are you saying? You dash. I believe I am being clear with what I'm saying. Medusa's eyes turn hard. Usually Erika would nod, would back down, would listen. Not today. A rage starts to engulf her. You promised me. She screams as she walks closer to Medusa. You promised me this ritual. You promised me you would give Mizun back to me. You can't just change plans. I sold myself to you. Just for your promise of giving back Mizun. Oh well, I lied. Medusa chuckles darkly. You're a fool, Erika, to believe I would share such the witch of life with you. Mizun is gone, and rotting in hell dash. Fuck you. Erika screams. She raises her hand, a spell on the tip of her tongue. Only for Medusa to grab it, her other hand going into Erika's mouth. The Fog Witch gags, frightened tears starting to fall down her face as Medusa's smile becomes sinister. Ah, what's wrong, Erika? Frog in your throat. Medusa chuckles, her eyes lighting up. No one hears Erica's screams, no one knows of the hell she's being put through as Medusa drags her away. To where and to do what? No one knows. The quiet hallways never make a sound, the floor doesn't creak where he steps, nor does his form cast any shadows when he comes in the light. He's a restless spirit. He was never put to rest. Right now it's impossible to settle down, to be alright, to be calm. Ragnarok's mind is swirling as he walks down this hallway to their room, his fist grip, his breathing uneven, too much shit and not enough time. Maka only has less than 2 days, more like 1 day now. Krona is downstairs, locked in a cage alone in the dark because it's all his fault. They will go to war against Arachne in less than 2 days. Everything is coming to an end in less than 2 days. Ragnarok feels overwhelmed, he feels the madness creeping around him, he's afraid, he's worried, he's pissed off, his being is flickering. He can't lose her. Maka gave everything back to him. Ragnarok used to be a demon, he used to be a being of nothing but hate and anger. He had hated her back in the asylum, yet as time went by he got used to her. Then he found himself being around her more and more. She made him feel, gave emotions back to him, gave him back his humanity. Maka opened his eyes, showed him he wasn't a demon. She accepted him even after all the times he beat the shit out of her. She offered him family, offered the dead a place to belong. She gave him back his life, his memories of his old life. She gave him back himself. She can't give him life, can't give him a reason to go on and then just die. She can't know. He won't let her. He won't let anyone take her away. He'll fight anyone. Even if it's Krona. Even Ragnarok doesn't want to think about that now. He takes a deep breath as he comes to a stop at their door, trying not to think about how much time she has left or the boy downstairs in the cage. His piercing blue eyes are hard as he goes through the door into the room, expecting to see the girl in bed. She isn't. Ragnarok feels his chest tighten in panic, his eyes get wide as he looks around the room, but she isn't here. Maka. He yells, he hates the desperation in his voice, he hates the mess he's becoming. She doesn't answer, his being flickers. Shit. Ragnarok growls and turns around to go tear this whole fucking mansion down to find her. Anything could have happened to her. What if that demon? No, no, no. Maka dash, he shouts her name as soon as he comes out of the room. Ow. Right in my ear, Ragnarok. The ghost stops at that voice. He turns his head to see Maka right beside the door, covering one of her ears. At hearing her voice, at seeing those green eyes, a relief washes over him. It feels so nice, like aloe on a sunburn. He wants to hug her, he wants to hold her, those beautiful eyes staring at him. You alright, bitch? Ragnarok grunts, straightening himself out so he's glaring at her. Where the fuck were you? Went to the bathroom. Maka has a deep frown on her face. Ragnarok, where's Krona? He can feel his face fall. She doesn't know what went down after she passed out. Ragnarok's expression turns hard again. Medusa locked him up in a cage. It's what the fucker deserves. Ragnarok feels that rage again, but he holds it down. Maka's eyes flash at that, her eyes wide. No. You don't understand, Ragnarok, it wasn't his fault. It was all the demons doing. Maka breathes heavily. Where is he locked up? Ragnarok stares at her a moment before sighing. Maka, I know you love him, but he fucked us over. He gave the demon the gem, he dash. The demon made him. Fucked with his head, Ragnarok. Made him believe the gem was going to hurt me. Krona thought he was protecting me. Maka's body starts to shake in her rage just thinking about what that demon said. Tell me where he is. How the fuck do you know that? How don't you know he just gave the demon it willingly? That the dumbass believed him on his own? That's what he fucking said, Maka. Krona admitted to it, dash. Of course he would. The demon wanted Krona to take the complete blame. Listen. Maka takes a deep breath. I saw the demon dash. What? Ragnarok's body tenses, he looks around, glaring darkly, becoming alert, getting closer to her. Where? Did he hurt you? Fuck, I knew I shouldn't have left you, dash. He tried to hurt me, but Custos stopped him. Maka reassures quickly. Custos, the angel in your head? Ragnarok frowns at that. Yes. Now, long story short, the demon was pretty much bragging at how much of a dumbass Krona was. Telling me all that he's done, how he fucked Krona's brain, how he planned for Krona to take the blame this whole time. Krona isn't the one that betrayed us, Ragnarok, it's the demon. Do you honestly think Krona would do anything to hurt me? No, but I think he would be a dumbass and believe the fucking demon. I warned him but he wouldn't listen to me. Now look at him, dash. Even if he did just give the demon the gem, he believed it was going to hurt me either way. That demon is the one to blame. Maka, because of him you only have 2 fucking days, 2 fucking days. Ragnarok's trembling. I know, but Maka trembles. I don't want to spend my last 2 days with Krona in a cage and us fighting. I want to spend it with my family. I want everything to be normal, at least between us. I can't handle all this shit going on. Ragnarok and you two fighting and Krona in a cage. I can't deal with not knowing who's right and who's telling the truth. My head hurts. I don't want to think of it anymore. So tell me where he is. I'm letting him out. Maka hugs herself but she looks at Ragnarok firmly. Ragnarok stares at her a moment before he curses and grips his fist. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. He's in the dining room dash. As soon as those words are out, Maka's gone. Ragnarok stares at where she was, a growl admitting from his throat. He doesn't know what to believe either, but he's pissed at Krona, pissed at letting the demon stay around and befriend him when he knew something like this was going to happen. He's still pissed at Krona. But for Maka he'll try to suppress it. Something about the demon making Krona give him the gem doesn't make sense either way. If Krona had fucking listened to him this wouldn't be happening. Ragnarok takes a shaky breath before he fades away. Maka only has till the day after tomorrow. No sound. No light. Not even his shadow to comfort him. Not even his madness here to fill the void in his heart. He's alone, completely, utterly alone. The cold, metal bars are the only thing he can hold on to. It's cold in here, so cold he's shivering, whimpering. Krona hasn't stopped crying. He's hurting this all too much to deal with. Maka's only has less than 2 days and he's still not completely sure that giving the gem to Judas was a good thing. Now he's in this cage. Ragnarok hates him. Maka might even hate him. He didn't want this. He never wanted this. He wanted to be the hero. He wanted to show her that he was for her, that he would go against his mother for her. Instead of being the hero, he has been branded with the name that has been haunting him since back at the asylum. Traitor. His mother called him a traitor. Maka called him a traitor. And it's true. Ragnarok was right. Why can't he do anything right? Why can't what he thinks is right be right? What hurts the most about this is that he doesn't know if he did wrong or not, if he made the right choice or the wrong one. Will he be trapped here for 2 days? Will he never see Maka again? Will they keep him away from her? This thought makes his tears fall more, his sobs becoming heavier. To never see her again, to be locked in here not knowing what's going on, if she's safe being locked in here with her hating him. You know that saying? It's better to have loved and lost than to never to have loved at all. That's not true. That is a lie. At least if you never loved you don't know what you're missing out on, but to have love and then lose it, it's hell. It's pain. Krona finally got love from Maka, felt its warmth only for him to fuck it up, and now he's alone in this cold cage. In this moment Krona wishes he never meant Maka, that he never ran into her at the asylum. Because all he's done is take away from her. He ruined her life. He ruins everything. Krona is a traitor. He never deserved her. He never deserved her love if he failed her. Strike him down now, but if he didn't, he needs a sign. Yet Judas hasn't come back, hasn't answered his calls. This doesn't make Krona feel any better, it makes him restless. Why would Judas just leave? Right after he got the gem? Unless it's true. Unless Judas betrayed him. At that Krona feels pain, his chest tightening. He thought of the demon as his friend, someone who cared, who thought he was special. He helped Maka, he didn't take his body. So why is he acting so weird now? Why has he left him to deal with this alone? Krona's throat is dry, it's sore, his eyes hurt from crying. Maybe he'll just die here. He can't deal with her hate. The world can hate him, can beat him, but not her. Not Maka. Not his happiness, not the girl who made him cherry beard, that visited him at the asylum, not the girl who told him scary stories or colored with him, not the girl who held him, not the girl who danced with him, not the girl who gets him to laugh, to smile, not Maka, not the girl he loves. He can't stand it. He can't deal with it. Being here in the dark in this cage, it reminds him of his life when he didn't have Maka, alone in a box in the dark, those lonely nights at the asylum. Now he's back here in this cage in the dark because he lost his light, he lost Maka. Pain. It hurts. It hurts too much. I've finally lost you, haven't I? Krona speaks to no one. He asks the darkness because that's all he has now, the darkness and his thoughts. Lost who? That voice, that angelic voice, it couldn't be, it can't be. Krona whips his head up only to see Maka. The lights have been turned on and there she stands, his light, his love, his everything, staring at him with those eyes, a expression he can't read. Krona stares at her in awe, not sure if she's really there. He's afraid, yet he feels his heart lift at seeing her at the same time. Maka walks closer and Krona gasps, fear starting to become a powerful emotion. Well, Elle lost you. Krona finds himself speaking, it's so soft, weak, choked. He tries to wipe his tears away but they keep coming, he's so pathetic, it's disgusting. Lose me. Maka hums as she comes closer to the cage, then he sees it, a smile, she's smiling at him. Why you crying? I'm here, aren't I? You couldn't lose me if you tried. You're stuck with me, remember? Krona's breath hitches, he looks at her with those wide pale blue eyes, he's trembling, his tears fall more when he sees that smile. He don't deserve it, how her eyes soften. Maka don't you hate me? The G-gem. He trembles, not able to continue, just waiting for Maka to explode on him like Ragnarok did. I know it wasn't you, Krona. Her expression changes, does he see rage in her eyes? It gets him to squeak and tremble. It was all that demon. He told me fucking everything, how he tricked you, how he left you to take the blame. How he made you give him the gem, how he fucked up with your head. Maka shakes her head. He told you. Krona frowns, confused. And he didn't make me. He dash. I know, Krona. It's okay. Maka shakes it off. You're not to bum for this, I know you would never do anything to hurt me, and even if you gave the demon the gem willingly. Maka kneels in front of the cage, her eyes firm. I would never want you in this cage. You're no animal, you're a part of my family, Krona. You and Ragnarok are all I have left. I already told you, no matter what you do I could never hate you. She smiles at him again and he sees it, the love. He still can't stop crying, she doesn't hate him, she's here, she's smiling at him, it hurts, he feels his heart swell yet ache. Would she still say that if she knew what he's done? Maka. He can only whimper her name, grabbing at the bars that are separating him from her. She puts her hands over his, her touch is like a jolt. It's okay. She reassures him when she's the one that's running out of time. That's when he sees Ragnarok reappear behind her, his gaze is still sharp, those piercing blue eyes glaring into Krona's, and yet Krona doesn't mind that. Because at least he's here. I'm going to let you out, okay, Krona? She smiles as she closes her eyes. We're all going to get some sleep, it will be like this never happened dash. Stop. Ragnarok tenses and whips around. Maka doesn't turn around, she keeps her eyes close but her smile has fallen. Krona's teeth chatter. Why? Maka turns slightly to look at Medusa, who just appeared in the room, those snake eyes cold. Do you really have to ask why? Krona is a traitor. He betrayed you and he betrayed me. He doesn't deserve to be free. Krona bows his head, he completely agrees. You're wrong. Maka growls and stands up, Krona looking at her with wide eyes. It was all the demon, Medusa, he's the traitor, not Krona. I saw him, he told me everything, it was the demon, not Krona. He wanted Krona to take the blame, he fucked with his head, he doesn't deserve to be here. Maka, I don't believe dash. I don't care what you believe. I believe in Krona. He wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Krona shrinks into himself but Maka continues. I want him out of this cage. I only have less than 2 days and I want to spend it with my family. I'm letting him out dash. Maka turns back around, reaching out to the cage. Careful now. Medusa appears right beside her, grabbing her hand, stopping her from touching the cage. I put a curse on it, let me do it. Medusa lets her go, she snaps her fingers and the cage disappears. Maka looks at this witch a bit surprised, she takes a step back when she realizes how close this witch is. If you say it was just the demon, I believe in your judgment. She grabs Maka, cupping her cheeks. Ragnarok is so tense, Krona still seems in shock that his mother would just let him go. I will take care of this demon, you get your rest, tomorrow will be a big day. She runs her fingers through Maka's hair, the young witch is frozen, those eyes staring into her. We will avenge your mother, rest assured. I will not let you die, for my only friend I will make sure you live. I won't be easy on you tomorrow, I will show you no mercy. I've always protected Kami but she's gone, now I'll protect you. The last of her. Medusa leans in and gives Maka a kiss on the cheek. Before she can do anything, Medusa fades away. Maka stands there with wide eyes. She hates when Medusa talks about her mother like that. She hates when she has to be reminded of her past. She must die. She must hate her. It's just getting harder. Maka wipes her cheek. Ragnarok and Krona are just looking at where Medusa went, both shocked, both confused. Let's get some rest. Maka holds her hand out for Krona. The boy looks up at her with his eyes lighting up. He shakily grabs her hand and she helps him up. She pulls this frail boy into an embrace, holding his trembling body against her own, feeling his heartbeat, feeling how weak he is. It's okay. She soothes softly as she rubs his hair. He only seems to tremble more. Let's go. Ragnarok appears next to Maka. He puts an arm around her. Krona moves so he has one of his arms around her and Maka puts her arms around both their necks. Take me to bed, boys. Maka allows herself to grin at the two. Krona blushes and Ragnarok scoffs. I should just fucking drop you. Oh okay Maka. Their responses still amuse her to no end. Maka lets herself chuckle, forgetting about her time, forgetting about the demon, forgetting about Medusa. It's just her and her family, that's all she needs. Krona smiles slightly at her laughter, but when he sees the look Ragnarok is giving him, he ducks his head. This isn't over. Can Maka really just forget about what he's done? Pretend it didn't happen? And Judas, he told Maka that it was all him. How did they even talk? Maka, that rage he saw, it was all for the demon. Any emotion he saw back when Judas swallowed the gem were gone. Judas lied so Maka wouldn't hate him. What does that mean? Does that mean he did do the right thing? That Judas didn't betray him? Then where is he? Why wouldn't he answer his calls? Krona doesn't know. He's confused, so he just gurps into Maka tighter, praying all the bad will go away, that Maka will be okay, that everything will work out. Tonight he will hold her close and he won't cry in his sleep. He'll be strong for her. He'll give everything he has to her. She can't die. Krona can't lose her. Maka only has till the day after tomorrow. Did you fucking see the sky? Some man growls out through the roar of all these other people. They're all bunched together in this small, abandoned building, or at least it was supposed to be abandoned. Yes. They all went crazy. I had to put down my own father. My sister tried to kill me. Is it really the end of the world? Fuck. I was going to retire in 2 years. These people's shouts start to get louder. So many different accents, different kinds of clothes, different people, the same look in their eyes. And all have the same cross around their necks. There's clapping. All the talking ceases as all eyes go on the stage in front of them. Kid stands on the stage, with Liz and Patty on either side of him. His yellow eyes look around at all these witch hunters, all these people that he is in charge of. His back is straight. He has an air of authority. Thank you. He puts his hands behind his back. All that can be heard is his voice. Let me start off by saying thank you for coming all this way. I know times are tough for everyone around the world, yet you all got here as fast as you could. They all stare at him, looking at him for answers, looking at him for guidance. The end of the world is on us. Kid starts slowly seeing how this starts some panic in the younger witch hunters. The older ones just stare at him, their eyes hard. They have been through hell and back. They can handle this. Madness is spreading, and this madness attack won't be the last. My fellow witch hunters, I have gathered you together so that we can fight together. We are the protectors. The innocent need us. I need you. These are hard times. We cannot afford to be divided. Kid's voice booms, those eyes hard. Liz and Patty nod seriously, looking at all these people gripping their crosses. Times are hard. They need all the help they can get. You made us leave our homes and gather an army like there's going to be a war. A man in the crowd shouts out. My hometown still needed me. How are we going to help the world if we're all here? I'm glad you brought up war, because there will be one. Kid takes a deep breath. The witch sisters are going to declare war soon. We need to be there, fighting against them. Medusa must die. Dash. Go to war against the sisters. You're insane. Some yells out. If we don't do anything, then the whole world will go insane. Kid takes a step forward. This gets everyone to go silent. The world will be destroyed if this keeps on. I know you're worried about your hometowns, but I know that not all witch hunters came. Let them deal with your hometowns, but I need you all to save the world. There's not enough of us. A young male witch hunter cries out. Yeah. How do you expect us to win with just 100 of us? That is why I called for backup. Kid takes a deep breath. You can come in now. At this the doors open, all the witch hunters turn around to see a large group of men and women. All their eyes are hard cold cigarettes in most of their mouths, guns on their backs, and knives hooked to their hips, yet they don't have crosses around their necks. Sorry we're late. A voice calls out. The group of men and women create a path for this person as he runs into the building, runs up to the stage and gets on it. Kid takes in that cigarette in his mouth, takes in those dark red eyes, those sharp teeth, in a grin. Soul. Kid takes a deep breath and forces his smile. Thank you for coming dash. Anything for you man. He smirks. We're tired of he world going to fucking shit too. We know how to kill to keep the world intact, don't we people? He roars over at his group of people and they roar back, dark smirks on their faces. Who the hell are these people? A witch hunter speaks up. They are dash. We're assassins. Soul cuts Kid off, getting his eye to twitch. The albino takes a drag of his cigarette and blows the smoke out. Fucking awesome, right? Yes, they are assassins. They are highly trained with fighting. They know our cause and are willing to fight dash. And kill. And kill anything that stands in our way. Kid looks at all the witch hunters seriously. We won't let this get any farther. This is the time to come together and protect the balance. This is what we have been trained to do for most of our lives. This is the world we are meant to protect. Though I can't force you. If you want to leave, now is the time to do it. Kid backs up and looks at all these people. They look at each other before any doubt leaves their eyes, and they look at Kid with determination. We're staying. We'll kill those fucking bitches. We'll save the world. They cheer the assassins and the witch hunters. Kid smiles. Despite all of this, he has his army. He can do this. He can save Maka. Yay. Patty jumps in down, her older sister grinning at her. We'll destroy those motherfuckers. All of you, please rest up. Liz speaks up, taking steps forward. The left side of this place is for the men, the right side for the women. This is a big place. This used to be a prison, so help yourself to the many rooms. There is food downstairs if you're hungry. We move out tomorrow. Kid roars and they roar back, hyped. They continue to roar and talk as the room clears out, them going to eat or rest. Awesome speech there. Soul grins goofy over at Kid, who sighs. Soul fiddles with his cigarette, staring at the other man. I can't believe you called me though, dude. This is fucking sick. Me and you fighting together just like good old times, right dash? That was one time and it was a mistake. Kid crosses his arms. I only called because I'm desperate. If not for that, you wouldn't have even crossed my mind. Ah, don't be a dick. Soul frowns as he taps his cigarette, his ashes falling to the floor. What the hell are you doing? Kid points a shaky finger at the ashes, his eye twitching. You don't just dump your ashes on the floor. There is something called an ashtray dash. I don't have one. Soul chuckles at how pissed Kid looks. Dude. Be cool, you'll give yourself a heart attack by age 20. I don't need you to be worried about my health. I won't have a heart attack if you don't leave your ashes everywhere. Go outside dash. Here we go. Liz sighs and rolls her eyes, getting Patty to laugh. Let's go Patty, we need to rest up. Ah, but I wanna watch. Patty pouts as she watches Kid snatch the cigarette from Soul. It looks like the albino is about to cry. Come on Patty. Liz grabs her sister's arm and leads her over to the right. Patty doesn't stop watching though as she goes giggling. Give it back. Do you know how much cigarettes cost nowadays? Soul growls as Kid holds the cigarette out of his reach, moving his hand when Soul would reach for it. Then quit. It's a nasty habit. You stink. And you make a mess. If you stopped spending your money on cigarettes and weed, then you might even be a millionaire. Kid snaps, still holding it away from him. The other boy pressed against him to get it. Hey. I work hard, killing things and shit, I deserve to have fun. Soul narrows his eyes before they widen. Holy shit Kid. Is there one more vase over there then on the left side dash? Where? Kid whips around, his eyes wide in horror. Only for Soul to snatch the cigarette from him, jumping back a couple of steps. You still have that problem. Soul chuckles as he takes a drag of the cigarette. That was a dirty trick. Kid grumbles, glaring at this boy. So where's my thank you? Soul blows out. I came all this way, gathered my boys, and all you've done is scold me for my smoking habits. Not very nice there, kid. Forgive me. Kid sighs as he straightens himself out and runs a hand through his hair. Thank you, Soul. I really do appreciate this. That's more I like it. Soul grins. You're welcome. Now where exactly are we going tomorrow? It was hard getting my peeps to come here when I didn't know what really to tell them other than we're going to save the world. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's wait what? Soul blinks at the other boy. I don't know where we're going. Kid frowns now. I got so caught up with just gathering my army that I don't know where to even start. I didn't know where Maka is dash. The girl who didn't like you back, right? Dot. Yes. Now I don't know where she is or where Medusa is or Arachne. Kid frowns. Well, you better think of something. They are going to be pissed if they know you don't know what you're doing. Soul gives him a long look. He looks at how Kid's shoulders slump, how his eyes get duller. Hey. Soul puts a hand on his shoulder, smiling at him, not grinning. You're a cool dude. Strong and smart. You'll think of something. I get my best ideas when I'm asleep. I dream them. Maybe you should just get some rest. I feel like I barely have any time. Kid's voice is soft. Don't think of time. I never do. It's never about how fast I kill a guy. Soul tightens his grip on Kid. As long as I get the job done. You got this, kid. I believe in you. Kid looks over at Soul, slightly surprised by how mature he's acting now, how those red eyes seem to bore into his own, how sincere his words are, yet Kid can't really tell you who the real Soul is. He acts so many different ways. He's an assassin. They are both killers, but Kid kills witches, Soul kills people. Kid doesn't think him and Soul are the same at all, no. They are complete opposites. He doesn't like it. Yet he finds comfort in this assassin's soft smile, maybe because it looks so real. So get some rest. Soul grins again and lets go of Kid. He turns his back to him, which has 2 machine guns strapped to it. He starts walking away. Soul stops and looks back. He smiles again. Okay. Kid almost smiles back. When Soul taps his ashes on the floor again. Disgusting. You disgusting person. Kid growls. No ashtray. Soul chuckles before he runs away to the left side, leaving Kid all alone. Despicable. Kid grumbles as he walks over to the 2 piles of ashes this boy left behind. He carefully scoops up what he can with his hands before walking down to one of the 2 trash cans in this room. Now he has to wash his hands. Stupid Soul. He really wishes he didn't have to call him. The boy gets under his skin. Kid sighs and he gets to one of the old prison's bathrooms. It's not that bad because this one was meant for the guards. Kid thanks God that this place still has running water. He happily gets to watching his hand pulling out his Germ-X from his pocket and having to use that as soap. The soap here is moldy from sitting here for so long. Soon he forgets about Soul and he remembers the problem. He doesn't know what he's doing. He got his army, he has all the people he needs, and yet now he doesn't even know what to do with them. He doesn't know where Maka is, or even if she's okay, if she's still alive, if Medusa. Kid shakes his head, a panic gripping him. No. No. He still has time. He has to. Death hasn't taken control of Maka. He would be able to tell. The world would react to death. Maka is still out there. He just has to get to her, but how? Where is she? Is she okay? Does she still trust in Medusa? Are Crona and that ghost being good to her? All these questions go unanswered. He grips his hair, letting the steaming water run. What is he going to do? Father. Kid speaks softly, not know why his father is still captured by Medusa, but he's been speaking to him like he isn't. I don't know what to do. You can't always know what to do, kiddo. I certainly didn't. A voice chimes. I know, but dash. Everything stops. Kid's breath catches as he whips his head over. Only to see his father standing next to him with a soft smile on his face, those yellow eyes bright. Father. Kid gasps out, his body trembling a bit. Have I gone mad? Nope. It's nice to see you again, son. I missed you. The mayor frowns deeply, his body see-through. Maka let me go. She saved my soul. Yes, she did. Kid can't help to stutter, his heart lifting. He feels his eyes water, but he blinks it away. Maka let his father go. Yes, you see, kid, I was wrong. The mayor shakes his head. I know you already know, but she's nothing like the others. She cares for you, that's why she let me go. His eyes get hard. Listen to me, kid. Maka is in danger with being around Medusa so much. I've learned that you have worse things to worry about than just her. A demon is after her son. She's cursed. This demon has been causing the madness to spread. He's causing the end of the world now. Kid can't help but to notice all the scats in his father, how his being has faded. A demon did most of my torturing when I was with Medusa. He told me things, horrible things of what he's going to do to the world and what he's going to do to Maka. I know where she's going to be, son. Kid can barely process all this. His father isn't angry that he's helping Maka. He's been set free, but he was tutored by a demon. This demon wants Maka. She's in danger. She has a curse on her. But what he says last gets everything to stop. Why you do? Kid's eyes get wide in hope. He takes a step towards his father, just seeing him getting his eyes to water. Yes. The mayor leans in, wrapping his arms around his son, holding him close. Kid can't feel him, but just seeing his father hold him again gets him to cry. Just a single tear, nothing more, but it's there. It's okay, everything is going to be fine. He hums. I missed holding you, son, and I want you to know I'm proud of you. I've always have been and I always will. He leans in closer to Kid's ear. She's. He mumbles into his ear. Kid's eyes widen. Go and save her and the world. I know you can do it. The mayor is starting to get faded. Father, what's happening to you? Kid trembles, trying to hold him, but he can't. I'm moving on. I'm free now. I've told you what I wanted to tell you. I can't stay here any longer. He smiles at his son. I'll see you in heaven, but don't worry, I'm not in a rush to see you. He chuckles. I'll be watching you, every breath you take, every move you make. I'll be there, I'll see it, and I'll be cheering you on. He's almost completely faded. Father, don't. Kid doesn't want him to go, doesn't want this man to leave him so soon. I love you, son. The mayor kisses Kid's forehead, but Kid don't feel it. He can't feel his father. The mayor gives him a smile before he fades away into light. He's gone off to heaven. Kid wipes that one tear. It's okay, his father isn't suffering anymore. He's moved on to better things. And Maka let him go. Kid's eyes get wide at the information his father told him. He turns and runs out of the bathroom, his chest burning with a new resolve. He knows what to do now. He knows where to go. Chapter 67. Please be the fireplace room. Please be the fireplace room. Please be the fireplace room. Maka takes a deep breath before opening her eyes. The first thing she sees is the night sky, the moon shining down on her. Damn it. Maka growls in frustration. If this is her last night of sleeping soundly, she wanted a peaceful rest. She doesn't want to see any more of anyone's past. There's too much going on in the present. But of course here she is, probably about to see Medusa's past or someone's past that's going to make her question everything and break at her sanity even more. She only has what, probably, one day now? Give her a fucking break. She would rather see death than. Maka stops when she finally looks down from the sky. All thoughts leave her, her breath hissing between her lips. It's her. Another version of herself is staring right at her with those soulless green eyes. They've lost their light, that blank expression. Her shoulders slumped. Wait, no. There's something different about this girl. There's a freckle on her cheek. This is her mother. This broken girl is Kami. Maka thought it was herself that she was seeing her past, but no. She's never seen that blank look in her eyes, never seen her mother look so broken, sad, emotionless. It's really like looking in a mirror now. Kami is a lot older. She looks like she could be 14 or 15. All the life in her eyes is gone. Her mother is gone, and this is a hollow shell of her. Wait, she has seen this look in her mother, but it's been so long. She saw it when she was in the asylum. Maka's eyes shake. She can't handle her mother looking at her with those emotionless eyes, with those broken eyes. Please. A voice cries behind Maka, getting her to look. A woman lays on the ground. She's bleeding out of a wound in her thigh, desperate tears streaming down her face as she looks at her mother. Her face is a wince. She's in pain. If you would stop moving, then you would have been dead the first time. You made this harder on yourself. Kami speaks blankly. Mom. Maka's eyes get wide as she gets out of her mother's way. When she took a step forward, Maka's eyes get wider when she sees her mother lift up her hand, her fingers twitching. Her mother is trying to kill this woman. Her mother wants this woman dead. It gets something to sting in her to see her mother looking at the blood of this woman with no feeling. Have mercy. The woman begs between sobs. Her mother stops. Her fingers pausing, those green orbs flashing. Mercy. Kami speaks and its motor toned those eyes going back to nothingness. Mercy doesn't mean anything to anyone. It's funny I said the same thing you did. I begged too. I asked for mercy, but he didn't give it to me. Kami lifts her hand up higher, it's lighting up those eyes of hers glowing. You should be happy, death is all you're getting dash. Mom. Maka feels that pain in her chest. This must be after that man Maka feels a lump in her throat, but she swallows it. That man didn't just take her mom's innocence away, he broke her, he took everything away from her. Maka can see it and she knows the feeling all too well. She felt it when her mother was taken from her. Kami is about to point at this whimpering woman who is bleeding so much. There is no anger in Kami's eyes, no hate, no sadness. There's nothing there. No. Don't hurt her. A voice suddenly roars, and before Maka can blink there's a man in front of the sobbing woman, now protecting her with his body. He glares so darkly at Kami. Maka notices he has a head wound. I thought I took care of you. Kami doesn't blink. Maka doesn't want to admit it, but damn, it's creepy. Please don't hurt her anymore, just take me. Let her live. For God's sake, she's pregnant. The man cries out. Why would you give yourself for her sake? Don't you know you're going to die? Kami seems confused now. Because I love her. And I would gladly give my life for hers. This seems to do something to her mother. Kami gasps, her eyes wide, the blankness breaks in them, giving way to something else as she looks at this man and woman, looks at the love Maka can see in their eyes. Everything about her mother shatters. Kami slowly lowers her hand, her power stopping. The man gets up and pushes her mother. Kami falls on her, but she doesn't do anything as she watches this man pick up the woman he loves before he runs off with her, saying soothing words to her, rubbing her hair, showing his love for her. Kami puts a hand to her heart. Love. They love each other. Maka watches as her mother's eyes water. She sniffles as she snaps her fingers. A book appears in her hands, a book called Forbidden Love. It looks like one of those cheesy books you can buy for $1 at Walmart. You know, the ones made for horny old ladies, but her mother holds it close, holds it like it's valuable. I've forgotten all about it, love. I wanted that, didn't I? No. I know I want that. This world, it's too cold. Love is the only warmth, isn't it? And I don't have it. I'm freezing. I've killed a lot of people, haven't I? The tears she cries are bitter. She holds her face in her hands. I'm sorry, mother. I've become what you hated. I wasn't strong enough. Maka doesn't know how long Kami sits here crying, mumbling things to herself. Maka couldn't tell you, it's too painful to watch her mother go through the same thing she did with killing, then feeling guilt about it. It's hell, and she's watching her mother go through it. She doesn't deserve this. She didn't deserve anything given to her. Time speeds ahead to Kami just sitting on the ground. Her tears have stopped now. She's just looking up at the sky. That was odd. Medusa appears in front of her, some blood on her cheek. I found the two you were going to kill trying to get back to town. I finished them off. Why didn't you kill them? Again Maka sees close to concern in the snake witch's eyes. I couldn't. Kami closes her eyes. They have something I've always wanted, love. I couldn't kill them. Medusa stares at her a moment before she sighs and holds out her hand to the other girl. Love is a dream, Kami, a dream we cannot have. Come on, grab my hand. We're going home. I like to think love is a wish. Kami grabs her hand and Medusa helps her up. Kami has a faraway look. And that if I kept wishing for it on my birthday it would come true. I never got anything for my birthday, so I thought if I just wish for only that I would get it. I didn't wish to have my mother back. I didn't wish I was stronger. I didn't wish I had friends or a father or a place to live. I wished for love, and you know what I got for my birthday. Kami takes her hand from Medusa and starts walking away from her. Nothing. Like always. I'm not even going to wish for it this year because you were right, Medusa. All my dreams are stupid. Wishing for it is stupid. This year, I won't wish. Wishing is for the innocent. A murderer doesn't get its wish, it kills others for theirs. Kami keeps walking. Medusa is walking next to her, an unreadable expression on her face. Tomorrow, for my birthday, I'll go and be the murderer I am. Don't expect me till later that night. Not like you'll be there. You're always busy, aren't you? I wish you weren't. You're always gone for my birthdays, but they don't mean anything to you, do they? Never had one. Medusa speaks blankly. This gets Kami to tense, that hard look to fall as she looks over at Medusa. I'm sorry. I'm complaining about my birthday when I've had a birthday before. You've never had one. You don't even know when you were born. I'm sorry, I'm just. Kami sighs and shakes her head. A mess, I guess. You've been through a lot. Medusa puts a hand on Kami's shoulder. It's gentle, reassuring. I'm glad you're talking. I'd much rather you complaining. That tells me you aren't broken. Kami stares at her a moment before giving her a small smile. And it's good knowing I'm not broken, so it's not something else for you to fix, right? Right. I have enough to deal with my sister trying to kill you. Medusa shakes her head. If you're broken, it just makes it so much harder to keep you alive. If you don't even care, Medusa, why do you go through all this trouble for me? Kami looks at her, trying to get her to admit something. You're my responsibility. I'm still making you a great witch. My work isn't done. Medusa states blankly. Right. Kami sighs. Like I said, I'll see you later tomorrow. I'm just going to leave now. She fades away. Medusa stops once Kami is gone. A look of confused makes her brows furrow. A birthday. Medusa rubs her chin. She has a faraway look to her eyes before she sighs and snaps her fingers. A crystal ball appears, revealing a hooded figure in it. Medusa. You never call me. The figure cheers. What's up? Is something wrong? No, I'm calling to say I can't help you tomorrow. I have other matters to take care of. But I need a royal dash. Take my sister. Really? You're giving this up to Arachne? I have something else to do. Goodbye. The crystal ball goes blank. Medusa snaps her fingers before the ball disappears. Now Kami said something about a birthday. She's talked about it before. Medusa closes her eyes before a book appears in her hands. How to do birthday parties. This looks ridiculous. Medusa wrinkles her nose at the colorful balloons and the too sweet-looking cake. She stares at it a moment, her eyes narrowing. She grips the book. Why do I even care? Medusa shakes her head. No. I don't care for anything. The snake witch, despite her words, holds onto the book. She disappears with it. Everything fades away. Is Medusa really going to throw her mother a party? She wouldn't, she. Why does she have to see this? She wants nothingness. She wants to forget. She doesn't need to know anymore. The past is painful. Every past is painful of every person. No matter how good your life is, there is pain, there is hard times. There's no such thing as a perfect life. Nothing in this world is perfect, no matter if you're rich or poor, successful or unsuccessful. We all know pain, don't we? Different kinds, different ways, but we all know it. We all have felt it, we understand it. When Maka can see again, she's in darkness. Maka perks up, thinking it's over, that she's about to wake up and not see any more of Medusa, that she can rest in peace and not see her mother so sad, so broken. It hurts her to just think of her mother's eyes, her beautiful mother. If Maka dies tomorrow, she hopes no. She prays that she will see her mother, just a smile, just those beautiful green eyes. Before she's dragged down to hell to burn. The darkness, to Maka's disappointment, is disturbed. A door slowly opens, giving way to light from the moon outside. Why is it so dark? Kami blinks from the doorway. She looks wore out, bags under her eyes. She's dirty from head to toe, her hair a mess. She's not in good shape. Medusa usually leaves the lights on for me. Kami snaps her fingers. The darkness is completely destroyed when the lights come on at her command. Kami and Maka gasp as their eyes fall on someone they didn't know was lurking in the darkness with them. Hello, Kami. Medusa stands there almost awkwardly, her hands behind her back. Hi. Kami blinks again before she looks down at the watch on her wrist. She frowns and looks back up at Medusa. Is everything all right? You had that special mission today, didn't you? Why are you here so early? She walks in and closes the door. She pauses before sniffing the air. Her nose wrinkles. Why does it smell like something burning? Maka, after seeing all the shit she's seen, between kids dying to werewolves to ghosts, you would think nothing could surprise her anymore, yet this does. Medusa blushes. It's the faintest pink, but Maka sees it. Medusa glares at Kami. She almost seems frustrated. I made you a cake. She grumbles. What was that? Kami moves closer. You're mumbling there, Medusa dash. Just follow me. Medusa growls before she grabs Kami by the wrist. The younger girl looks confused as she's pulled roughly into the other room, into the kitchen. Medusa, what the hell is dash? Kami starts only to stop. On the kitchen table is a cake. It's odd-looking, lumpy. It looks like it was supposed to be round but came out a retarded-looking cloud shape. It's covered in chocolate icing but you can smell it's burnt. The cake has big candles in it, not the small ones people usually use for cakes, real, huge ass candles. It looks like the wax is melting on the cake. The candles are already on fire. On the chair in front of the cake one single balloon is tied. Medusa lets go of Kami's wrist so she can stand by the cake. She's glaring at it, not looking at the other woman, but that slight pink is there. I made you a cake. I wasn't sure how to do it, but you make one for birthdays, right? And I know you're supposed to have a lot of balloons, but I hate them, so I put only one on a chair. I have candles and... Medusa seems to be going on a rant to herself before she looks over at Kami, who is staring at her with wide eyes, her mother's mouth slightly open. This gets Medusa to glare back at the cake. Happy birthday, Kami. Silence. Maka sees it in Medusa's eyes, something she's never, ever seen. Insecurity, maybe even fear. Fear of failure. Everyone fears, and Maka thinks she just found out what it is that Medusa fears: failure. The only thing she fears. Medusa takes a deep breath. Did I do something wrong? I read that damn book 3 times. I have a cake. I have a balloon. I have candles and dash. Kami runs over and tackles the other woman in a hug, cutting Medusa off. The snake witch is stunned at how Kami holds her so tightly before she pulls away, such a bright smile on her face, those green eyes sparkling. Medusa, it's perfect. She chuckles, Maka seeing how all the tension in Medusa leaves her. This is you. Kami looks at her with awe, with appreciation. How did you do this? Your mission. Kami frowns. That's not important. I wanted to do this. Medusa speaks bluntly, yet that pink grows at how Kami looks so baffled. You gave up the mission to throw me a party. Kami looks like she's about to cry, but she blinks it off and instead hugs Medusa again. You really didn't have to do all this. You really do care. Medusa grunts. Kami can't see it, but Maka sees how Medusa smiles into the shorter girl's hair. It's crooked, odd, like she isn't used to smiling as she is. It's not sinister, it's not evil. I wouldn't go that far. I was just tired hearing you complain about it. Having a machine as company is no fun. Sure. You can't fool me anymore, Medusa. You care. You really care. Kami laughs, and it's like this has brought her back to life. Maka can't help to feel her heart warm and ache. They really were good friends. Whatever you say, Kami. Medusa shakes her head as Kami pulls away and grins at her. Don't you have a cake to eat? Fuck yeah, I do. Kami smiles as she takes her seat in front of the cake. Her eyes soften in happiness and amusement at the odd-looking cake, but she doesn't make fun of it. She doesn't say anything about the large candles. She just enjoys what she has. Medusa watches her, such a different look in those snake eyes of hers. She doesn't even look like Medusa. She looks human. Normal. Well, make your wish, I guess. Medusa crosses her arms. It's a weird thing to do, but it's what the book said is supposed to happen. I can't blow them out until you sing to me. Kami grins at this older woman. The happy birthday song. Just blow out the candles. Medusa grumbles. Okay. Kami chuckles before she looks at the large flames. They dance in front of her. She closes her eyes and blows. All of the candles go out. Now let's see how you did. Kami takes the knife laying next to the cake and cuts a slice. Maka can't help to smile now, seeing her mother back to normal. It's such a relief. And it's because of Medusa. Medusa was there for her mother. Kami puts the slice on her plate that was sitting in front of her. She grabs a fork, takes a piece of it and stuffs it into her mouth happily. Her mother's face falls slightly. She chews slowly before swallowing. It looked like it went down with difficulty. It was bad, wasn't it? Medusa sighs, getting Kami to give her a sheepish smile. I wouldn't say it's bad, it has a interesting taste. Her mother puts another piece into her mouth. She winces slightly. It has a lot of texture. I know it's bad, Kami. Medusa shakes her head. I'm never cooking again. I hate it. I thought it would be easy, since it's close to making potions, but it wasn't. It's ridiculous. I hate technology. I will get myself a maid to do all my cooking. Medusa grumbles. Kami laughs at the older woman. Oh come on, cooking isn't that bad. You'll get the hang of it. She puts another piece in her mouth. If it's bad, why do you continue to eat it? Medusa blinks as Kami finishes her piece and starts going for a second one. Because Kami stops to look up at the older woman, a soft smile on her face, those green eyes beautiful. You made it for me. Medusa's eyes flashed. She stares at Kami with an unreadable expression before she grabs her wrist, stopping her from getting another piece. She doesn't say anything as she picks up a fork, gets some of the cake on it and putting it in her mouth. This is disgusting. You're not eating any more of this garbage. Medusa picks the cake up before throwing it into the trash can. She looks pissed. Next time I'll buy you cake. Next time. Kami's eyes get a bit wide. She looks so surprised as Medusa turns around. Yes. Next time. Medusa scratches her cheek before she sighs. Wait here. She fades away. When she comes back, she has a wrapped box in her hands. Medusa, you bitch. Kami's eyes get even wider. You did not get me a gift, you. Kami looks so taken aback, but her eyes are sparkling in happiness. I didn't have much time, but the book said the 16th birthday is important, so I thought I should make you something. Medusa hands it to Kami, who holds it carefully. It's not much. Kami seems stunned. She slowly opens up the box. She seems almost shaky as her eyes fall on what lies in the box. It's a necklace of a crested moon. It shines in the light. It's beautiful. This necklace holds power. If you're ever in a fix, just think of home or think of me and you'll be brought back here. It's also a charm for protection. Medusa takes the necklace out of the box, unhooking it. Hold up your hair. Kami, without a word, does. She holds up her hair. Medusa puts the necklace around her mother's neck before hooking it back up. She takes a step back, admiring the necklace on Kami. What do you think? Her mother doesn't answer for a moment. She grabs the necklace on her chest. Then she cries. Kami cries. Medusa takes a step back in alarm. She frowns slightly. What's dash? She can't finish before Kami is on her, tackling her in a hug. Kami cries into her shoulder, the snake witch tense. Thank you. Kami wheezes out. You have done so much for me, Medusa. You've taken care of me, trained me, protected me. You listened to me, and now you've given me a party. You dropped everything just to do this for me. You really are my friend, you. Kami pulls away. Her face is mere inches from Medusa's, those tears falling down slightly, but she's smiling so brightly, her face red. I love it, Medusa. This necklace, the cake, it was perfect. I wouldn't say the cake was perfect. Medusa states blankly, but she's smiling. It's small, but she can't hide it now. She's pleased. Oh, shut up, it was fine. Just lumpy and burnt and crunchy. Kami chuckles at the look Medusa gives her. Okay, the cake was pretty bad, but I still liked it. Haven't had a birthday cake since my mom was alive. I bet her cake wasn't crunchy. Medusa grunts, but she seems amused. Well, no. Kami hums. She tightens her grip on her friend. But still, thank you, Medusa, thank you for everything. She smiles brightly. You're welcome. Medusa smiles slightly back. Maka expects them to pull away soon, but they don't. Kami holds on to Medusa. Silence has fallen over them. She's just staring at Medusa. Her smile has fallen and now she has an odd look on her face. Medusa's smile has fallen. She stares at Kami back with her eyebrow raised. She's confused as to why Kami hasn't let her go yet, and so is Maka. That's when Kami's eyes flash. Before she leans in and kisses Medusa on the mouth. Everything stops for Maka. Her jaw drops as she watches her mother kiss Medusa. The snake witch looks just as shocked as her. Her yellow eyes are wide, her whole body tense. The kiss is just lips pressed against lips, but it's there, and all Maka can do is stare frozen. She's in shock. She knows it. What the hell was that? Medusa pulls Kami off of her, her eyes still wide. She still seems taken aback. It all makes sense now. Kami breathes out. She's blushing so badly. All those wishes for someone to love. She locks eyes with Medusa. And that someone is you. What? Maka can't help but to scream out. She knows her face has a look of horror, of confusion, of just shock. Excuse me. Medusa blinks. Are you feeling okay, Kami? That is ridiculous dash. Is it? Kami challenges. She grips onto Medusa tighter. Hear me out. You are my only friend, the only one that was kind to me. I've read that love starts from friendship. Men sicken me, and you make me feel good. Kami blushes, but she holds contact with Medusa. Maybe, just maybe, I could love you. Maybe we could make a change. Two witches loving each other. We could make history. You could be my love. Kami, we can't love. You can't love me and I can't love you. This idea of yours is crazy. You're not thinking clearly dash. I am. Kami stops her getting closer. I know it will take time but I want to try. Kami looks into Medusa's wide eyes. I want to love you. Kami leans in again claiming Medusa's lips for her own. This time they move. Kami's face is so red as she wraps her arms around Medusa's neck. The kiss is soft, full of longing, full of her dreams, full of want of love. Medusa stands there a moment in shock again. Maka thinks she's about to push her away. Only for Medusa's eyes to close. Her hands go to Kami's hips. Medusa, the snake witch, kisses her mother back. Everything fades away. Maka is frozen as she watches scenes fly by with these two. This wasn't their last kiss. They kiss a lot more, a lot deeper. They work together fighting, yet when they come back home Medusa holds Kami's hand. They end up sleeping in the same bed. As time goes by Maka sees scenes of her mother laughing and Medusa smiling. They get their tongues pierced together before making out. Her mother looks happy and so does Medusa. They get closer, staying up at night to talk. Medusa laughs. Medusa is happy. Maka is still frozen as everything stops. Kami is kneeling in front of her bed, her hands together in prayer. Dear God. Kami winces but she takes a deep breath. I know me talking to you. What the hell, but I want you to know, I'm sorry for all the damage I've caused. I don't want to be like this, but I was born a witch. You see, I want to be like the humans. I want to love, I want to have it. Kami looks up at the sky. I ask this of you. I've been with Medusa for 2 years. Do I already have love? I don't think so. Please give me love, let me feel it. Kami bows her head. Even if it isn't with Medusa. This is said quietly, almost painfully. Amen. She growls in pain. She lets out a sigh of relief as she gets up and sits on her bed. Only for Medusa to appear in her room. You're home early. Kami grins over at the other woman. Kami looks 18 now, Medusa 20. Simple mission. Killed about 5 witch hunters, fed them to my snakes. Medusa chuckles as she takes a seat next to Kami, her mother leaning over and giving her a peck on the lips. Now do you remember our plans for tomorrow? Medusa looks at her seriously. Yeah. Kami frowns. I really wish we didn't have to do this. I don't want to get involved with any man. If only you had some sperm. Medusa. Kami chuckles. Then we wouldn't have to worry about getting you pregnant. Medusa smirks at how Kami's face catches on fire. Would we? Oh, shut up. Kami grumbles as she gets up off the bed. She walks to a mirror, looking at herself. I don't know if I can do this. Medusa having sex with a man. It will remind me of. Kami shudders. Medusa stares at her a moment before she walks up behind Kami. She wraps her arms around her from behind, laying her head on Kami's. I know. I know it's going to be hard, but we must have children. We must pass on our powers. The only good thing men have to offer us is their sperm. Medusa plays with Kami's hair. Don't worry, it's only one time, then you'll never have to see that man again. Medusa presses her lips to Kami's ear. When the time comes, just picture it's me making love to you instead. I was going to do that anyway. Kami leans back into Medusa, closing her eyes. One time, right? One time and you never have to see him again. We will have our baby girls. Medusa trails off. And together we raise them. Kami smiles. That's the only part I like about this stupid plan. Medusa chuckles slightly as she turns Kami around. The younger girl is pouting. Don't make that face. Medusa cups Kami's cheeks, smirking. I promise it won't be that bad. If you break your promise, I'm kicking your ass. Oh really? Medusa raises an eyebrow. You really think you can beat me? Of course. You shouldn't be so cocky, Medusa. Kami smirks. I'm not a little girl anymore. You're correct in that. You're not little anymore, are you? Medusa licks her lips with that snake's tongue, getting Kami to fluster. You get worked up so easily. Fuck you. Kami growls. As you wish. Medusa pulls her face to hers. She kisses Kami softly, cupping her cheeks. The kiss is deep, both girls' eyes closing. They melt in each other. Everything fades away. Maka is still frozen completely. That is what? No. Her mother and Medusa were they? Her mind can't process it. Maka lays on the ground, her legs curled to her chest. She stares at the fireplace in front of her. She twitches slightly, her eyes wide. Medusa and her mother kissing, holding each other. Her mother and Medusa. She's literally frozen. She thought she's seen it all, but that damn. She can't comprehend it. So she just lays there twitching. Maka. Custos frowns when he sees the girl's state. He gets up from his praying position. I wouldn't even bother. Death grumbles, rubbing her temples, her head laying against the bars of her cage. Nothing you could say or do could help her right now. What has happened? Custos looks at Death with concern. You don't look so good either. Are you okay? What the fuck do you care, Angel? Death snarls. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. It's sickening. She shakes her head. Maka will work it out by herself. Just leave her alone. Custos stares at her a moment. He looks at Death, trying to see if she has dark intent, but there is none. She isn't trying to hurt Maka, so he nods. Okay. Custos continues to stare at Death, who is looking down, a look in her eyes that no one could read, but if the angel didn't know better, it would look as Death is sad. Death. Custos takes a seat so he's sitting next to her cage, those eyes holding concern even for Death. What is the matter, Dash? Are you really asking me what the fuck is the matter? This girl growls and glares at him. Well, let's see, I have a fucking day to live. Maka is going to die and I'm going to fucking die with her. I'm stuck in this fucking cage and... Death grips the bars, her teeth grinding. That demon, that asshole betrayed us. I knew it. I fucking knew it. He doesn't care about anyone but himself, the fucking lying bastard. Is that what's making you sad? That the demon has betrayed you? Custos speaks softly. Death tenses. I don't give a shit about that asshole. It just pisses me off. I'm going to fucking die because of him. I'm not sad. I'm glad he's fucking gone now. I don't have to fucking deal with him messing with me and being a jackass. Death grips her bars tighter. Now I can be alone. But you don't want to be alone. Shut the hell up, Custos. I'm Death. Death is a lone figure, the last one standing when this world rots. Dash. When life completely rots, you'll rot with it. When life completely rots, I don't give a shit what happens to me. That's my goal, to destroy all life. Well, the world is being destroyed now, yet you don't seem happy. You are taking people by the thousands every minute. I am happy. That's not what your eyes say. Dash. Fuck you, Custos. I don't need a angel telling me how I fucking feel. I don't even know why you're talking to me, protector of life. Death snaps, glaring so darkly at him. There can no longer be life without death. Custos' expression doesn't change. There cannot be life without death, nor death without life. You're connected to life, that is why you two share the same body. You believe I hate you. Yet I understand your role is important. Custos watches how Death's face falls. I understand you, Death. Get the hell away from me, Custos. Go suck a dick. Death growls, but she can't look at the angel. She glares down at the floor. Death takes away life, but you still feel. You're not all hate like you wish everyone to believe. Custos gets up. If you need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. Death doesn't say anything as the angel walks away, but she looks up, looking at this angel with a look no one could understand. You're so gay, Custos. Death grunts. God bless you too, Death. Damn it. Death hisses in pain. You did that on purpose, asshole. The jolt of pain snaps Maka out of her state. The fireplace room fades away. Maka's eyes slowly open. Her vision is blurry for a moment before it focuses. She's staring up at the ceiling, a cold pressure on her left side, a warm one on her right. She doesn't turn to look at her family, she just stares up at the ceiling. This is her last morning. This is her last day of life. Maka. A soft voice speaks to her right. She turns her head slightly to look at Krona. He's trembling. He looks nervous, scared, worried. Are you okay? You were twitching a lot in your sleep. Another voice speaks to her left, deeper, stronger. She glances over at Ragnarok, those piercing blue eyes boring into her, yet she sees the concern, the worry, the fear. They're on edge. This is her last day. Maka winces when an image of her mother and Medusa kissing comes back to her mind. She closes her eyes tightly and takes a shaky breath, trying to dismiss it. She doesn't need to be thinking about shit like that now, especially when her sanity is everything. Yeah, I'm fine, just a nightmare. What was it about? Krona grips her tighter, those pale blue eyes full of love. He frowns. I'd rather not talk about it. Maka doesn't open her eyes. Are you sure? Ragnarok grips her tighter. He's tense. Maka can feel it. Yeah. I'm sure. I don't want to think about it. Maka takes a deep breath. Silence falls over them. Maka keeps her eyes closed, but she can feel these two boys' gazes on her. The room is full of tension, full of uncertainty and fear and anxiety. She doesn't like it. She doesn't want this tension. So. Maka breaks the quiet, her lips moving up in a weak grin. Today's my last day, huh? Just like that, Maka said what everyone was thinking but no one wanted to say. She opens her eyes to look at her family, the family that this may be the last time she lays with them, the last time she sees them. Krona is shaky. He looks like he's about to cry, his eyes wide. Ragnarok is gripping his fist, his being flickering. Those eyes hold fire, yet Maka can still see the fear. This isn't you fucking last day. Ragnarok growls. You're not going anywhere, bitch, you hear me? I won't let the fucker touch you. Please don't say things like that, Maka. Krona grabs her hand tightly. I'll fight for you to the end. Krona takes a deep breath. I'll follow you wherever you go. Where I'm going you can't follow, Krona. Maka thinks of the fire of Stein, of her fate. She closes her eyes. I want you guys to know. She reopens her eyes, a fire in them. I don't want to die. I don't want to be away from you two. I love you both. This family is everything to me, so I'll fight. I'll fight to my fucking dying breath. I'm not backing down. There will be no fucking last breath. Maka sees the tension leave Ragnarok a bit. Maybe he feels better at seeing the fire in her eyes, that she won't just give up, that she's willing to fight. Why you won't die? I won't let you. Krona hugs her. He's shaking so bad. Maka rubs his back soothingly, a small smile on her face. She hears him sniffle. Why are you crying? Maka pulls him off so she can look into those watery eyes and that flushed face. I'm not dead yet, am I? And no, but. He sniffles again. I am so sorry. This isn't your fault, Krona. Maka grips him firmly. It's all that demon's fault. Don't blame yourself, alright? We'll get the fucker back. Krona catches how Ragnarok glares at him. It's obvious the ghost doesn't have the same opinion as Maka. He's still pissed about what Krona has done. He hasn't said anything else to Krona after Maka asked them to stop fighting, but those eyes show just how mad he still is, how right now he's biting his tongue. The pink-haired boy's gaze shifts for a moment, but he nods. He can't help but to think of Judas the demon with the mad smile and those haunted eyes. Krona doesn't understand. Why won't Judas talk to him now? He keeps trying to reach him, but he doesn't show up. The demon just took the gem and ran, yet he told Maka that he brainwashed Krona, so. What exactly is Judas doing? Is he really Krona's best friend? Or a traitor? Maka smiles as she snuggles in closer to these two boys. This may be the last time she will be held in their arms, the last time she feels Krona's warmth and Ragnarok's cold. She takes it in, takes in all she can about these two boys. This is it. Maka's last day. Let me the fuck out, bitch. Death growls. Maka feels the cage rocking. Maka. Custo's voice speaks softly. Would you like to pray? Today is the last day. God is always listening. He knows of your hardships. Do you wish to pray to him today? Maka thinks about it. She thinks about her mother praying. She thinks about the light that came down from the sky. Thinks that this great being gave her back her powers, saved her life last night. Yes. She thinks in her head and she hears a soft sigh. Go to the garden. Don't you fucking dare, bitch. You're a witch. What the hell is wrong with you? God doesn't care about you. Death roars. We're going to the garden. Maka states, suddenly getting both boys to look at her. What? Why? Ragnarok blinks at how she sits up. To pray. Pray. Krona seems confused. Praying doesn't do shit. God isn't dash. Ragnarok starts to go off, only for Maka to grab his wrist with Krona's. They all fade away. When they reappear, they're in the garden, the sun shining brightly down on them. Ragnarok watches in disbelief as Maka falls to her knees. Are you fucking serious? Praying will hurt you. It's not like that asshole is listening dash. Whether he is or isn't, I want to pray. She looks over at the raven. It's my last day. This gets Ragnarok to tense badly. He looks at her with those piercing blue eyes. He seems to be glaring, yet there's a sadness, a worry trying to be hidden in that glare. Anything he was going to say stops on his lips before they can make a sound. Let's all pray. Mako looks at the two boys. Her eyes fall on Ragnarok. Please? If we all pray, he might just listen. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, just hold my hand. Oh, okay, Maka. Krona walks over to her. He kneels next to her. He seems nervous, but he puts his hand in hers. They both look at Ragnarok expectantly. The raven looking at Maka's bright green eyes, those eyes full of life and fire, those eyes that this might be the last time he sees. No. Ragnarok growls, but he kneels next to Maka, taking her hand in his. She smiles softly at him before taking a deep breath. I'll start first. If you want to add anything, you can say it out loud, or you can just think it. Here I go. Maka grips their hands tighter. Dear God. She winces. Maka, this is hurting you. Krona frowns deeply at seeing she's starting to sweat. This is fucking pointless. Ragnarok snaps at the wince. I know I've done wrong, that the world is falling apart because of me, that I've killed the innocents, that I've destroyed families. I don't deserve your help, I don't deserve any kindness, but you see, this is my last day. I know. A witch like me doesn't deserve heaven, so I won't ask for that. I won't even dream that I'll be in that wonderful place. Maka speaks softly, her eyes closed. The boys have gone silent. What I ask of you, O God. She trembles at the pain of this. Is to have mercy on me, to have mercy on my soul. I know I shouldn't even ask for this, that I deserve everything that has happened to me. I'm not asking for my life to be spared, not even a happy ending. I just want to fix everything. I want justice to be served. I want the end of the world to stop. I don't want to be the cause of the world being destroyed. Please don't put that on me. Mako looks up at the sky. She feels the lump in her throat, her eyes stinging. And if you don't want to give me that, please. She's trembling. Let me see my mother again. Let me see my beautiful mother again. Let me know she's okay, that she's happy. If I fail, if I die, if I go to hell, that is the only thing I ask for, that I can see her smile one last time. I beg of you. Maka bows her head, a silent tear falling down her face. Have mercy on me. Her words linger in the air. No one speaks, and Maka dare not look at them. Do you have anything to add? She asks them, keeping her voice steady. I already prayed with you. Krona's voice seems a bit shaky. I have nothing to add. Ragnarok doesn't seem as hard anymore. Okay. Maka takes a deep breath. Amen. She hisses in pain as she ends the prayer. She lets go of their hands, taking deep breaths. Maka. She hears both their voices speaking her name softly. She looks over at the both of them and she grins weakly. I'm fine. Ragnarok and Krona get up, both holding out a hand for her to take. She puts her hands in both of them. They grip her tightly as they help her up together. We better head to the dining room. Ragnarok looks at her seriously. We have a lot of fucking work to do. We go to war with Arachne tomorrow. So be prepared for Medusa pushing you. Hell, she's going to be pushing us all. Right. Maka takes a deep breath. Arachne is going fucking down. She's going to pay for what she's done to me. What she's done to my mother. A rage builds in her, getting rid of the sadness fueling her with hate. We're all going to pay. Krona mumbles softly to himself. Maka doesn't hear, but Ragnarok does. He gives him a deadly glare, getting the pink-haired boy to tense, his gaze shifting. Let's do this. Maka takes a deep breath before she hugs both Ragnarok and Krona. She holds them tightly like this is their last hug. And maybe it is. They hold her back. They both need her and she needs them. They don't want to be away from her and she doesn't want to be away from them. They are her happiness, what helps her move on. Everything's going to be fine. Ragnarok's rare soft voice speaks against her ear. I'll never let you go. Krona's shaky yet loving voice trembles against her other ear. Maka closes her eyes, their love fueling her. She can't fail. She doesn't want to die. Not yet. Not now. They all fade away, all knowing it's only going to get harder, it's only going to get deeper. They all know today is Maka's last. Ow. Maka and Ragnarok groan as soon as they appear in the dining room. A pain stings them quickly, Maka wincing and Ragnarok grinding his teeth. Maka, are you okay? Krona grabs her in concern, his eyes wide with confusion. Maka looks around the dining room. It's dark in here, Nothing but candles on the table lighting this room. The table is also filled with crosses. The cause of both Maka's and Ragnarok's discomfort. Shit, I forgot to warn you about this. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. Krona and Maka look at him confused. What are you talking about? What is this? Maka starts. My apologizes. A voice coos, getting Maka to look back over at the table. Medusa comes out of the shadows, the light from the candles illuminating her face. It's obvious the crosses are affecting her, but she's hiding it better than Maka and Ragnarok. Next to her is a very anxious-looking Free. He's frowning, looking around as if he's looking for something. The brute of a man almost looks like he's concerned, but that can't be. I know this isn't very comfortable. If you wish, Maka, you may leave with Ragnarok. Those stone eyes fall on her son and he tenses. You stay, Krona. Why? What is all this? Maka gets in front of Krona protectively, not liking the look of this, yet she can't look Medusa in the eyes, and if she looked at the Snake Witch, she would see Medusa isn't really looking at her either. We are getting rid of that demon once and for all. He will not enter this house. Medusa takes a step closer. This is an exorcism, if you will. We can't afford to have that demon around. He could try to hurt you, or learn our plans and try to counter them. A exorcism. Maka looks over at Ragnarok. He didn't say anything about this. The raven nods at her, his piercing blue eyes firm. He believes this has to be done too. She glances back at Krona, who is trembling, his eyes shifting. Krona doesn't know what to do. A exorcism? What's going to happen to Judas? Will he never see him again? Will it hurt Krona? Maka's question breaks his thoughts. He looks up at his mother. No. Krona won't be harmed, but the demon. Medusa's lips curl in a sick smile. He will be sent straight to hell to rot. This exorcism isn't holy, no. The only one that will be hurt is the demon. Judas. Krona's breath hisses. He'll be sent back to hell. This will hurt him. Krona's chest is tightening in anxiety because he doesn't know if Judas is his friend or not. Krona can't deny this though. He doesn't want the demon getting hurt. A part of him trusts Judas. All those things couldn't have been lies, could they? He's his best friend, right? Good. Maka smiles at this, a fire in her eyes, a grin coming to her lips. Then I want to see this. I want to see that fucker rot for taking advantage of Krona. For fucking betraying us. Maka is growling in her rage. Ragnarok gives Krona a look and he tenses badly, hoping the other boy can't see the turmoil he's going through. Hope he can't see through him, can't see that he doesn't want to hurt the demon. Ragnarok already hates him enough. Seriously, where is she? Free mumbles to himself. He's looking more anxious by the minute. Yes. Medusa glares into Krona. This is getting hard for him to deal with. He clings to Maka, feeling the tension. He's not so sure Maka feels it though. Krona, have a seat. It's okay, Krona, we'll make the demon pay. Maka grips his hand as she leads him over to the chair. His heartbeat is picking up speed. He doesn't know what he should do, how he should feel, but Maka is pulling him. And he will follow her anywhere. Krona sits in the seat. Maka has her hands on his shoulders. Ragnarok stands behind him, looking down at him with a look Krona gets. Ragnarok doesn't trust Krona. It's obvious. Ragnarok is so close right now because he thinks Krona might run. Might try to get out of this. Running doesn't sound like such a bad idea. Now Krona. Medusa takes a step closer, a book in her hands. She's wincing now. The crosses are starting to take their toll on Maka and Ragnarok. They're irritating like bee stings. Maka stays though. She wants to see this. All I need from you is... Medusa leans closer, her eyes glowing. The demon's name. Krona tenses, his gaze shifts and he knows he's trembling more. If I tell you my name, we get so much closer. I've never told anyone my name. It's everything to me. It's my weakness. Are you really my best friend? He hears Judas' voice in his head, remembering how he stared at Krona with those haunting eyes. Why, yeah, I'm your best friend. Krona's breath hisses at his own voice. Judas trusts him with his name. If he was a traitor, why would he give him that? I know he told you his name, Krona. What is it? Medusa's eyes narrow. Unless you are on his side. Ragnarok's eyes narrow with hers. Maka only gives Krona's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Krona isn't on his side. Maka states firmly before smiling at this boy. Go ahead, tell them his name. Maka believes in him. Medusa and Ragnarok are looking at him the same. They don't trust him. They don't believe it was all the demon. Krona closes his eyes. He bites his lip to stop his whimper. Maka wants him to tell him his name, but the demon, if he does this, he'll be the traitor. What if the demon hasn't betrayed him? Krona. Maka sounds like she's frowning. He blurts out the first thing that comes to his mind. Be blue. Krona shrieks, opening his eyes. His name is Blue. Blue. Medusa's eyes seem to be trying to see through him. Ragnarok looks suspicious. Oh yeah. Maka steps in, saving Krona from their glares. His name is Blue. I remember him saying that once. Maka hugs Krona. See? Krona is for us, not the demon. That asshole took control of him before. Medusa doesn't say anything, but with Maka agreeing with the name, she nods. Krona, if you lied. If this name isn't the one, I'll know. I will lock you up, and you will not come out. Do you understand me? You will stay here for the war. I'm not putting up with this anymore. We don't have time for it. Medusa growls. Krona nods, trying to hide how he gulped. Oh god, this is it. Maybe he should have just given up the demon's name, but he couldn't. Blue. Medusa starts the book, lighting up. I know your name, I know your game. It's over for you, there's nothing left for you to do. Your host is mine, you have ran out of time. The fires of hell are calling, it's time for you to be falling. Burn, and rot. Melt, and scream. I know your name. Medusa cries out in a loud voice. Go from whence you came. Just when this chat is over, the room is filled with screaming, a blood-curdling scream. It shakes this place. Krona's face falls. That scream. It's the demons, it's Judas, but he gave the wrong name, right? His name is Judas, not Blue, right? Unless he was lying, the scream sounds too real to be fake. It sounds so painful. Krona, how could you? The demon screeches, though Krona can't see him. His words are like a stab to the heart. He thought he was doing good for him. He didn't mean. Soon the screaming stops, and so does the mansion's shaking. It's over. Medusa snaps her fingers and all the crosses banish. Maka, Ragnarok, and Medusa letting out a sigh of relief. Good job, Krona. Maka beams at him. Krona forces his smile. You got rid of the bastard. There you fucking go. Ragnarok sighs, attention leaving him. He thought Krona was going to give the wrong name. But Ragnarok doesn't forgive easily. Okay, you guys got the fucking demon gone, and it's... Free looks at the clock. It's fucking 1 o'clock. He frowns deeply before looking at Maka. Have you seen Erika? She usually gets me up all fucking early, but I haven't seen her today. Would you stop worrying so much, Free? Medusa waves off his concern. She probably is just oversleeping. What a lazy twit. Medusa chuckles darkly. Free is usually a goofy guy, laid back, but at Medusa's words Maka sees it, the hint of anger flash through those eyes of his. She isn't lazy, you know. She does all the fucking work around this place. You work her like a dog. Oh? But you see, Free, Erika gave herself to me. She's mine to command, so if I want her to be a dog, if I want to work her like one, I will. For not being on the job, it's despicable. I might just have to end her. You won't touch her. Free surprises everyone with his growl, yet even in his eyes, he seems surprised by the words that came out of his mouth or the possessiveness he feels over the frog witch. This gets Medusa to crack a smile. She laughs. She puts a hand to her stomach. Her laughter is a crackle, loud evil. Maka glances over at Ragnarok, wondering if he knows what's going on. He shrugs his shoulders, but something about the look in Medusa's eyes is getting him to tense. Krona is looking down at his hands, his bangs covering his eyes. What the fuck is so funny? Free snaps. His face is falling. He seems to be worried now. Oh, nothing, Free. Medusa waves him off. If you're so worried about Erika, why don't you go check on her? I'm sure she's just sleeping. Medusa's lips curl around the word sleeping. Free gives Medusa a look. Maka has never seen the man like this. His face is a bit pale, and before Maka can blink, he's gone off to find Erika. She wonders if those two have a thing. She guesses they would be cute together. Maka doesn't think much of this exchange. She doesn't see any reason for Free's behavior. Now that is out of the way, Medusa doesn't look at Maka. Maka, we must train. I will work you the hardest I ever have. This is our last day. Medusa looks over at Ragnarok. You and Krona are free to do whatever. Medusa fades away. Maka, meet me in the training room. Here we go. Maka takes a deep breath. I have a feeling I'm going to be taking a nap after this. Get as much as you fucking can out of this. Ragnarok looks her in the eyes. Krona looks up to give her a worried look. Be careful, Maka. He seems a bit shaken up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Maka tries to seem strong, but she isn't. This is her last day, but she hasn't been thinking about that. You know what you two should do while I'm gone? She looks between the two boys. You guys should play some video games. Relax, hell. She smiles slightly. We have war tomorrow. Enjoy yourselves. With that she fades away, leaving Krona with Ragnarok. As soon as Maka leaves, the air gets so thick with tension and so quiet. Krona dare not look at Ragnarok right now, but he knows the other boy is still beside him. Krona trembles. He wants to say something, anything. He wants to fix his relationship with Ragnarok, but he's too scared to even talk. I'm leaving. I'll be back in 2 hours to check on Maka. Ragnarok states bluntly. He doesn't look at the other boy. He walks a couple of steps. Krona whips his head up, his eyes wide, and then somehow a word come out of his closing throat. Wait. Ragnarok pauses, but he doesn't look back at Krona. Aye. Krona swallows. He might as well keep going. He grips his arm tightly with the other, his gaze shifting. His throat is hurting, his heart is beating so fast. Should we talk or something, Ragnarok? About why, you know. Krona wheezes out. I know you're still mad at me. I know you don't trust me, but you have to believe me, when I say I did it for Maka. I thought it was going to help her. Stop. The pink-haired boy tenses at the coldness of that one word. Ragnarok looks back, those piercing blue eyes freezing him more than any blizzard could. I don't want to hear it. I don't even want to fucking talk about it anymore. Maka might believe that bullshit about the demon controlling you, but I know better. I know you, Krona. You trusted that demon willingly. You gave him the fucking gem willingly. This is Maka's fucking last day because of you. So you know what? There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing I want to say to you. Just being around you fucking pisses me off. Who am I supposed to believe? Krona cries out. He feels his eyes start to water. After everything. After what we know, how can you be sure Medusa wasn't lying? That the gem would have harmed Maka, Medusa wouldn't have given her anything to lower her time. You know she fucking wants Arachne dead. Ragnarok growls. Who are you supposed to fucking believe? You're supposed to believe me. We are supposed to be a fucking team, but you took it on yourself to do something fucking heroic without telling us. You put your trust in someone outside of the family, and now you fucked Maka over, Our Ragnarok, I didn't, Krona starts. You were fucking upset about that demon leaving. I saw that look in your eyes. I know you too fucking well. Being with you for most of your fucking life, you weren't about to tell her his name. Ragnarok's being flickers. I You disgust me. Ragnarok snarls out. This stops any words from coming out of Krona's mouth. His chest tightens, it twists painfully at how Ragnarok looks at him at those words said in the cruelest of ways. You care for the fucking traitor when Maka could fucking die tomorrow because of him. You still care for him. Ragnarok fumes. He turns his back on Krona, who has a hand to his heart, looking at him with those pale blue eyes all watery, full of sadness with pain. The only reason I'm not knocking the shit out of you right now is because of Maka. This is her fucking last day and she doesn't want us fighting, so for her, stay the fuck away from me. Don't talk to me, try not to even look at me. You get my being to crawl. I just can't fucking believe you, Krona. Krona can't speak. He just reaches out for Ragnarok, weakly reaches out for his old friend, reaches out to the boy that used to be his only friend. Ragnarok fades away, not sparing Krona a glance when the other boy is gone. Silent tears fall down the pink-haired boy's face as he drops his outreached hand limply to his side. He lost his old friend. Judas. Krona calls for the demon, needing him now just to see him, to have a friend, to be reassured that Krona didn't hurt the demon. But Judas doesn't show. He lost his best friend. Krona stands there alone, not knowing if he did anything right or wrong. The uncertainty is horrible. He feels pain in his chest. His mind is swirling. It hurts. He's close to breaking down. You disgust me. Krona falls to his knees. He holds his face in his hands and sobs. They come out of his lungs like glass, hurting him. It doesn't hurt as much as those words did. He's alone again, and for these 2 hours he's just going to be alone with nothing but his thoughts. I am sorry. He wheezes out between sobs. But no one hears him. And no one will forgive him. Maka takes a deep breath, her forehead being pressed against the cold metal door, the door separating her from pain from Medusa. She hopes she looked a lot more braver and stronger than she feels right now. Can you imagine? Knowing you only have 1 day to live? And with all that's going on, it's hard for her to stay sane. Maka is fighting through. She doesn't think how this is her last day. She thinks about her family. She thinks about fixing the world. She daydreams. In her dreams the world is normal again. Everyone that died is back and with their families. Arachne is dead. Maka has peace. But this isn't her dream world. Her dreams don't come true. In her world she is death. She is the cause for tears for rot. In her world, Arachne lives. The demon is after her in her world. She only has a day left. Maka's chest hurts. It's hard for her to even wrap her head around the idea that this is it. This might be the last day she ever sees Krona and Ragnarok again. This thought puts a lump in her throat, but she swallows it down. She is her own hope. She is her own hero. If she wants a happy ending, she has to fucking fight for it. She'll fight to the fucking end. After all this shit she's been through, after all the fucking pain and loss, she wants her fucking happy ending. Cinderella had a fairy to all her work. Snow White only had to be kissed. Rapunzel only had to let her hair down. They all got their happy endings and they barely did shit. Happy endings came to them, heroes and knights came to their rescue. She is her own knight. Her own hero. Her happy ending isn't going to be given to her. So she'll fucking fight to the end. She will slay the dragon. She'll kill the witch. She'll do everything to have her happy ending. And yet she knows she doesn't deserve it. Her happy ending isn't her happiness. It isn't love, it isn't peace. Maka's happy ending is simple. Justice. The evil rot and the innocent get their lives back. Even if that means she rots too. Maka takes a deep breath before she grips her fist. Now isn't the time for fear, not the time for delay. She only has 1 more day. And her happy ending is waiting for her. The doors open by themselves and Maka walks in, a fire in her eyes, determination flowing through her veins. Arachne will fail, that bitch will pay for everything she's done to her mother. To Maka she will feel her wrath, no part of her will be spared. Step 1 to her happy ending, fucking kill Arachne. Winning this war. Once Arachne is dead, that means the demon will disappear too, right? Sign she put the curse on her. So the world will be free of madness. Maka will be set free, then the end of the world will stop too, right? You're thinking hard. A voice gets her to tense. She wipes her head up to see Medusa staring at her, those snake eyes of hers boring into Maka's. Kami had the same look. What's on your mind, my child? At the mention of her mother, Maka tenses, remembering something she really wanted to forget about. Medusa and her mother kissing. Maka gets pale at the thought. Medusa turns her back to her. She has a book in her hands. She seems to be reading it. Maka takes a deep breath. She has a couple of questions, really. So, tomorrow we go to war. Maka takes a deep breath. Yes. Arachne will not be expecting such a quick attack. We have the element of surprise. The attack will be at dawn when most of her troops will be asleep. My minions will create a distraction while you sneak into Arachne's chambers. Medusa closes the book. Then she's all yours. I'll be there to help you, of course, if you need it, but I know it's you who wants to kill her. You got that right. Maka grips her fist. Medusa seems to know what she's doing. It sounds like a pretty good plan. Maybe they really can do this. And when I kill Arachne? Maka thinks for a moment. Does that mean the curse will be broken? Yes. The curse will be destroyed and the demon will be sent back to hell. A new demon god of madness will be chosen, but Azura will be cast back to hell and he won't get out. Medusa turns back to look at Maka. What about the world? Maka frowns. She grabs at her vest nervously. Once the demon is gone, will the world go back to normal? Will the madness stop spreading? The world will never go back to normal. Medusa states bluntly. Maka feels her stomach drop. Even with the demon gone, the damage has been done. Most of the world has been ripped apart. Society has fallen apart. People are killing people and they're not even mad. They are fearful. They are selfish. The strongest live, and the weakest die. The world of the humans is done. That was what Maka didn't want to hear. She thinks of all the people that clinged to her, that had faith in her. She thinks of all the life she saved yesterday, the hope in their eyes. It's not like it concerns you, Maka. I say good riddance. Medusa chuckles, turning to do something. But it does. Maka speaks to herself. I'm life. Something about saying this out loud gets her whole being to burn with a fire. She sees those little kids, dirty, parentless, looking at her with hope. She thinks of that little newborn fighting for life in a place of death. Hope. She is their hope. There has to be a way. After she kills Arachne, she could heal everyone. She could rebuild the world. That is her happy ending. And she will fight for it. Let me just finish this and we will start. I'm warning you, Maka, be prepared. I'm not going to go easy on you. Medusa doesn't look back at her. Now for her final question. Well, Maka stares at Medusa's back for a moment, already feeling awkward and a bit nervous about what she's going to say. I saw it. Maka blurts out instead. She thinks Medusa isn't going to know what the fuck she's talking about. But Medusa stops working. Her shoulders tensing up the slightest. Maka continues. I saw you kissing my mother. Medusa doesn't respond. Were you two? Did you? Were you? Maka is chalking up on her words. This is too weird, her stomach turning. What were you guys? Were you dating? Maka forces the word out. It's almost painful. This gets Medusa to snort. Maka's not sure if it was a snort of amusement or sarcasm. No. We were not dating. Medusa sounds like she's laughing slightly just to herself, like it's some inside joke to her. But you two were kissing. Maka hates having to keep saying that. So if you weren't dating, what was she to you? I already told you. Medusa looks back at Maka, something different about those eyes of hers. She was everything. Maka swallows, her head starting to hurt, but she has to push on. She has to know more. She opens her mouth. I know that's not what you wanted to hear. Medusa waves her off. She chuckles. You see, I don't know what we were. Friends with benefits, I believe, is the term. Medusa's smile falls down. Or at least that's all it was to me. Kami wanted more out of it. Medusa gets a faraway look. Kami wanted love. She had this crazy idea in her head that I was the one. That I was the one that would give her love. She would never listen when I said we couldn't love. Medusa's voice is getting softer. I knew her aim. I knew what she wanted, but I let her try. I let her dream. Maybe I let her kiss me because I cared about her. Maybe I kissed her back because I wanted to make her happy. Maybe I liked her kiss, her touch, because it made me feel human. Medusa is talking like she doesn't know Maka's in the room anymore. It's so quiet. I never wanted to be human. I never wanted to love. I still don't. Yet maybe when we kissed, it was nice to pretend, just for a moment, that we weren't who we were. Maybe I even was hoping Kami was right. That somehow I would give her the love she wanted. That I would feel the want of love like she did, but I never did. I never found love, but Kami lied and she found love. So when you ask me what we were, it's hard to answer. Maybe we were each other's stress relief. We both despised the touch of men. We found comfort in the touch of women, the touch of each other. Medusa blinks before she looks over at Maka, who is staring at her with wide eyes with surprise, never expecting Medusa to just open up to her like this. Never would she have imagined that her mother and Medusa. Does that answer your question? Maka slowly closes her mouth that had opened slightly. She nods, and in a way she feels sad. Medusa talked with no emotion, but in those snake eyes there was a pain, a deep sadness. She wanted love so much she lied to herself to get it. Medusa takes a step closer. But Maka loves, and it isn't a lie. Maybe if Medusa didn't have it wrapped around her head that a witch can't love, maybe would she have loved her mother? Something about what Medusa said sends up a red flag, something that if she thought close enough she would realize. But now enough of this. It's time for training. We don't have much time, so what I'm going to be teaching you is one-hit spells, if you will. One-hit kill spells. This will help greatly in war. Also, you can use them against Arachne. They will add up, they can stun her and give you the chance you need. Let's begin. Medusa throws that book at Maka and she catches it. Wait, Maka is trying to think about what was so important. Only for one of Medusa's vector arrows to shoot out. Maka barely dodging it, it would have pierced her through the eyeball. I said wait dash. Time is life Maka. Now open the book, learn the spells, fight me. Don't hold back. Medusa sends more of her vector arrows at Maka. She does a jump and roll to avoid them. Show me what Kami died for. Avenge her. Something about these words set something off in Maka. She forgets about whatever she was trying to grasp. She forgets about everything but Medusa's smirk. She only has one more day. Maka opens the book and screams, her power flowing through her veins. This is all the time she has. Then tomorrow, she fights for all that she wants. Tomorrow she's going to war. Her mind is all jumbled. Is she breathing? She can't tell. Wait, yes, she is breathing. Her chest is moving ever so slightly. Where is she? Her vision is blurry. Her head hurts. All she can feel is pain. So much pain it feels like she's being ripped apart. She can't move anything. Why is it so dark now? Oh wait, she closed her eyes, maybe because she remembers where she is and she's aware of the woman standing over her commanding her. Maka, get up. Her voice is sharp. Cruel. Mean. Doesn't she know that Maka can't? She can't feel her legs. Does she even have legs? She doesn't know. She can't feel them. Maka doesn't get up, but she opens her eyes to look up at Medusa. It's hard to see. Blood is messing up her vision. Her blood from a head wound falling down her face and her eyes. Medusa stares down at this girl, the girl with the burnt up hands, her body twitching, twisting, her foot looks turned at an odd angle, her arms have been pulled out of their sockets. Medusa isn't unmarked. She's bleeding out of her shoulder, yet that's it, and it's not much. At least Maka did some damage this time. She used all the dem spells in that fucking book. Most of them hurt Maka more than Medusa. Her head hurts from reading so many words. She just hurts. Up. Medusa commands again, those eyes so cold. That's when the air changes. She hears a gasp. Maka. She knows that voice. She turns her head slightly, the blood dripping on her eyes again, but she can see the raven-haired boy looking at her with wide eyes. She must look bad, he's so pale. Well, maybe he's always been that pale. Medusa, what the fuck dash? Get up now. Medusa growls, ignoring the ghost. Is this all you got, Maka? You barely put a scratch on me. When? Maka doesn't respond. Something flashes through Medusa's eyes. Panic. Disgust. Concern. Maka can't tell. She's seeing red, her own blood. Get up. Medusa kicks her right in the stomach, a tender spot. Maka gasps, the air getting knocked right out of her. She heaves her chest, trying to get oxygen, but all that she's doing is coughing. She's spitting out blood. She's hurt, and she's hurt badly. Stop it. Ragnarok screeches. He's getting closer. You're going to fucking kill her. Medusa goes to kick Maka again, only for Ragnarok to grab her. He actually grabs her and pulls her back away from Maka. The snake witch is quick to react. All she does is snap her finger, and with a grunt of pain Ragnarok is sent flying off of her. He hits the wall panting, his being flickering, yet he glares at Medusa. He's willing to fight for her. Maka needs to get up. If we are to win this war, she needs to get up. She needs to get stronger. Medusa grips her fist. She takes a step towards the girl who is barely breathing. Ragnarok appears in front of Maka. He holds out his arms protectively, a dark glare on his face. What's beating the shit out of her going to fucking do? At this rate you're going to fucking kill her. Medusa pauses, her snake eyes looking down at the girl who is barely there, her bones broken. Medusa's eyes flash before she closes her eyes. Fine. Medusa takes a step back. Then it seems I'll be the one to go up against Arachne. I'll be the one to kill her. Get her to drink this and dash. Wait. Maka pants out, Medusa looking at her. What do you mean? I am going to kill her. You can't even put up a decent match against me. You'll just get yourself killed. No. I have to do it, dash. But you can't do it. You're weak. Medusa sighs. It seems Kami died for no reason. You're nothing special. Just a little girl way over her head. I'm not. Maka growls, her vision coming back to her. She's seeing red, but not because of the blood. You are my dear. Don't worry, you will be safe here. I'll take care of everything. Poor thing couldn't even hurt me. Can't even get up. You're no match for my sister. You're no match for the demon. You're going to die, and poor Kami would have died for nothing. Just a waste of a life. You bitch. Maka screams out, her arms pop back into place from her power. She, with all her strength, lifts herself back up, ignoring the pain, ignoring her broken bones. She hears Ragnarok telling her to stop, but she doesn't care, her body is just moving. That's right, use your hate, use your rage. Medusa smiles as she spreads her legs. That is what will keep you alive. So use it. I destroyed Stein's life. I destroyed River. I used my son, made him my tool. I ripped Ragnarok apart. You hate me. Use that. Use your hate. Death roars. Maka feels the cage is shaking from her pounding against it. Show this bitch what you can do. Maka pulls back her fist before she opens her hand at Medusa. Discs of green light coming out straight for the snake witch. They're sharp. Oh please Maka, you must do better than that. Dash. Medusa smirks, about to wave off the discs. Only for the stone ground to spike up. It goes right through Medusa's stomach, coming out the other side. The snake witch's mouth is open in surprise, her blood dripping before she can move. Those discs are on her, they pierce her shoulder, her legs, her chest. Ragnarok stares at the impaled snake witch, his eyes so wide he blinks, like he can't believe he's seeing this. How was that, bitch? Maka grins weakly. I can fight Arachne now, you see. I got this. Medusa's lips curl into a smirk, even with the pain she must be in, then she starts to chuckle. What's so funny? Want more? Maka pulls back her hand. Only for Medusa to appear right in front of her, grabbing her hand, stopping it. Her wounds are already starting to close up, but she's looking at Maka with that look again, that proud look. You did good, Maka. I don't want you to rebound again. You could kill yourself, but I am impressed. You have all the skills you need, you just have to think of strategy, it's everything. We'll go over more of that later tonight. Now, you deserve to rest. Medusa lets go of her. Maka's already starting to sway. I'm fighting Arach. Maka speaks firmly. Her weakness is catching up to her now that she doesn't have her rage. The pain is coming back. Yes, she is all yours. Medusa brings out a glass of black stuff, yet this kind has some red in it. Drink this, my dear, it will heal you, and regenerate all your power plus some. I must warn, for a couple of hours it will make you tired, and loopy. You were probably going to sleep after this anyway. Before we go to war, you'll take another one. It will take the pain away and make you stronger. Dash. Maka snatches it from Medusa and chugs it. Anything to take the fucking pain away. It slides down easily and immediately she feels the release of pain. Her mind starts to spin. Whoa. Maka's eyes get wide when she starts seeing things. The whole room is changing colors from pink, to blue, to green. It's all warped, moving around. Maka falls back, her legs not able to hold her up. She's caught by cold arms. Maka, are you alright? Ragnarok holds her in his arms, looking down at her with his purple eyes. Whoa, he looks like he's in a retarded mirror. His head is all big, his neck all long, he looks like a giraffe. You look funny. Maka giggles. You look good in purple. What the fuck? Ragnarok looks over at Medusa, who shrugs her shoulders. I said it would make her loopy. Take her upstairs to rest, we have much to do and you know what you need to do, correct? Ragnarok nods as he picks Maka up like a baby. She cradles into his cold chest, still laughing about the pretty colors and his fat head, which gets his eye to twitch only slightly. I got this shit. Ragnarok grunts. Good. Get it done as soon as possible. Medusa fades away. Hey Raggi. Maka drags out his nickname, wrapping her arms around his neck, a goofy smile on her lips. I did pretty good, right? Pretty badass? I went like I was just awesome, right? Her eyes sparkle. Yeah, sure. Ragnarok grunts, yet there's a hint of a smile on his lips as he starts to carry her out of the room. That stuff really did fuck you up, didn't it? He chuckles. But I'll admit, you fucking pierced Medusa through the fucking stomach. Even after you looked like you were about to fucking kill over. Ragnarok suddenly scowls. It was stupid. Don't do that again. You could have fucking killed yourself. OPSSH, don't be a party pooper. Maka chuckles. I'm not going to die. It's not like this is my last day or anything. This gets Ragnarok to tense as he carries her out of the room. OPPs. She covers her mouth before smiling again. I guess it is. Maka. Any amusement has left the raven. His steps seem to be heavier, but he keeps holding her. He keeps walking. Those big purple eyes of his look sad. Even with him looking so funny to Maka, she can notice the change in him. Can you imagine? This might be the last time you hold me. This might be the last time I have with you. She chimes. Maka, don't fucking say shit like that. That's funny. Ragnarok seems to be shaking, or maybe she's just seeing that. This isn't going to be the fucking last time. You're not going to die dash. But what if I do? She nuzzles into him. Then I'll be gone, and this will be the last time you hold me, the last time we'll be together. Maka, stop. His voice is shaky. Even in her state she can hear it. It's worried, huh? I'm here now, but come tomorrow I might not be here. I said fucking stop, damn it. Ragnarok screams at her. Did she just hear a crack in his voice? No. That's impossible. Maka feels he's gripping her arms. He's stopped walking. He's hurting her, but she can't feel a thing. Why stop? It's the truth. She looks into those odd purple eyes. Now they are trembling. It's not the fucking truth. You're not fucking dying. This isn't our last time being together, dash. But what if it is? Ragnarok doesn't respond. He's breathing heavily. Will you be sad? Will you cry? Maka hugs him tightly. Of course I would be fucking sad, but don't flatter yourself. I don't fucking cry. He holds her tighter. Good, I don't want you to cry. He tenses at how she looks into those purple eyes. You know I don't want to leave you or Krona. I don't want this to be the last time. Damn it, it's not. Ragnarok breathing is uneven on her face. Will you miss me? Maka grips him tighter. Ragnarok takes an intake of breath before she feels his cold lips on her own. It's deep, passionate but needy. He grips her tightly, this kiss saying all that he can't. That he will miss her. That he loves her. That he will be sad, that he doesn't want this to be the last time either. The boy's hands gently rub her arms, those cold lips giving her chills. It's not full of lust, it's full of love, maybe even a sadness. You're not going anywhere. Ragnarok breathes against her lips. I won't let you fucking go anywhere, you hear me? This isn't our fucking last time. You said I was stuck with you forever, remember? Fucking together forever? Today isn't the last day, get that out of your fucking head before I knock it out. He threatens, but it's weak. Maka finds herself smiling. I hope you're right. Of course I am, dash. Because I love you so much. Maka warps her arms around his neck, hugging him so tightly. You're like my Casper. My friendly ghost. Alright, now I feel like you're trying to piss me off. I'm purpose, dash. I don't need to try. She grins as she pulls away, her eyes so bright, so pretty. Ragnarok sees that fire there even in her goofy state. The tension leaves him and he smirks. Yeah, because you're so fucking annoying. He snorts, giving her arm a pinch. Ow. Don't be a butt. She chuckles only to stop. Where's Krona? She frowns. He's in the dining room waiting. Ragnarok stiffens up at the mention of the other boy, but he starts walking again, carrying her. Why didn't you bring him with you? Maka smiles at all the different colors around her and the clouds floating around them. Ragnarok doesn't respond as he opens the doors back to the dining room and carries her in. Krona is pacing back and forth, mumbling things to himself, his eyes shaking. He occasionally tugs at his hair in distress, but he continues to pace, his eyes wide and swollen. Maka giggles when she looks at him. He's all blue and his hair is too. At her laughter he stops his pacing, turning towards her quickly, his eyes wide with relief then confusion at the look on her face. Maka, are you dash? Krona, you're a smuv. Maka giggles and kicks her legs excitedly like a child. Krona gives Ragnarok a questioning look that he just shrugs at. Medusa gave her some shit. Oh. Krona frowns deeply. He walks closer, him gripping his arms, those pale blue eyes full of concern. Maka, are you okay? How did the training go? I'm so good right now, Krona. And the training went great. I stabbed your mom. She chuckles before she holds out her hands towards the pink-haired boy. I want Krona now. Hold me. Krona blushes slightly, but his face lights up at this. He walks closer and holds out his arms for Ragnarok to put her in. Ragnarok stares at him a moment. Krona doesn't cower. He wants to hold her. He wants to have her close to him. Without a word, Ragnarok hands her over to Krona, Maka latching onto Krona's neck as he holds her like a baby. I missed you, Krona. Did you miss me? She chimes. Oh, of course I always do. Krona cradles her against his chest, his heartbeat picking up speed. He smiles softly down at her. Then you'll miss me when I'm gone. Maka rubs her nose against his and he wiggles it. She gasps and grips him tighter. I want you to know, as soon as I saw you, I thought you were awesome, or at least I liked you. Will you still love me when I'm dead? I'll never stop loving you. Krona seems a bit shaky again now. He grips her tighter. Please don't talk about death now, Maka. I don't know if I could deal with it. Why, you're not going to die dash. How much do you love me? Maka looks up at this blue-faced boy. I don't know how to measure something like that. I don't think I can measure it. Krona grips her tighter. I love you with all of me. I'll do anything for you, Maka. I'll follow you anywhere. He presses his forehead against hers. I'm not going to lose you. Maka stares at him a moment before she yawns. I want to go to bed. She complains. She needs to lay down. Ragnarok holds out his hands to take Maka. I can carry her. Krona walks past Ragnarok, ignoring the look he gives him. Ragnarok doesn't go off, he just walks with Krona, glancing at Maka protectively. So Krona. Maka yawns as they reach the stairs. He grips her tighter before he starts walking up them. Do you ever wish that we could go back to those times that were better? The asylum sucked ass, but we had some good times there together, did we? We all did. Why, you're what made that place fun, Maka. Krona's gaze shifts. I don't know if I would want to go back. Dark Side Asylum can go suck a dick. Ragnarok grumbles. That place was so fucking annoying, so much white it could make a guy go blind. Yeah. Maka chuckles, gripping onto Krona tighter as they get up the stairs. I wonder how Gurko's doing? You know he was your best friend, Ragnarok. I know that now. Ragnarok's voice is odd, he sounds like he's frowning. You two should chat. I'm sure he'll be happy just to see you again. Maka sighs as Ragnarok opens the door to their room and Krona carries her in. Here, why you go, Maka? Krona lays her down so gently he pulls the blanket up so it's up to her chest, her head on the pillow comfortably. He starts to rub her hair, her eyes drooping. Get some sleep, you dash. You're not going to leave me, are you? She grabs his arm, looking at him with big eyes. Get in bed with me. Sleep with me. Aye. Krona glances over at Ragnarok. Please. Maka grabs him and with all the strength she has left she pulls him on top of her. She wraps her arms around him, nuzzling her head against his. Don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. She seems desperate. I won't. Krona finds himself saying he can't deny her anything. He moves so he's beside her, his arms around her. She sighs in relief. She grips him tightly as she buries her head in his chest. Will you kiss me good night? She smiles up at him. Krona blushes, his heart swelling. Oh, of course. Krona leans in, his lips pressing gently against hers. He rubs her hair, caressing her cheek as his lips move against hers. He trembles. He can feel her love. He can feel all her emotions for him in her kiss, his chest. It's so tight. Good night. Maka yawns before she closes her eyes. It doesn't take long for her breathing to steady. Krona knowing she's asleep, he takes a deep breath before he looks up at Ragnarok. The raven is staring at him blankly. He sighs as he runs a hand through his hair. You can stay with her. Krona's eyes get wide, a gasp escaping him as he looks at this other boy. Really? She doesn't want to be alone. I'll get all Medusa's fucking experiments ready alone. Ragnarok takes a step closer, his eyes getting so dark. I'm giving you a second chance, Krona. I'm trusting her with you while I'm gone. You fuck this up. Ragnarok trembles, his threat clear. It warms Krona that he's letting him stay alone with Maka, that he's letting him do this while he thinks the demon can't come back, and maybe he can't, he doesn't know. The only reason I'm doing this shit is because you're better at making her feel better. She needs you now. Don't let me the fuck down. IW1T. Krona looks at him and Ragnarok turns his back on Krona and starts fading away. Thank you. Krona holds Maka closer, Ragnarok pausing for a moment. He gives him his middle finger before he fades away. Krona, despite this, finds a faint smile on his lips. Ragnarok is trying, he's trying to make this family work again. Krona can tell he's still pissed at him, that he doesn't trust him completely, but letting him have Maka alone even for a couple of hours. He's grateful. So grateful. Krona nuzzles into her hair, taking in her scent, taking in everything about her, her shallow breathing on his face. He holds her close, pecking her forehead. Ragnarok doesn't have anything to worry about. He won't let anything hurt her. He won't let anyone take her away from him. He pulls her closer, kissing the top of her head lovingly, so happy to not be alone, to be with her. He doesn't think about how this is her last day. He only thinks of her. And Maka's heart beat against his own. Chapter 68. Maka's eyes open suddenly when she hears a loud boom destroy the darkness of the quiet around her. She's no longer just floating in nothingness. She's in a field, the moon shining down on her, but she isn't looking at the moon. Maka's eyes widen as she watches a 19-year-old Kami jump into the air. She does a flip, her body lighting up and blue light power shoots out of her like spikes, impaling a green-haired girl that jumped up after her. The girl's eyes are wide in shock, blood spatting out of her mouth. The blue spike has gone through her chest, through the heart. Kami's smirk is sinister as she recalls her power. Doing a flip, she lands on her feet while this girl falls on her head, breaking her neck. It's safe to say, this green-haired girl is dead. Rachel. A blonde girl cries out when she sees what happened to her fallen companion. She's wearing a dark cloak. Her blood-red eyes darken in hate as they lock on Kami, who is just grinning from ear to ear. It's mad, it's dark, full of nothing. The blonde girl screams out in her rage, pointing her finger at Kami. Only for a snake to suddenly wrap around her, tightening its grip around her chest so no words could leave her. The blonde girl shakes in fear as Medusa appears in front of her, a blank look on her face. Please don't kill me. The blonde girl wheezes out, only for the snake to tighten its grip, getting her face to turn blue. Ah, Brittany. Medusa hums as she rubs her cheek. She smiles sweetly and Maka can see the hope in this blonde girl's eyes. I always thought you were a bitch. This gets the blonde girl's eyes to widen in alarm. Medusa shoves her two fingers into this girl's eyes sockets. The girl can't even scream, the snake constricting her air. She's crying tears of blood. Medusa keeps her fingers inside the girl for a moment, letting her suffer before two snakes made of black magic come out of her fingers, shooting through this girl's brain, coming out of the back of her skull. Disgusting. Medusa rips her fingers out of this girl's eyes, turning her back on the body that's starting to be eaten by her snake. Kami appears behind her, her back pressed against Medusa's as 5 other girls in cloaks appear around them, their hoods up. Looks like we have more bitches to kill. Kami grunts. Arachne really outdid herself this time, huh? She grins, glancing back at the older woman. We really pissed her off this time. She chuckles. Oh yes. I agree. Medusa grins back at her. Let's see how my sister takes it when we send her back, these girls' body parts in the mail. You cocky bitches. One of the 5 girls screams as she steps forward. This is where you fucking die, Medusa, you excuse for a royal. You know Arachne is the next Grand Witch. Why don't you just dash? Just as this girl is going off, in a blink of an eye Kami is in front of her, 2 of her fingers touching this girl's forehead, Kami's hand looking like a gun. All has gone silent as her mother grins. There's a boom, Kami's hand recoiling back as if she really fired it. The hooded figure's blood splats out, a hole in the back of the hood. The girl falls to the ground lifeless. Boom. Kami blows at her 2 fingers like a gun. Headshot. The other 4 girls stare at Kami in shock, maybe not believing she killed one of them so easily, or maybe it's the twisted grin on this woman's face, the twisted grin that gets Maka to curl into herself a bit because it's a twisted grin she knows all too well. Good one. Medusa hums, getting Kami to beam at her. Her mother does a mock bow. Thank you. Thank you. She kisses her hands and throws them up like she's throwing her kisses out. Get her. A hooded figure screams before all 4 charge. Medusa and Kami, her mother and the snake witch exchange a look as the ground around them starts to fall apart when one of the hooded figures punches the ground. They jump away from each other, Medusa using her vector arrows to impale one of the hooded figures. They make a strangled cry before going limp. The arrows of dark magic making a tearing sound as they rip out of this person, as they rip out of bone and muscle. Kami lands on her tiptoes. She does it whirl. Whirlwind. She cries out, blue power coming out like a wind. It knocks a hooded figure away from her. Maka watches in awe as the wind turns razor sharp. This hooded figure is sliced piece by piece, leaving nothing but a bloody mess on the ground, a stain. 2 down. 2 to go. Medusa lands as one of the girls appears in front of her, her hands lighting up with purple light, her mouth open, about to scream a spell, only for Medusa to lash out, sticking her hand down her throat. Snakes coming out of the ground, wrapping around this hooded figure's hands. Tell me, Kami. Medusa hums her smirk evil at how this girl is trembling so bad. Should I have my snakes eat her inside out? Or maybe I should just kill her. One shot. It's up to you. Medusa eyes the hood and it comes down, revealing a brown-haired girl, her brown eyes shaking, frightened tears falling down her face. I do believe this is the girl that sent that awful witch hunter on you, at least one of them. It's your call, my Kami. Rain, do it now. Maka tenses at the voice. It's a whisper, but she hears it. She looks beside her only to see Arachne, a younger version of her, hiding behind a tree. She's watching the fight from behind it, a look in those odd eyes that Maka doesn't understand, but her being here can't be good news. She wants to warn her mother, to warn Medusa. But she can't. She's not really here. Kami stares at this shaking girl, stares at this girl blankly. There's no anger, no sadness either. Make the bitch suffer. Her mother's voice comes out as a growl. It's not her mother's voice, it's a voice of a demon of bitterness, of hate, yet it's her mother. Maka tenses at how blunt, how dangerous those words sounded, how cold they were, and the look in her mother's eyes. It's hard looking at them because this isn't the woman she grew to know. Her mother is kind. Her mother helps the homeless, and offers a smile to everyone. Her mother goes to church, she prays. Her mother loved her. Her mother was a surgeon, she helped people, she was a good person. She was beautiful. This woman is dark, bitter. Maka isn't used to this side of her mother, yet it's still her mother, and even with seeing this she can't think any less of her mother. No. It's the world's fault, it's that man's fault, he did this, he fucking did this. As you wish. Medusa's lips curl as she rips her hand out, only for 10 snakes to come out the ground. The girl's mouth is held open by magic as snake after snake slowly slivers down her throat. She gurgles, she's choking. It's a sickening sound. It's sickening watching these snakes sliding down her throat, to see them move, to see the fearful look on this brown-haired girl's face. Maka wants the gurgling to stop, wants this sight to stop. It gets her skin to crawl thinking of something that she doesn't want going down her throat, something alive, something like that, but this girl deserves it, doesn't she? She's the reason her mother is like this. It's her fault. It's the world's fault. It's this girl's fault. It's fate's fault. It's that man's fault. But it isn't her mother's fault. Kami watches with that blank expression again. She doesn't look happy, she doesn't look sad, she doesn't look like anything. That's when Maka sees it. A hooded figure behind her mother. Maka can tell by the way it's moving its hands. It's saying a spell. Power gathers in its hands. It's going to attack her mother. It's going to kill her mother. Mom. Behind you. Maka screams, her eyes wide. Yes, now. Arachne chuckles from behind the tree, watching with a amused smirk. Medusa looks over at Kami to see if she's happy with what she's doing, only for her face to fall. Kami. She shouts fear in those snake eyes. Her mother whips around just as this spike of power shoots out at her in shock. Her mother can't move. She stares at the spike like a deer caught in headlights. It's aiming for her heart. She's going to die. Finally. She's finally going to be dead. Arachne starts only to stop. Maka stops screaming, her throat closing up. Everything seems to stop. Kami's breath hisses as she puts a hand to her chest. There's blood on her, but it's not her own. Kami's eyes shake, they're dilated, her mouth open in shock or in a silent scream. Maka doesn't know. Medusa stands in front of Kami. The spike meaning to kill Kami has been stopped by Medusa's shoulder. It's gone completely through the tip of it, almost touching Kami's chest, but it's not. Kami didn't get hurt. Medusa took the blow for her. Everyone seems shocked by this. The hooded figure trembles. Arachne has gone silent, her eyes slightly widen. She seems almost confused. Sneaking up on someone from behind. Medusa straightens herself out, a dark look in those snake eyes that gets chills sent down Maka's spine, the moon casting a shadow over her face. Her blood drips from the spike, but soon the spike fades away, leaving nothing but a large hole in Medusa's shoulder. And they call me a snake. Medusa snaps her fingers. The ground underneath the hooded figure opens up. Vector arrows, more than 100 of them, come out of the ground, impaling this girl vertically. One vector arrow going from her front, tearing through her stomach, her lungs, and out her skull. This girl's blood drips, the only thing breaking the quiet of this night. Now this field has turned into a field of bloodshed. The green grass has been tainted with blood, guts. Death lingers in this field. Pathetic. Medusa growls as the vector arrows rip out the body, falling to the ground, lifeless. She tried to kill you, Kami, with such a cheap shot. Medusa. Kami runs to the girl, pulling her into an embrace to hold her up. She has such a deep frown on her face as she looks at where Medusa is bleeding. You shouldn't have done that. Kami puts her hand on Medusa's shoulder. Her hand lights up before the wound starts healing. Kami's eyes hold a guilt, a sadness. You could have died. Don't be stupid, Kami. Medusa shakes her head. If I didn't do it, you wouldn't be standing here right now. Don't complain about it. Be grateful. She glances at all the dead bodies. We have to burn them, make it look like a witch hunter did this just like last week. Okay. Kami still looks down, looking at the shoulder that is now healed. I just wouldn't know what I would do if you died, Medusa. Kami grabs Medusa's hand. I need you. Medusa stares at this other girl blankly a moment. Those snake eyes can't be read. She grabs Kami by the chin and lifts her head up so she's looking at her. I'm not going anywhere as long as you need me. She rubs Kami's cheek. Then I'll always be there. You promise? Kami hugs her tightly, looking up at the taller woman with those bright, green eyes. You have my word. Metsua gets closer, her lips mere inches from Kami's. Now be quiet. You know I hate when you talk like this. So sweet it's sickening. Oh boo. Kami chuckles lightly, getting Medusa to grin before she claims the younger girl's lips for her own. Their faces covered in blood, but they don't seem to mind. Oh my. Arachne's eyes widen before they settle, and she smirks, and oh, it's a evil smirk. So that's what's been going on with you two, my sister, a royal, with garbage like Kami. It's comical. Arachne chuckles to herself as she starts to walk away. I think I finally know how to break you, Medusa, because now I know that you have a weakness. I know what you care about. With that, this spider witch fades away, Medusa and her mother unaware. Everything fades away. No. No, that fucking bitch did Arachne really curse Maka's mother just to hurt Medusa? Would she really go that fucking far? Yes. Yes, she would. When everything comes back to her, she can't help her chest tightening. She can't help feeling sick when her eyes fall on her mother's tombstone. She's back in the cemetery, the one back in that town full of people that hate her, that cast her aside and labeled her the crazy girl. She's back in this awful place, staring at her mother's grave, the grave she hasn't been to since the funeral. It's night time again, but there isn't the moon giving light to this place of death, nor do the stars shine. The sky is blank, keeping these tombstones alone in the dark, with only their wilting flowers from loved ones keeping them company. Yet those flowers just die, like the person they are laid for. The flowers can't be held by the dead, so why do we leave them? To remind ourselves how quickly life ends. The flowers never last. Each week you have to put new ones down, so why do we do it? To feel as if we are leaving our fallen something. To make ourselves feel better. Seeing pretty flowers against a cold stone in the ground, indicating where someone that used to be a part of our lives is. Staring at the flowers, Maka doesn't feel better. All these people are still dead. Her mother is still dead. She wants to leave this horrible place. She doesn't want to look at her mother's name in that tombstone. She wants to go home. She wants to leave. That's when Maka's mind stops. Medusa just appeared. She's standing in front of her mother's grave, her bangs casting a shadow over her eyes so Maka can't see them. Medusa falls to her knees in front of this stone, her hands digging into the dirt. Why, Kami, why did you push me away? Medusa's quiet voice breaks the silence. She doesn't look up. Maka still can't see her face. Why couldn't you have listened to me? I told you what could happen if you left, but you didn't care. You could still be alive now. Medusa hits the ground. It's weakly. You said you didn't need me, Kami. You said you were okay. You told me you could handle yourself. Medusa grinds her teeth. A wind blows, moving her bangs. Maka can't help her stomach to turn, a gasp escaping her lips. Medusa the snake witch is crying. They're silent tears, but they're there. Medusa glares at the tombstone. If you can handle yourself, if you didn't need me, why the fuck are you under the ground? Why are you dead? Medusa screams. It stuns Maka. She's never really seen her lose her cool, never could imagine tears falling down those evil eyes. Silence answers Medusa's question. She bows her head again. What happened? How could this have happened? You. Her voice gets quiet again before she looks up. Those tears are gone, a fire in those snake eyes, yet a sadness that seems so unnatural. It never had to be this way. You did this to yourself. Medusa gets up and starts to walk away. Maka starts following her. She doesn't know why, but her legs move on their own. Medusa walks for a long time, her hair in her face, her walk slow. Maka can't tell what this woman is thinking or feeling, but after seeing those tears, Maka knows. Medusa might have loved her mother, or at least she really cared. She really was her mother's friend. No. A woman's scream echoes through this alleyway Maka finds herself in after following Medusa the snake, which looks up only to see two figures ahead. One is a woman laying on the ground, she's missing her hands, her body a black, she's been burnt to a crisp, the only thing that isn't black on her is the top of her head, it looks like she had pink hair, clearly this girl was a witch and she was killed by a witch hunter. Mizun. The other figure cries out, Maka's eyes widening when she realizes who it is. Erika holds this burnt body in her arms, tears falling down her cheeks, her body trembling, such a painful look in those black eyes of hers as she looks at this dead girl, her cries are nothing but despair and hurt. Medusa stares at her a moment before she slowly walks up to Erika the frog, which notices Medusa's feet when she stops right beside the fallen witch. Erika whips her head up, a look in her eyes saying she's ready to fight, only for her expression to fall when she sees who it is. Medusa, what are you doing here? Erika holds Mizun closer. Please just leave us alone, Erika's voice cracks. You cared about her? Medusa states more than questions. Erika whips her head up, looking at Medusa with confusion. I cared about someone too. Medusa looks down at Mizun. I also lost her. Erika only looks back down at the fallen witch, those tears still there. She was like a sister to me, her family raised me. I let them all down. You can fix this. Medusa states. Erika gives her a look like she's crazy. Oh yeah? How? She's dead. You can't bring the dead back. Erika sobs. That's where you're wrong. Medusa locks eyes with this girl. The death can be brought back and I will bring Kami back. You're insane. Erika stares at the lifeless body with longing though. A life for a life. Medusa speaks under her breath before she stands up. You can sit here and cry about your fallen friend, but your tears are wasted. They won't bring her back. Medusa starts to fade away. Are you saying you can really bring Mizun back? Erika looks at Medusa with something in her eyes, something like hope. Yes. It will take some time, some planning, but I could help you get her back. Of course it will cost you. Medusa turns to look at Erika. Cost me what? Erika visibly gulps. Your life. You will belong to me. You will do as I say, you will be my servant, and in return, I promise you will get Mizun back. Medusa holds out her hand. It's not like you have much of a life anyway, you're a weak witch, you only had Mizun, and now she's gone. I could make you stronger, I could give back to you what death has taken. Take my hand, and seal your fate. Erika seems to think about this for a moment. She looks at the burnt body of her friend, she wipes the tears from her eyes before she looks at Medusa with a fire in her eyes. For Mizun, for my sister. Erika closes her eyes as she puts her hands in Medusa's. I'm yours, please help me. As you wish. Medusa's lips curl in a sick smile as she grips Erika's hand. The frog witch cries out in pain, something happening when their hands connected. I'll help you, you poor, unfortunate soul. Everything fades away. Maka closes her eyes, wanting to be in darkness for a moment, trying to process all that. Her head hurts all the more, but Medusa did cry for her mother. Can you imagine seeing the same eyes of the snake witch that killed so many innocent people, that ripped families apart with no guilt at all, seeing those evil eyes cry? Cry for her mother because Medusa really cared. Maka knows now she won't be able to do it. She won't be able to kill Medusa, no. Not after seeing all this, it's too much, it gets her chest to tighten. So this is why Erika is with Medusa. Medusa made a deal with her that she would bring back her friend, not only bring back Mizun but Maka's mother. How did she plan on doing that? Could Medusa really give her back her mother? Why hasn't she said anything about this to her? Maka can feel her heart pick up speed. Maka needs to talk to Medusa, needs to find out about this. If there's a way to bring her mother back, Maka wants to help. She wants her mother back. When Maka opens her eyes, she can't help her mind to stop for a moment. She's back in the mansion, in one of its hallway, with all those angel paintings. They're staring at her, taunting her with their beauty, taunting her with the heaven they live in. When she's going to hell. Is she up? Did she wake up? Then why is she here? How did she get here? Maka takes a deep breath. Her legs seem to move on their own. She walks so slow, the wood creaking underneath her feet, her eyes glancing around. For some reason she feels like she's looking for something. Something is calling her, pulling her forward. The more she walks down this hallway, the more warped the angels' faces get. They're turning into demons. Maka wants to leave, wants to run away, but she keeps walking. She has no control. Only when she steps in something wet can she stop. Maka doesn't have to look down to know what it is. It's thick, and it's all in front of her, staining the wood. It's blood. A panic raises in her. Whose blood is it? There's not that many people here. Anxiety claws at her and she starts to run following the trail of blood. Please Krona, be okay. Not him please, she's the one with no time. Don't take him please, keep him safe. She's the one that's supposed to die, not him. Maka keep running. The trail of blood seems to go on and on till she come to a stop in front of a door. The door to the library. The trail of blood goes under the door. Inside, Maka hears the distinct sound of wailing and roaring. She reaches out to grab the door handle, only for the door to sling open by itself. A scream so loud shocking her it's of a man. Help! He roars, getting Maka to scream at the intensiveness of it. That's when everything fades away. Krona hums to himself quietly, trying to calm his nerves as he runs his hands through his love's hair. He doesn't think about how this is her last day, doesn't think of the demon, doesn't think of anything but her. He smiles at her chest moving against his own, grateful for every breath she takes, for every mumble she makes. He rubs her cheeks, gently touching her with the tips of his fingers. The faintest smile on his lips. Just being around her makes him happy, makes him forget how bad things are right now. Maka takes away all the bad. Maka is everything to him. Her blonde hair is sprayed out against the pillow she's laying on, making it look like she has a halo. Even after all she's been through, her face glows. She glows. She's beautiful. She's an angel, his angel. You're my backbone, you're my cornerstone, you're my clutch. When my legs stop moving, Krona softly starts to sing to her, the song he was humming. He kisses her forehead. He's singing to keep his mind off everything so he doesn't have to think about how this is her last day or the war she will have to fight in tomorrow or about Judas or about Ragnarok. He sings to her. You're my head start. You're my rugged heart, you're the pulse I've always needed. Krona puts a hand over her heart. Like a drum, be baby, don't stop beating. L like a drum, baby, don't stop beating. L like a drum, don't stop beating. Krona's voice gets a bit shaky at this, trying not to think of when her heart won't be beating. L like a drum, my heart never stops beating for you. Maka moves slightly, getting him to tense and take his hand off her chest. Did his singing wake her up? Krona watches closely as she starts to move more. Then her whole body tenses and her eyes shoot open. There's fear, confusion. She grips on Krona tightly, her breathing uneven. Maka, are you okay? Krona puts a hand on her cheek, moving his face closer so she knows it's him. She doesn't respond right away, but he watches as that fear in her eyes dies away, her eyes going back to normal size. She lets out a shaky breath. Yeah, I'm fine. Maka wraps her arms around Krona, burying her head in his chest. Just a crazy-ass dream. What happened? Krona rubs soothing circles in her shoulder, nuzzling the top of her head. He frowns. Was it a bad dream? You could say that. Maka makes an odd sound in Krona's chest. Krona, what do you know about my mother? Everything stops for Krona. He tenses his throat, closing up his eyes wide. He bites his lip to stop his whimper, to stop himself from just confessing to her right now. But today's her last day. She doesn't know, does she? She couldn't possibly. But Maka is waiting for an answer, so Krona swallows down his fear and he answers. And not much. Krona speaks quietly, hoping Maka can't hear how he's feeling guilty. I know what I do know from you, that she was a good person and that you loved her. He almost sobs at that, but he keeps himself together. He has to. Do you remember seeing her as a kid? Maka's voice is quiet. Medusa and my mother were really good friends, like really good friends. So do you remember seeing them together as a kid? Krona is silent for a moment before he nods. Why, yes, I remember seeing her at some of the witches' meetings. Medusa used to go out to meet her. I think it's hard to remember so far back. How old were you? Maka tightens her grip on him. I was 4. Krona seems to be trying to recall something. Wait, so her mother was still involved with Medusa when Maka was 4 years old? So they were still friends then? Maka frowns slightly. I don't know if I would call it that. Krona rubs her shoulders. I think they were, but I remember Medusa saying something about it having to be kept secret. Well, she kept me away from your mother. I don't think she wanted Kami to know was a boy. Krona's voice gets softer. She was embarrassed of me, embarrassed that Kami had you and she had me. I think I remember her saying wasn't allowed to see you, that I ruined everything. Maka thinks of Medusa's and her mother's plan of raising their children together. Did Medusa having a boy really ruin that? If Medusa had a girl, would Krona have been raised as her sister? It's too weird to think about. If Krona turned out to be a girl, her life might be so much different. She might have two moms instead of having a mom and a dad. Krona might not have ended up being her love but her sister. It's weird, right? You know, Krona, it's good you are a boy. Mako looks up at him. He looks so ashamed. She kisses his cheek and smiles at him. If you were a girl, you would be my sister. Huh? Krona blinks at me. He looks confused. My mother and Medusa had a plan of raising us together, so, if you were a girl, hell, we would have been sisters. Maka chuckles slightly at the thought. Oh, that's weird. Krona frowns, his eyes getting glossed over in thought. Do you know what happened, Krona? Mako looks at him seriously. I mean, my mother and Medusa were good friends, right? It's weird they just fell apart, and it's hard to believe that Medusa having you changed everything. Maka thinks of Spirit, thinks of what Medusa said about love and how her mother found it. Did my mother just leave everything for Spirit? This doesn't settle well in her stomach, thinking of that man. Ugh. And no. This gets Maka to look at him in surprise. Krona's gaze is shifting, such a guilty look in his eyes. Medusa told me it was all my fault. Oh, once I was born she was so ashamed she couldn't have Kami K, knowing that she gave birth to a boy. She told me she made Kami leave because of me. I overheard when I was little her talking to someone. Apparently she got a place for Kami to stay. Medusa went there a lot, I think. Krona trembles. Medusa told me that Kami wanted to stay, wanted to stick with a plan that I didn't understand till now. But my mother couldn't because of me. She said she couldn't kill me, that I ruined everything. Maka stares at him with wide eyes. Medusa is the one that kicked her mother out. Just because she was so embarrassed of having a boy. Maka would think her mother would be understanding. Kami seemed to care about Medusa. Maka can't see her mother really caring if Medusa had a boy, so why was it such a big deal? She was protecting why your mother. Krona's voice gets Maka's thoughts to stop. She looks at this boy who is looking up at the ceiling. His expression can't be read. Medusa was breaking the law, keeping me alive. If it were to be found that she kept her son alive, her, and anyone involved in it would be put to death by the Witches' Sea Council. Medusa made me read the rules just to make me feel worse about it. Medusa has broken a lot of rules with me. She didn't want Kami getting dragged down with her, so she sent her away. Because for some reason she couldn't kill me. That's all she said to me. That's all I can remember in my earliest memories, her saying she couldn't kill me. She wanted to. I know she still wants to. Why even go through all the trouble? Maka closes her eyes. So that's why. It's really illegal to keep the male offspring of witches alive? Why is it such a big deal? The rule book said we aren't fit for life. A G-girl is a full-blooded witch. We are only half. We are freaks. In the B-book of the witches it says there's only supposed to be full-blooded witches and full-blooded humans. A mixture is a disgrace. A mutation. In their words, I'm a mutant. Any boy born of a witches. Krona rubs my hair like he's trying to comfort Maka when he's the one that sounds so lost, so hurt. Maka feels her blood boil at this, thinking of Krona, her love, thinking of kid. They are mutants, they deserve life just like anyone else. That book is fucking wrong, Krona. You're not a mutant. You're a beautiful boy. I don't care if you're half-blooded, full-blooded, you're still Krona to me. Maka grabs his chin, forcing him to look at her. Maka. Krona looks at her with wide eyes, a slight blush on his cheeks. This rule really pisses me off. Maka growls. Who the hell wrote the book? Maba. Krona frowns. The G Grand Witch. More like Grand Bitch. Maka shakes her head. Krona twitches slightly at that. She closes her eyes, trying to pull everything together. Medusa didn't kill Krona because of her mother. Medusa protected Kami by sending her away, getting her another place to stay. So what happened after that? If they still met after this, when does Spirit come in? Maka. Krona's soft voice breaks her thoughts and she looks at him. His gaze is shifting. Can we talk about something else? Sure. Maka lets out a breath as she cups his cheeks, giving him a passionate kiss on the lips. She can feel this boy melt under touch, his AMS pulling her closer, his heartbeat picking up speed. His lips so soft they haven't changed, just like this boy hasn't changed. Still timid, she remembers their first kiss. Back at the asylum, this boy fell on her, tripped, his lips clashing against hers, and after she had a taste of him she needed more, and more, and more. Now here she is and she still can't get enough of him. I love you, she speaks this against his lips. The boy blushes, his breath hitching. I love you too, Maka. He breathes against her lips, his pale blue eyes looking into her own, those pale blue eyes that started this all. When all this is over, Maka smirks slightly. Remind me to draw your eyes. I need to fucking do that. I wanted to and I never got to it. Oh okay. Krona chuckles. I'll tell you Maka and maybe we could color again. I Miss Piglet. He fidgets. Hell yeah. We can color. When all this is over Krona, we can do whatever the hell we want. We can color, I can draw you so many times, we can travel, we can dance, anything we want. Maka giggles just thinking about it. She closes her eyes, focusing real hard before her nose wiggles against his. Why yay. Krona grabs her face, wiggling his nose back. He laughs with her, both thinking ahead, thinking of better times, thinking how their life could be like. Maka has to make it out of this alive first. Suddenly Maka stops laughing. She winces before she holds her face in her hands. Krona stops laughing, his smile turning into a concerned frown. Maka, are you okay? He gets closer when Maka moves her hands away, giving him a weak smile. Yeah, my head really hurts though. She takes a deep breath. Krona, could you get me a glass of water? Maka frowns. If you don't want to, I can't get it myself. She starts getting up, only to wince. And no Maka, please don't get up. Krona lays her back down, giving her a firm look. I'll get you a glass of water. Why, you just rest here, I'll be right back, okay? Okay. Maka is still wincing as she watches Krona get out of bed slowly before he starts making his way to the door. Hey Krona. The pink-haired boy stops at the door. He turns to look at her with those pale blue eyes, those eyes full of love and determination to make her feel better. Why yes Maka. I just want you to know you're everything to me. Maka smiles at him softly. Krona looks at her with wide eyes. You're so good. So pure. You called me your angel once, but you're really my angel, Krona. You made me a better person, and for that I want to say thank you. Krona stares at her a moment before he looks to the door. I didn't do anything Maka. The person you are now is the person you always were. You're the one that's done all the hard work. I've just been there, be by your side, following your lead. He opens the door. No one is pure, and I'm as sure as hell and not. His voice is really shaky, but he quickly walks out, closing the door behind him. Krona takes deep breaths, leaning against the bedroom door. His eyes are shaking, his chest hurting. It took all he had not to just tell her how much of demon he really is, just tell her how tainted he really is, how tainted his hands are. It's too much, her asking him about her mother, then talking about him, saying how pure he is, how good he is. She don't know the guilt is eating him alive. She deserves to know. What if she dies and he never gets to tell her? No. Maka isn't dying. That isn't going to happen. She's going to live. She's going to be with him forever, right? Not if she finds out about what he's done, like Medusa told him. He's ruined everything. He ruined Kami's life and handed her death. It was him. He did it. He's not pure, he's nothing close to it, yet Maka smiles at him, tells him she loves him, that he's everything to her. It hurts. He feels like dying when he sees that smile just for him. It hurts. She's smiling at a freak, a demon that ruins everything, that ruined her life, that took everything away. Krona pants, gripping his fist. This is her last day. Telling her now would be like a death sentence for her. She needs to keep her sanity. He needs to keep his mouth shut. No matter how much it hurts. Now it's time for him to get her some water to be of use to her. Krona nods to himself before he leans off the door. He starts running down the hallway, wanting to get Maka a glass of water as quick as possible. The headache looks like it's hurting her. He doesn't want her to hurt. She doesn't deserve it. If he could trade places with her, if he could somehow carry her burden, he would. He would set her free, let her run away from all this, and he would take her time. He would be taken by Arosa. And he would be able to deal with it. He can't deal with Maka being taken though, not her. Not his love. Not his happiness, not his life. Krona picks up the speed, running downstairs and into the dining room. No one is here. He doesn't allow himself to think as he runs into the kitchen, right up to the cabinets that hold the glasses. He opens it up quickly, taking out a large glass. It looks like it holds a lot of water. Grips it tightly, afraid he'll drop it with his shaking hands as he holds the cup under the sink and starts to fill it up. See, come on. Krona shifts impatiently, waiting for the water to fill it up. Once it's full, he shuts the water off and turns around, ready to run up to Maka, ready to give her this water and take away her pain. Only for the inside of his wrist to feel like it's on fire. Surprised, Krona yelps, dropping the glass of water before he can catch it. It falls to the ground and shatters, water getting everywhere. He can't even worry about that as he grabs his hand, turning his wrist to look. The vertical eye on the inside of his wrist is lighting up, it's burning, getting Krona to scratch at it. He moves around, desperate for the pain to stop. He runs out of the kitchen, blinding by the pain. Then the pain stops. His wrist stops hurting. Krona's eyes widen. He isn't the only one in the dining room. Krona stares at the back of a boy. He doesn't know who this person is. It's not Ragnarok, it's not Judas either. Just as soon as Krona saw the boy, in a blink of an eye he's gone. Krona's wrist starts hurting again, but the pain is dull. One thought striking his head, booming through his mind louder than a drum. Maka. Something isn't right. Krona takes off, running as fast as he can out of the dining room. He can't feel his wrist anymore. He just runs, panic gripping his heart as he runs back up the stairs and down the hallway towards their room. Only to see that boy again reaching for their doorknob. Stop! Krona shouts, still running toward this person. The boy's head turns. It twists in a way that would break a normal person's neck. Its eyes are nothing but blackness. The boy's face pale, the veins of his face able to be seen. His mouth opens, showing off his pointed teeth. Even with this boy being so warped, Krona knows this boy. He's the boy that Maka tied up, the one they thought Medusa got. Krona can't help to stop at looking at this boy, his eyes wide frozen. He wasn't expecting this. The boy stares eerily at Krona a moment before its head twists back so it's looking at the door. It grabs the doorknob. This snaps Krona out of his trance. This boy wants to get to Maka. Something screams inside of him. This boy wants to hurt Maka. And no. Krona growls and runs towards this boy. Why you don't touch her? He doesn't know what he's going to do, but he won't let this thing touch her. Ragnarok trusts him, Maka trusts him. He's done letting them down. The boy suddenly appears right in front of Krona, his head twisted backwards, his mouth open in a silent scream. Krona freezes mid-run only for this boy to backhand him. It feels like he just got hit with a truck. Krona hits the ground and bounces from this hit. He cries out in pain when he lands on his ribs. His face feels on fire. Krona tries to get back up only to fall back down. He's weak. He's nothing without Ragnarok, nothing without Judas. How pathetic. The boy appears in front of Krona, smirking, his body twisted in an odd crab walk. Looking at Krona upside down, green goo leaking out of his mouth. So you're Judas's host? Hey you poor boy. This boy chuckles, his voice is deep, it rumbles. He's abandoned you like he does with all his hosts. Look at you, so weak, it's delicious. Krona can't help but to feel fear looking into this boy's this demon's eyes, seeing those eyes of nothing but blackness. This warped boy, Krona thinks his ankle might be broken. That one hit did him in. Let's hope that girl puts up more of a fight than you. The boy grins when Krona's eyes get wide and he tenses. I heard she has a pretty nice ass, might just make her hurt in more ways than one. Rip her soul from her body as I viscously fuck her. That sounds good. He laughs in Krona's face, watching his rage build. The demon turns around. That sounds real. You won't fucking touch her. Krona screams before he forces himself up. He doesn't think of the pain. He tackles this boy. The boy makes a grunt before him and Krona fall down the stairs. They roll. Krona tries to keep himself on top. The boy twists his head so his face is mere inches from Krona's, even though his front is against the stairs. He opens his mouth before green goo shoots out, getting all in Krona's face. Krona can't see, but he continues to hold on to this boy as they fall down the stairs. He punches him, hits him as hard as he can, the boy grunting before they both hit the ground. The demon throws Krona off. He hits the wall and cries out in pain. Krona wipes the goo from his face so he can see. The boy right in front of him scowl on that pale, dark face. That's it. I don't give a fuck if you belong to Judas. You're fucking dead. The boy growls as he grabs Krona. He roars in his face. Krona struggling in his hold, red blood on the corner of his mouth. I'll make you suffer. He throws Krona once again. The pink-haired boy hits the ground hard. He does a roll before skidding to a stop. Krona coughs blood. These blows probably have broken some of his ribs. This is it. He's going to die here. Do to me what you want. Krona wheezes out, gripping his stomach. But don't touch her. Oh, look at the hero. The demon chuckles, the boy's head going around in a circle, making a sickening cracking sound. He grins at Krona. Oh, but you see, once I'm done with you, I'm going to fuck your girl silly while I rip her apart. I'll drink her tears, and love every scream she makes. No. Krona screams, Trying to get up only to hear a crack, he cries out in pain as he falls back down. He can't get up, he feels angry, tears start to fall down his face. He's angry at this demon, angry at himself for being too weak, for not being able to get back up, not able to help her to be what she needs. Goodbye, the boy laughs as he jumps toward Krona, going to end him. He feels fear, but not for himself, for Maka. He's going to hurt Maka if he doesn't do something. If this guy kills Krona, he's going to kill Maka. Those angry tears turn into desperate ones. When this boy gets right on him, he calls on the name that comes to his mind. He can't do this alone. J. Judas. Krona cries out. He won't help you now. This demon laughs, about to strike Krona, about to crush to end him. Only for his hand to be caught by the person that is now in front of Krona. Now what do you think you're doing? Judas the demon stands before Krona, the boy's savoir. Judas's mad smile grows at how this other demon shakes a bit. I do believe. Judas twists the boy's wrist at an odd angle, breaking it. The demon growls in pain, trying to get out of Judas's hold. That this boy belongs to me. You weren't trying to kill him. Judas digs his long fingernails in the boy's flesh, digging at his wrist, getting him to yelp. Now were you? Oh, of course fucking not. I was just fucking with the brat. The boy speaks hastily, his black eyes wide, he looks surprised, confused. J. Judas. Krona looks up at this demon in awe. He's surprised he actually came to. He hasn't answered any of his other calls. Oh, that's funny. Judas hums before he lets go of the demon's wrist, only to grab his neck. The boy gurgles, Judas choking him as he lifts him off the ground. If you were just fucking with him. Why is he bleeding so much? He looks like he's in pain. You hurt him, and I don't take kindly to someone hurting my best friend. Krona feels a relief wash over him. Judas is his best friend. He's here, protecting him. He can't be a traitor, right? This proves it has to. Judas' mad smile grows, his vines gathering around him before they latch out. They go through this boy's shoulders, wrapping around him. The boy roars in pain as the vines hold him up in the air, green goo falling out of the boy's wounds. You're in timeout. Judas points a finger at this boy, a scolding look on his face. You know better. Fuck you, Judas. The boy growls, but he's stuck in the air, a wince on his face. Not today. Judas huffs before he turns on his heel to look at Krona. Best friend. Judas gasps as he falls to his knees in front of Krona, a frown on his face. Krona can't help to notice Judas looks a bit different. His skin is darker, he has his vines back, his eyes are darker, they shake more. Krona can feel the madness radiating off of him, and it's making him nervous. J. Judas. Krona coughs, holding his stomach. Thank you for saving me. I didn't think you would come. Why's that? Judas tilts his head, seeming like he's really confused. Why you haven't been answering my calls? Krona frowns. We really need to talk about . You're so hurt, Krona. Here, let me get a look at your wounds. Judas suddenly gets on top of Krona. He's not pressing on him, but before Krona can say anything, his shirt melts. It turns back to black, blood falling off of him, exposing him to this demon. What are you ? Krona tenses, trying to push Judas off, only for the demon to pin his wrists beside his head. Don't move. Judas' eyes narrow, getting Krona to freeze. Your ribs are broken and so is your ankle. I can fix it, it's just going to hurt, okay? Do you trust me? Krona looks into this demon's eyes, the eyes of madness. They bounce around his eyes, don't look anything close to a human's anymore. His hand more like claws than hands. He thinks of these past couple of days, thinks about all that he's been through, being locked in a cage, being let out, thinking of this boy not knowing what to do. He might be stupid, but I trust you. Krona breathes out. He watches as this demon smiles at him. It's a smile full of relief. Good. No matter what, Krona, know I'm on your side. Judas leans down, so he's saying this against the skin of his ribs. He takes a fingernail and makes a small cut on his ribs, getting Krona to whimper in pain, but he bites his lip. Judas puts his mouth over the cut. Krona feels something go inside him. It burns, it hurts. Shhh. Krona hears Judas's voice in his head. The demon is stroking his hair, his mouth still on the cut. It will be over soon. Krona takes shaky breaths. He feels this demon's blood work through him, placing back his ribs, fixing all his broken bones before all the pain is gone and Krona can breathe normally. There. Judas pulls away, giving the small cut on his ribs a kiss, and it closes up. He looks up at Krona, those eyes dancing madly. All better? Why, yeah. Krona stares at him a moment, just realizing something. He frowns. I thought IW was never going to see you again. We did a exorcism today and dash. I know. Did you like my acting? Judas grins. I'm the best fucking actor out there. I bet if I wasn't a demon, I could be better than Johnny Depp. People would love me even more than they do now. So that scream. All fake. Judas ruffles Krona's hair, getting closer. Good job, you did great. I was a bit worried you would give them my name, but you didn't. You stayed true to me. Judas is practically laying on top of Krona now, those mid-eyes inches from his own. You make me so happy I could just. And then he kisses Krona. It's soft, the demon's eyes slipping shut. Krona stares at him with wide eyes, his lips frozen in place as the demon nips at them and bites. Judas stop dash. Krona tries to push him off, only for the demon to growl and kiss harder. This shocks Krona, he gasps. Once his mouth is open, the demon shoves his tongue in, making sure to taste all of Krona. This kiss is different from all the other times, forceful, hard, painful. Krona tries to push him off, only for his wrist to be held back by his bed by thornless vines. The demon's hands start to roam shamelessly on Krona's bare chest, feeling down his smooth stomach that is concaving in from his touch. He feels with the palm of his hand down to his hip before moving it behind, grabbing Krona's ass roughly. Krona doesn't like where this is going. His commands of telling the demon to stop are muffled by Judas's mouth on his. Krona can't push him off, he can't do anything. He's at this boy's mercy. Krona is getting fearful when Judas grabs his member through his pants, even more fearful when he sees what's going on above them. The boy, the other demon, has ripped one of the vines out of him and he's working on the second one. He's going to get free. When Judas breaks the kiss, Krona screams. Judas, the boy, he's dash. Krona stops when he looks into Judas's eyes. His eyes are red, his face warped in a snarl. Those eyes are filled with nothing but lust and madness. It's terrifying. Krona feels overwhelmed with the madness. He feels it's washing over him. It's getting harder to focus. His mouth is twitching. This isn't good. Judas leans in again, this time kissing and biting at Krona's neck. It's rough, yet every kiss, every bite is like an injection of madness. Krona's eyes are unfocusing, refocusing. Any words of refusal can't seem to come out, but he's groaning and his lips are twitching more, everything starting to spin. He feels like laughing. The demon rolls his hips against Krona's, moaning into his neck at the friction it causes. Things are spiraling out of control. He has to stop this now, but everything is too funny. The room is spinning. All he can do is moan and groan. Wasn't he supposed to be doing something? His head hurts. All he can see is three vertical eyes staring back at him. At every kiss, at every bite, they get bigger. The demon kisses down, biting and licking Krona's hardened nipple. Those eyes are huge now. Krona can't help it. He lets out a giggle. Suddenly the kisses stop, so do the bites. The madness suddenly leaves Krona, those eyes disappearing. He gets his vision back, that odd smiling falling from his face as he looks over at the Judas. He's standing far away now, a hand over his mouth, those eyes back blue, they shake. I almost took you, Judas says under his breath, but Krona hears him. Judas frowns. All this demon power just adds to my boner for you. This is why I didn't want dash. Suddenly that boy drops down from the sky. He's bleeding out of his shoulders. Krona tenses, ready for him to jump him again, only for the boy to turn and run. He's running up the stairs. Maka! Judas, stop him! Krona screams. He can't worry about being mad at Judas right now. He needs to save Maka. He forces himself up. Motherfucker! Judas growls. Before he runs after the demon, he's a lot faster than Krona. In a blink of an eye he's gone. Maka! Krona cries out in worry. He runs up the stairs, hoping to God that Judas got to that boy before he got to Maka. His face is still hot from both anger and embarrassment, yet he can't really be angry with the demon. He saved his life and he's saving Maka right now, and the look in his eyes after, he didn't look exactly guilty, but he didn't look happy either. Maka! Krona picks up the pace. His chest is clenching in panic. Please be okay. Krona runs to the door to their bedroom and tackles it open. Then the worst sight lays before him. A empty bed. A empty room. Maka isn't in here, she's gone. Everything stops for Krona, his stomach turning too much. He might just puke. He walks a couple of steps in, wanting to make sure, wanting to look closer, wanting to prove his eyes wrong, that she's in here, safe and sound, waiting for her water. But she isn't here. Krona, I'm back. Krona hears Ragnarok's voice behind him now. His heartbeat picks up speed when he feels Ragnarok's gaze on what he's looking at. Krona, where the fuck is Maka? Krona turns slowly around. Ragnarok is already glaring at him, his eyes narrowing, his being flickering. This is really, really bad. How can he even explain all this to Ragnarok? No matter what he says, it doesn't change the fact that I don't know. Krona grips his hair, he screams. The desperation seems to take Ragnarok aback a bit. We have to find her. There's a demon in the mansion. It's after her. I left to go get her some water because her head was hurting, only to run into him. I tried fighting him, I tackled him downstairs, but he ended up getting away from me. I don't know where he is, and when I came in here to check on her, she was gone. Krona is close to hyperventilating. He couldn't tell Ragnarok about Judas, not now when they have to focus on saving Maka. Fucking shit. Ragnarok roars. He doesn't look like he's mad at Krona, not yet. His face is nothing but worry, a panic in those piercing blue eyes. We got to fucking tell Medusa. She'll be able to find her quicker with the necklace. With that he fades away, leaving Krona alone. Krona takes a deep breath before he runs out of the room, running towards his mother's room, his mind swirling. They need to get to her first, they need to get to her before the demon does. Krona knows he hasn't dodged the bullet from Ragnarok. After they find Maka, Ragnarok will beat the shit out of him, and if they don't, hell, who knows? If they don't find her, Krona hopes Ragnarok just kills him. It's what he deserves. He wasn't enough, he couldn't protect her, couldn't save her. He's weak. He's nothing but a boy. And because of that he's ruined everything. Maka. He cries her name, hoping she will answer, hoping she's okay and that she'll be smiling at him. But she doesn't answer, and he doesn't see her smile. He only has the silence and the thoughts of what could have happened. Maka, where are you? And no one is perfect, and I'm sure as hell not. Krona's voice is bitter. Maka frowns, reaching out for him, only for the boy to leave, closing the door behind him. She wasn't expecting that response. Why did he sound so sad? Almost angry? She didn't think she did anything. Maka can't think much of this before it happens again. A sharp pain in her head. Maka was being strong for Krona, acting as if she's just having a headache, but it's much more than that. She's still hearing that roar, the roar for help. It's pounding in her head, getting her to cry out in pain. She closes her eyes, rocking back and forth, gripping her hair. All she can hear are screams. It's painful. Maka covers her ears, but it doesn't know anything. It's in her head, it's stinging, getting her body to be covered in goosebumps. It's getting worse, the screaming getting louder, more desperate. Please stop. Maka pleads, her eyes shutting as tight as they can. It's maddening, it's eating at her sanity. Someone please stop this. She can't deal with it. She can't deal with these screams. Can't deal with all the loud noises. She needs it to stop. She needs it. Stop now. Suddenly the pain is gone, the scream dying down to a light ringing. The air around her changes into something better, warmer, lighter. Maka opens her eyes. Custos is standing before her, a frown on his face, those green eyes holding concern for her like they always do. He's holding out his hand so it's over Maka's head but not touching her. He's gotten the screaming to die down. Maka, are you alright? Custos holds his hand there, it's glowing slightly. I am now, but I still hear it, the screaming. Maka hugs herself, glad it's died down. She just wants it to stop completely now. Why the hell am I hearing it? Is it madness? Am I going mad? No. It's a cry for help, just like the other times when you had dreams of the places that need you. Someone is calling for life. Custos looks like he wants to touch her to offer her comfort. But he can't. He's an angel and Maka is a witch. They were never meant to work together. A cry for help? Then why the hell does it hurt? And it's not like I can see the person, I only hear their screams. Maka frowns, a bit confused. It hurts because it's so close. Someone in this mansion is calling on you, Maka. Someone is in need. It's so intense, for the one that's screaming is full of emotions, strong ones. Someone in the mansion. Maka frowns deeply at that. Who needs help? There's not that many of us here. Maka winces when the screaming starts to get louder again. I don't know, but if you don't act soon it will be too late. Custos has a faraway look. I am a bit concerned, something doesn't feel right. What? Maka starts, only for the screaming to get intense again. It's desperate, it's calling for her. Maka feels her chest tighten, she closes her eyes and grinds her teeth. Damn it. I don't even know where they are. That's when something flashes through her mind in the dream, the library. Maka's breathing is uneven, but she has to see is calling for her. She thinks of the library and fades away. When she opens her eyes, she's in front of the library doors. The screaming in her head has stopped. It's gone from her head. Custos isn't with her anymore. There isn't a trail of blood like in her dream, but she hears something, the faint sound of someone talking, shouting. She feels magic in the air. Something is going on behind this door. It's her choice now. She can get involved or she can walk away. Should she get involved then? With so much going on, Maka grabs the door handle, closing her eyes. Maybe she's turned soft, or maybe she's just curious. She needs to see who it is, then she'll decide what to do, if she will help or if she'll just walk away. Maka takes a deep breath before she opens the door, her eyes falling on a sight that she will never be able to unsee. It's a scene you would think you would only find in a gruesome horror movie, one of those scenes that you would never imagine even in your darkest of nightmares. A woman she thinks lays on the ground. Wait, no. Looking closer, even though she doesn't want to, she sees the blue hair. She isn't wearing her hat. It's Erica. Maka puts a hand over her mouth, her stomach turning. This woman has been masquerade. Her face, that used to be so smooth, so flawless, is messed up. Those cute dots on her cheeks have been cut out, leaving holes that you can see her teeth through. Her eyes open, the eyelids have been stitched open. The small girl is naked, exposed, showing in full view the horror that is inside this girl. There's something moving inside of her. They're small, but there's hundreds of them. They stick out slightly. It's sickening looking. There's holes in her body, one on her stomach. Maka watches in horror as a small snake slivers out of it. There's snakes inside of her. What makes her want to puke the most is that Erica is alive. Somehow she is. Maka sees the faintest movement of her chest, sees how those black eyes are shaking, in both fear and pain. This girl has been like this a while. Any scream she would have made for help destroyed by the fact her mouth is sewn together, her hands are gone, cut off. She can't save herself. Maka can't think of anything, this sight destroying her thought process. Erica isn't alone. You bitch. Free roars, holding this girl in his arms. He's in her blood, those eyes of his sharp, narrow, animalistic. Whenever he reaches out to touch her, stitches in her mouth, a dark magic shocks him, getting him to grind his teeth, his eyes starting to shake in panic. I'm going to fucking kill you. Erica, please fuck. You fucking sick bitch. Erica, don't die. Medusa. He roars out in anger and desperation. That's when Free's eyes fall on Maka. You. He shouts, getting Maka to tense, her heartbeat drumming in her ears. Free points at her, his eyes wide. You. You can save her. Help, she's going to fucking die. Why are you just standing there? He roars at her. Maka's body feels like lead, it doesn't move at his command. Free's eyes, they change. Please. It's quiet, but she heard it, his plea, the look in his eyes, desperation as he holds Erica in his arms. She's dying, she's in pain. Medusa did this, yet Maka doesn't think Medusa would just kill her for no reason at all. There had to be a reason, yet with the look in Free's eyes, she can't say no. Maka closes her eyes and appears right in front of Erica, kneeling next to the body, getting a better look at something she just wants to run away from. There's a block on the sticks, I couldn't get to them because I'm not a witch. Free looks at her with hopeful eyes. You can use your life. You can save her. Please. Maka's breathing becomes uneven. This isn't just a normal heal. Erica has snakes all in her body. She's badly hurt. How can she save her? Maka puts these thoughts aside. The first action she takes is putting her hand over Erica's face. The sticks to her eyelids and mouth come off, the cuts healing. As soon as the mouth is unstitched, Erica screams. It's so loud, painful. Maka winches. Blood is coming out of her mouth, her eyes water as if now her body can react. I found her in Medusa's lab. Free breaths heavily before he holds out his hand. There's Erica's dots, wrapped in some ice. I found these, I brought her here. I couldn't risk traveling with her like this. She wouldn't make it. Just save her. He's asking for too much. Maka knows this is dangerous. Most likely Erica won't make it out of this, but she takes her dots and puts them back in the holes, using her magic to seal them back in place. Erica is still screaming. She's in so much pain. Maka almost wants to kill her to put her out of this hell, but Free is looking at her with hope. He's holding Erica, the look in his eyes. Is it love? Maka doesn't know. I'm going to numb you, Erica. I'm going to get all these snakes out, okay? I am. Maka says slowly as she puts a hand over the frog witch's face, mumbling a spell under her breath. Erica's screams slowly start to die till she's only staring ahead, her eyes wide, tears streaming down. Maka knows she can't feel the pain for now, but the spell will wear off soon. Why did Medusa do this? Maka looks at Erica's hands before looking at Free. He isn't looking at her, he's looking at Erica, running his hand through her hair. Do you have her hands? No. Free growls. He holds Erica closer, who seems to be in a state of shock. I don't know what the fucking bitch did with them, dash. Then I'll have to heal her without them. Maka knows what this means. Erika can't use her hands anymore, she only has her mouth. She's so much weaker she might not even be able to be a witch anymore. Maka takes a deep breath before she puts her hands on the stumps, healing the wounds, so she has round stumps at her wrists. Now the hard part, the fucking snakes. You. Erika speaks, getting both Maka and Free to tense, the werewolf getting closer. Erika's eyes shake as she looks at Maka. You can't save me. Don't fucking talk like that. Free growls. This is the Witch of Life. She'll save you, dash. I am ashamed. Erika looks at Maka with such a sad look, her voice so quiet. I always admired you. I read about you, me and Mizun did. We would read your story for fun. I never thought you could be real and that I would be a part of your life. The words are hard to get out. She's struggling. Don't heal me. I've tried to kill you to ruin you so that I could have her back. Erika looks Maka in the eyes. I'm why your enemy. I want you dead. A life F for a life. How would killing me bring her back? Maka tenses a bit at this. Didn't Medusa promise Erika to bring her back? And her mother, what does she have to do with it? What does her death have to do with it? Erika opens her mouth only to scream, her face falling. She's in pain again. The spell has worn off. Stop fucking talking and save her. Free growls, his teeth baring. His chest is puffing. He's holding Erika's head in his chest, trying to soothe her. Damn it. Maka hisses and quickly says the numbing spell. Erika's screams die down. Maka has work to do. How can she get all the snakes out without killing her? The snakes respond to Medusa. What do you have of hers? A voice coos in my head. It's not death, it's not Custos, but it sounds familiar. What does she have of? The necklace. The necklace Medusa gave to her mother. Maka takes off the necklace and hold it in front of the hole in Erika's stomach. The necklace lights up and all the snakes stop moving. They are still inside, but they have stopped. Command them. I want you all to disappear without hurting her. Maka feels kinda stupid in her head. She doesn't believe this will work, but the necklace lights up. And when Maka blinks, all the snakes are gone. They just disappear. They don't come out, they're just gone. Your mother used the necklace to get places Medusa didn't want anyone in. She had snakes guard the place. Your mother used the necklace and the snakes would listen to her. It's different, right? Thinking she cared. That she would give that power to Kami. What do you think? You think Medusa trusted her? What do you think happened to them, Maka? Maka can't answer this voice as she looks down at Erika. She coughs as Maka goes through her body, healing any wound the snakes had caused. Erika speaks again, getting Maka to look at her. She's crying again. You're just like I knew she would be, and nothing like me, nothing like Medusa. I wish you had a happier ending now, life, and I am sorry I'm selfish. Weary all selfish. We ask for too much, and in the end it will be why your death. Her eyes close and her head rolls to the side. She's only passed out. Maka saved her life. Free holds her against his chest, nuzzling his head into her hair. He looks at Maka with a look, those brown eyes of his glistening. You did it, you saved her. He glances around before looking back at her. Maka, listen to me. I don't know what the fuck is going on now, but you're in danger. You need to get the fuck out of here. You need to leave Krona and that ghost behind. They are on the same side we were on. I need to go. I'm getting Erika the fuck out of here, I promise, though I won't forget this. Free gets up quickly, his body changing. He gets on all fours, Erika laying on his back. He turns to that wolf, those eyes, even animistic, seem softer. I'll be back. With that, this animal roars before Maka can ask him anything. He runs before jumping out of the library window. Maka doesn't even follow. Her mind is swirling again, trying to place together what they said. Erika said she wanted Maka dead so she could bring her back, but in that flashback Medusa told Erika she would help, so Medusa wants her dead too. And what was he talking about? Krona and Ragnarok being on the same side. They couldn't want her dead, no. They're on her side. If Medusa wanted her dead, then why go through all the trouble? Why? Suddenly Maka hears the library door open behind her. Help please. Maka turns around and can't help her eyes widening when she sees that boy, the boy that they tied up a while ago, limping towards her. He has wounds in both of his shoulders, tears falling down his face. This place is a madhouse. I thought I could find my way out, but I couldn't. I barely escaped her. Please help me. He pleads. Maka lets the tension escape her shoulders at seeing his tears. He looks scared, alone, weak. You're lucky you're not dead right now. Maka walks so she's right in front of this boy. She puts her hands on both of his shoulders, her power going out healing him. The boy grabs her hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. The boy sobs, he looks so grateful. You're welcome. Maka takes her hands from his only for him to grab a hold of her. Please. You need to get me out of here. I can't stay. She wants to kill me. He pleads. You promised me you would take me home. Maka's head is hurting. She feels sick thinking what if this whole time Medusa was really trying to kill her. It just her head can't wrap around it. Her family would never be a part of that. You promised. This boy breaks her thoughts with his shaking her. She did promise him, didn't she? She could do it really quick, get it out of his way, come back here, have a chat with Krona, or more like have a chat about Medusa, about Erika and their plans of bringing the dead back to life. With this in mind, Maka nods. I'll take you home, just think of your home and I'll take you there. Maka grabs a hold of him, putting a hand to his forehead, closing her eyes to concentrate. Oh, okay. The boy grips her. Maka sees a city, it's in ruins, yet she can see a lot of people out and about. It's not that badly damaged, it seems some of the stores are still working. This gives her hope. There has to be hope. It's a pretty place, the most live people she's seen in a long time. Got it. Maka takes her hand off his forehead, keeping her eyes closed. You ready? Why yes, thank you so much. The boy sobs. Maka doesn't see though the sinister smile on his face as she grips him tighter. And they fade away. Fuck. 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 Ragnarok appears right in front of Medusa's doorway, Krona right behind him. He can't think, he can't even register this. He doesn't know where Maka is. It's her last day. Ragnarok reaches out to rip this door open, only for it to fly open by itself, Medusa running out, her eyes wide, only to skid to a stop when she sees the two boys. What's going on? I felt. Medusa seems a bit shaken up. She looks around, something changing in her eyes. Where's Maka? Is she still in her room? And no. Krona pants. We don't know where the fuck she is. Ragnarok flickers those piercing blue eyes, shaking. His poker face has fallen. Any emotion he feels can be read like a book. He's worried. He's anxious, he's afraid. Medusa closes her eyes only for them to shoot open, her face pale. Why is she out of the mansion? Her breathing is uneven. Maka, what are you doing? The snake witch fades away, about to go get Maka. Only for her to reappear. She gets sling across the hallway, Medusa doing a flip, skidding to a stop on her bare feet. Her eyes are wide in shock. What the fuck happened? Ragnarok turns, panic starting to crawl at him more. It's Dash. Medusa starts. I believe I can explain. Medusa and Ragnarok tense. They slowly turn around, knowing this voice, but it can't be. The demon. Ragnarok gasps out and takes a step back. Medusa's brows furrow before her eyes light in realization, and she looks at her son. Krona is looking at Judas, determination in his eyes. Explain what's going on. Where is she? Maka likes to play hero. She's been traveling out of the mansion under your noses for a couple of days now. She went out to help others again, but you see, since it's so close to her time, my father knows where she is at all times. As soon as she stepped foot in the city she's in, my father saw this as an opportunity. Judas grins, his eyes bouncing. He put up a force field around the city. If you will, nothing gets in or out. No magic can destroy it. There's no way for you to get in. You're lying. Medusa takes a step forward, her eyes flickering in rage. There has to be a way, Dash. Hold ye up there. I said there was no way you could get in. Judas' smile is so large. I didn't say anything about me. He does a twirl on his heel. I could get in there easily. I could even take one of you with me. That is. Judas stops, turning to smirk at Medusa. If you want my help. Medusa takes deep breaths. Ragnarok is looking at the demon, still in shock. But we fucking got rid of you, Krona Dash. Then he stops. Ragnarok looks at Krona, something flashing in his eyes when he sees the pink-haired boy look down. Ragnarok's eyes narrow, a deep anger building inside of him. Will you take me to Maka? Medusa locks eyes with this demon, straightening herself out. No. He chuckles and does a twirl. No. Medusa's eyes narrow in hate. Not you. Judas puts an arm around Krona, smirking. I'll take Krona, and Krona only. He's the only one that trusts me. You're both butt faces. This gets both Medusa and Ragnarok to glare at Krona. I hope you fucking know that means I'm coming too. Ragnarok growls, taking a step forward, his teeth bared. Of course. Judas purrs. It wouldn't be a party without you, now would it? The demon's lips curl. Ragnarok glares him down. The demon chuckles before he does it, whirl away from him, leaving Ragnarok right in front of Krona. You fucking gave us the wrong name. Ragnarok feels that anger build. He's trembling, his eyes glaring into Krona, his chest puffing up. You fucking traitor. I knew it, dash. Don't start that. Krona screams, shocking Ragnarok, getting him to stop talking. This demon is what's going to get us to Maka. If I had gotten rid of him, how the hell would we get to Maka, huh? He's on our side. Stop worrying about him and worry about getting Maka back. Krona pants, he's stern. She trusted you. Ragnarok snarls out, getting Krona's face to fall. Alright, that's enough. Medusa snaps, getting both boys to look at her. This is Maka's last day. It's 6 o'clock. At 12 her time is up. The demon could show up at any time. You must save her. Medusa points at the demon, who hasn't stopped smirking. Hurry up and take them. Shure thing. Judas puts his arms around Ragnarok and Krona, Ragnarok glaring so darkly at both the demon and Krona. The pink-haired boy is looking down. Judas is grinning from ear to ear. Let's get this over with. They fade away. Medusa's bangs cover her eyes. Maka, you have just fallen into your own hell. The quiet of the empty mansion agrees with her. Everyone is gone but her now. Chapter 69. Maka opens her eyes once she knows she transported them at their destination. It's funny, when she saw this place, there were a lot of people walking around, but now there isn't any. It's oddly quiet, broken up buildings around her. The sky is a pink color from the sun setting. It's pretty, yet the quiet is getting to her. She was expecting more like than this, wanting for more life to be here to give her hope. Well, here you go. Maka smiles over at the boy that is still holding onto her tightly. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. This boy takes a deep breath, his eyes shaking slightly, maybe in fear. I know this place looks messed up. Maka frowns as she looks back at this place, at the blood on the sidewalk. At an abandoned Barbie doll on the road in front of them. I know it looks bad, but don't be afraid. Maka grips her fist, looking up at the sky. I'm going to do all I can to fix this. She whispers, speaking more to herself. This boy can't understand, he doesn't know she caused all of this. You can really fix my home. This boy grips her tighter. I dash. There's a scream from behind her. Maka whips around. The screaming doesn't stop, and it seems to be coming from the building in front of her. It looks abandoned, but the screaming tells her otherwise. I'm getting the fuck out of here. The boy screams, letting go of Maka. He runs off. Maka doesn't pay much mind to it, though someone needs help. She should just go back to the mansion, but it's like she can't deny a cry for help. When did she become a fucking hero? Another bloody scream does it for her. She takes off running into the building, a spell on the tip of her tongue, ready to heal, ready to save. She skids to a stop when she gets in, and the horror is exposed to her. This place looks like it used to be a slaughterhouse, old blood on the floor, rotting meat everywhere, but that's not what gets her to stop. There's naked women on meat hooks, they're all dead, rotting, decaying. One is so old Maka can see her skull through her skin. All of them are covered in bruises, showing they struggled. The air is thick with death and madness. She's stepping in a pool of blood. The smell is enough to make anyone puke their guts out. Rotting flesh is something you never want the experience smelling. Maka is frozen, staring at these women, these dead, decaying people that used to be alive. Now they're hanging on meat hooks, chunks of flesh missing as if someone took a bite out of them. A scream breaks through her shocked state, and she looks to her left, her heart clenching. There's a woman on a meat hook, but she's alive. She's screaming in pain, the hook in her back, blood pouring out of her mouth. She's naked, bruises and cuts all over her body. She's missing a hand and some flesh in her shoulder, teeth marks left in her skin. What kind of sick fuck would do this? Maka appears right in front of this woman. She's thrashing, hurting herself more. The more this woman screams, the more she struggles, the deeper the hook goes, the more her tears fall. The smell is revolting. She's as thin as a rail. How long has she been here? Days. It gets everything in Maka's being to cringe. Please stop, I'm going to get you down, okay? I'm going to save you. Maka speaks slowly reassuringly as she puts her hand on this girl's stomach, sending her power out. The girl is ripped from the hook quickly. She cries out as Maka's power works quickly at healing the wound. Maka lays her down gently. The girl's screaming has wound in her back is gone. Her shoulder all healed up. The bruises and cuts disappear from her skin. The pain leaves this woman. She's looking at Maka with wide eyes, shock, bewilderment, relief. Why you saved me? The girl wheezes out. Her brown eyes that used to be dull have that fire of life back in them. Yes, you're going to be okay now. Who did this to you? Maka is about to snap her fingers to clothe this girl when her eyes get wide and she screams. They did. What? Maka starts only to feel a sharp pain in the back of her head as something hits her. She cries out in pain, her body getting knocked aside from the blow. She does a roll, skidding to a stop on her stomach. She can feel she's bleeding out of her head. Her power is quick to heal it. Maka gets up quickly, looking to what attacked her. Well, looky here, fellas. A greasy man smirks at Maka. He snuck up on her. He's holding a bat. The end of it is bloody with her blood. Fresh meat. Oh, and this one's young too. Another man snorts, winking at her. It almost gets her to puke. There's a lot of men in here now, about 5 of them. They must have came in through another way. Maka didn't even realize. The girl she saved has already ran out, leaving her alone to deal with these parasites. No big deal. They don't know who the fuck they're messing with. You'll pay for what you've done. Maka growls. She lifts her hand up, it lighting up in green energy. She's going to fucking blast these assholes to kingdom come. Hee-yah. A greasy man roars before he throws something at Maka. It's a pot, but when it hits her wrist, it has enough power to make her shoot her power in the air instead of at these bastards. The green power breaks through the ceiling, making a beam in the sky. That's some fancy power you have there. This man's eyes bounce. They're all mad. Feed me. Death growls. Kill these assholes. With pleasure. Maka's lips start twitching, her eyes getting dark. Die. She stomps the ground. It opens around the man that threw the pot at her, him falling down into the ground with a scream before the ground closes back up at her point. The ground's alive. A greasy man screams, his eyes wide and bouncing in madness. Maka smirks as she holds both her arms up. She starts moving them around in a circle, ready to try out her whirlwind spell to take all of them out with her new one-hit kill spell. This meat is feisty. A man roars before he throws something at her. It's a bolus, you know, those things used to catch wild animals when they're running away from you. You throw it at their legs, and it brings them down before she can react. It wraps around her arms, stopping her motion and breaking the spell. She cries out, ripping the thing off of her. 2 men grab her hands, stopping her fingers twitching. She opens her mouth to scream a spell, only for them to put duct tape on her, stopping her power. Her eyes wide in fear. No. How? If you want to act like a wild animal, we'll treat you like one. One of the men smirks, getting goosebumps to be sent throughout her body. Looks like she needs to be tamed, fellas. I get a turn with her first. I'm going to make her scream the loudest. A shorter man pushes the man in front of her out of his way. He gives her a crooked, yellow smile. She's a beaut. Maybe we should skin her? Or stuff her? She's way too nice to be meat. He puts his blood-stained hand on Maka's thigh. She struggles, biting at the duct tape, fighting the men that have a hold of her hands, her eyes wide with both fear and disgust. She's a fighter though. She could be our dog, you know, our bitch. One chuckles out, playing with her hair. She moves her head away from him and he punches her in the stomach, getting her to gasp, sucking as much air through the duct tape she can. Don't you fucking move from me, bitch. You're ours now. One gets in her face. His breath smells like rotting flesh. Maka feels like puking, but she swallows it down. She doesn't want to die by choking on her own puke. She keeps trying to get away. One of the men growl out that's holding her down. I have an idea. Let's cut off her feet. That way she can't run and we have a snack. One man cheers, all the others cheering at his idea. Maka's eyes dilate when she sees the knife, the butcher knife. It's all bloody, already been used, it's dull. She screams, fighting with these assholes, but she can't move her fingers, can't say a spell. She's powerless. Is she really going to die here? After everything? The man grabs her feet. Maka kicks out, struggling as much as she can. 2 other men hold her legs down. She screams as she watches this man place the blade against her ankle. He's grinning, ear to ear, madness bouncing in his eyes. Say goodbye to your feet. You'll crawl like the bitch you are. He lifts up the knife, Maka's eyes shaking. when his hand goes down to cut her feet off its caught. I don't fucking think so. A voice growls before this man is knocked away from her. The men holding her are suddenly knocked away. The crazy people jump back, their eyes wide and confused. Mako looks up at these two people in front of her now, the two people that saved her, these familiar people. Her heart lifts in both surprise and relief. She's saved. Here we are. Judas cheers as the three appear in what looks to be a city. There is no sound, no people around. Krona frowns at the broken up buildings and all the blood on the ground, both new and old. He hasn't seen this firsthand, what his fight with Maka caused, the fight between madness and death caused. His guilt builds, but it's more for hurting Maka. Is that wrong? That he feels more guilty for hurting Maka than almost destroying the world? No. She means everything to him. The world can burn if it meant Maka would live. Where the fuck is she? Ragnarok snarls, taking a step towards the demon, his eyes on fire. He's hostile. He's pissed off, he's afraid. All these emotions aren't settling well with the ghost. He needs to find her, and he needs to find her now. How should I know? The demon tilts his head at Ragnarok, getting his eye to twitch. What the fuck you mean you don't know? Then how did you even know she's here? Ragnarok growls before he grabs a hold of Judas, Krona tensing at how the ghost snarls in the demon's face. I know you fucking know where she is. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. The demon chuckles darkly, the smirk on his face getting Ragnarok's being to tense. It's a teasing smirk. You dash. J. Judas. Krona speaks up, taking a step forward. If you know, you have to tell us. Maka is in danger. Judas. Ragnarok gives Krona an odd look before his eyes light in realization. Krona covers his mouth. He didn't mean for his name to slip. He looks at the demon, afraid of what he's going to do. Yup, that's my name. It's not like you knowing it can do anything now. The demon chuckles as he does a spin on his heel, getting out of Ragnarok's grasp. Maka's this way. Judas takes off running, well, more like skipping over dead bodies and such, humming a upbeat tune. Ragnarok gives Krona a glare before he takes off running after the demon. The pink-haired boy takes a deep breath. He runs after them, his mind reeling. Judas is on their side. So why is Ragnarok still so angry? Because of Judas they are going to save Maka. If Krona had given his name at the exorcism, Maka would be gone, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. Krona was in the right all this time. So why does Ragnarok's glare make him feel bad? Is it because he lied to him? That he's been going behind his back for this demon? Krona hasn't been keeping him in the loop, or Maka for that matter. Maybe that's what makes him a traitor. What is it that they said? When they placed all their hands together. Together forever. They are supposed to do everything together. He's been acting alone, separating himself from them in a way. Maybe that's what makes him a traitor, what makes him feel so bad. When all this is over, Krona hopes he can somehow amend Ragnarok's and his relationship. But right now those odds don't look so good. After a while of running, Judas finally stops. He turns on his heel, pointing at a large building, its old-looking abandoned bloody handprints on the side of it. She's in there, dash. Ragnarok and Krona take off running to the building, their eyes wide and alert. The two boys tackle the door down, the old wood cracks breaking easily, exposing this place to the two boys. Krona's heart almost stops at what he sees. It's over. Maka sobs out. She's laying on the ground, her back to them. They can't see her face, but they can tell she's crying. It's all over. Maka. Ragnarok seems to snap out of his shocked state. First he disappears and reappears right next to her. The girl doesn't respond. She keeps crying. Krona runs over, stopping a few feet away, his chest tightening, his eyes shaking in worry. Maka, you're okay, we're here, we're not going to let anything fucking hurt you. Ragnarok's words are soft as he grabs her shoulder. You're not going to let anything hurt me. She sniffles. You fucking know that, come on, let's get you out of here. Ragnarok grabs her wrist, to help her up. If you're not going to let anything hurt me, if you're my protector. Maka slowly lifts her head up. Ragnarok and Krona's face falls when they see she has red eyes. They glow, a mad smirk on her face. Who the fuck's going to help you? Her voice changes to that of a man, her face warping before they can react. She grabs Ragnarok, digging her nails in his shoulders. The ghost roars in pain. This thing that is not Maka is burning him. Let's put you in a cage. Maka's face warps to that of a man. He does a weird thing with his hand. What the fuck, dash. Ragnarok starts trying to get away from him. Only for this man to push him. Black light surrounds Ragnarok, making a cage of sorts. When Ragnarok tries to get out to tackle the bars, he's shocked. The raven cries out in pain, falling back. "Our Ragnarok!" Krona shouts, turning to look at the other boy in concern. "Krona, move, you dumbass!" Ragnarok roars. This gets Krona to jump to the side, barely dodging the man who used to be Maka's grab. "Get the fuck out of here, Krona! It's a trap." It can't be." Krona trembles, but he turns, going to run out. "Get out of here, get help." Only to bump into something. "You're not going anywhere." A blonde-haired man grins at him, his eyes that red too. He grabs a hold of Krona before kneeing him in the face. Krona is sent flying back. He hits the cage. Ragnarok is in it, shocks Krona, the boy crying out before he falls to the ground, his face flat on the concrete. "Krona." Ragnarok's eyes are wide. He tries to reach out to him only to get shocked. He grinds his teeth. Dark magic appears around Krona, binding him, tying him up. The boy groans, sitting himself up. When he sees his legs are tied in his hands, he struggles. The dark magic only digs into his skin more, making him pant, grinding his teeth. Fuck. Got them. The man yells, and soon it isn't just two of them. 4 other people come out of the shadows, all male, those eyes red, met smirks on all their faces. What's going on? Krona's eyes get wide when he sees that boy, the one he fought to keep from Maka at the mansion. The boy grins madly at him. Where's Maka? At this they all crack up. "Krona, don't you fucking see?" Ragnarok snarls, getting him to look over at Raven. "They won't fucking tell you. This was a fucking trap. That demon set us up. And no, that can't be." Krona trembles. He looks back at these people who are just grinning ear to ear. Judas, help. He isn't going to fucking dash. Ragnarok starts only to stop. Judas appears in the room. He stands to the side of this group of people, his bangs covering his eyes. Judas. Krona cries out in relief. "Why, your brothers are all here and Maka isn't. They have us captured. Please help." Krona watches as Judas slowly lifts his head up. All the demons are looking at him. Judas lifts his head, exposing his man grin, his eyes bouncing. "Sorry, best friend, but I don't think so." Maka's eyes stay wide as she rips the duct tape off her mouth, staring at these two, her saviors. Giriko, Justin. She says their names in disbelief, not expecting to ever see them again, but here they are in front of her, protecting her, saving her from these men. "Fuck yeah, it's us." Giriko grins back sharply. Maka's spirits raise more seeing this man. She can't help but to feel hopeful. Surprised. His grin grows. "Well, yeah, Maka starts. Hey. A man yells, getting Giriko to look back at these greasy people that are walking closer. "She's our bitch. Get your own. You fucking bastards." Something flashes in Giriko's eyes before he charges in. He grabs a man by his neck and throws him into the other 4. He punches one in the face, ripping the knife from his hand before elbowing him. The man fall down, out for the count. "You sick fucks. She's just a kid." He kicks one in the gut. He's sent flying back, hitting his head against the wall with a crack. Maka watches with wide eyes as Giriko takes down all these men by himself. He's strong, his fighting style like Ragnarok's. He's a fighter just like him, a protector just like him. Thinking of this makes her think, if Ragnarok and Krona, have they realized she's gone yet? She hopes not. She doesn't want to worry them, they might do something stupid. "Maka, are you alright?" Maka blinks when she looks up. Justin is facing her now, those blue eyes of his studying her. She notices he has headphones in, but he looks so much more alive. She remembers when those eyes of his used to be soulless. Now he looks human, he looks his age. She can't help but to just stare at this boy with wide eyes, especially when he holds out his hand to her. This boy used to be her enemy. At one point she hated him, she wanted to kill him. She remembers when he was her main enemy at the asylum, her only problem. Now things have gotten so much worse. Now Justin, her used to be enemy, is holding out his hand to her, offering her help. "You're helping me?" Maka blinks up at him. She knows she looks just as shocked as she feels. "Why? Think of it as me paying you back." Justin glances back at Giriko to see if he's doing okay. The older man is wiping the floor with these greasy people. Already 2 are out, 3 to go. Justin looks back down at Maka. "You set me free. You forgave me and gave me a second chance." Justin's eyes get lighter. "For that, Maka Albarn, I'm forever grateful to you." He holds out his hand closer to her. Maka stares in his eyes. She doesn't see any madness, doesn't see any intent to hurt her. She sees truth. It gets her heart to swell. She reaches out, putting her hand in his. He grips it tightly before he helps her up. Are you okay? He studies her again. She nods. It's odd, thinking Justin is showing concern for her. Yeah, I'm good. Maka blinks over when she hears a cry of pain. Giriko is stomping on a man's back before he gives a good kick to the head, knocking him out. 5 bodies lay around Giriko. He looks over at Justin and Maka, grinning viciously. Geez kid, you let these pussies get the best of you. Giriko smirks at how Maka's eye twitches. They sneaked up on me. Maka huffs, crossing her arms as Giriko moves closer, standing next to Justin. The younger boy is looking over at the older man, making sure he doesn't have any wounds. Maka stares at them a moment before it hits her. How did you guys know I was here? What are you even doing here? We shouldn't talk out here. It's not safe. Justin speaks up, glancing around, gripping a cross around his neck that's making her feel a little uneasy. We got a apartment here, we can talk there. Justin turns around. He looks almost afraid as he walks out of this place. Come on kid. He's right. Giriko grunts. He starts walking, Maka walking with him. It's not fucking safe with all the demons out. What? Maka looks over at him. He shakes his head. Explain at the apartment. Move your ass. Giriko starts running. Maka runs with him. She's so confused. Justin is running towards a car. Wait. Maka skids to a stop. Giriko turns around, but Justin doesn't, maybe because he can't hear her with the headphones. Maka looks down at her necklace, a frown on her face. I can't. What do you mean you can't? Giriko takes a step forward. Justin has stopped running, looking behind him, confused. I have to get back home. Krona and Ragnarok will flip if I'm not there. Thank you for saving me, you guys, but I don't have time to play detective. I have a war to fight tomorrow. Maka closes her eyes, grabbing her necklace. Maka, wait dash, that's Justin's voice. She can't wait. She has to get home. She thinks of the mansion, of going home. Only for her necklace to shock her. Ow. What the hell? Maka takes her hand off the necklace, her eyes wide at how hot it is. It didn't work. No. That's what I was trying to tell you. Maka looks up at Justin's words. He's staring at her blankly. There's no way out of here, at least not the way you're trying. Please. I will explain more in the apartment, but we really need to get off the street. It's dangerous out here. Justin moves closer. He reaches out, grabbing Maka's arm. She's too stunned to do anything as he starts dragging her towards the car. Giriko moving behind them, seeing she has no choice. Something weird is definably going on. She lets Justin lead her over to the car. He lets go of her, getting into the car. Giriko gets in the driver's side. Maka gets in the back. Hurry and buckle your seat belt. Justin states, putting on his. Why dash Maka starts. Only for Giriko to put the car in drive. He stomps down on the gas's pedal. The car jerks into life, makes her lunge forward, hitting her head on the back of Justin's seat. Ow, damn it, Giriko. Maka growls, reaching for her seat belt and putting it on. He fucking told you to put your seat belt on. Giriko grins like the asshole she knows, but then it falls. We don't have time to mess around. He steps all the way down on the gas pedal, going so fast he is swerving, hitting a stop sign or two. Where the hell did you get your driver's license? Maka screams, gripping onto her seat with wide eyes. Justin is just staring blankly ahead, his music blaring. He's acting like this is normal. And maybe it is. I didn't. Giriko laughs loudly, getting her face to turn pale. What? You dash. Maka hits her head on the ceiling of the car. When he hits something, a speed bump or a house or whatever the hell he hit, he's going too fast to tell. Maka, don't worry. We drove a while to get here, and as you can tell, I am not dead. Justin speaks up. Why the hell did you let him drive? She screams when he hits another stop sign, and suddenly he hits something else. A cat flies on the windshield. It hisses at Giriko, looking pissed off. Holy shit. Maka and Giriko cry out at the same time. I knew you were a pussy killer. Maka smirks at her joke, getting Giriko's eyes to twitch. Don't make me fucking come back there. He grunts as he turns the windshield wipers on, but of course they can't move the cat. Justin is looking out of the window to his right, seeming not to notice what the hell is going on because of those headphones. Seriously, what's up with that? It won't fucking come off. Giriko growls. That's when the cat's eyes turn red and it hisses. Shit. Maka screams. Slam on the brakes. Giriko does just this. The cat goes flying off, making a cry of protest. It hits the ground and does a roll. Do you think we killed it? Giriko looks back at Maka. I don't know, run over it to make sure. Maka grips her seat, her eyes getting wide when the cat gets back up. Oh hell no, demon cat. Giriko roars, pushing his foot on the gas. He speeds forward. The cat tries to run away but he runs right over him. The car jumping only slightly. Hell yeah. He holds out his hand and Maka gives him a high five. Giriko, demon cat slayer. Maka chuckles when his eye twitches. You dash. We're here. Justin suddenly speaks, looking over at Giriko, who stops immediately. Maka looks out her window, seeing a small building. It looks broken down, abandoned like all the other buildings here. There's no one outside. Giriko parks the car. They all get out, Maka still staring up at the building. We found this place yesterday when we got here. Justin comments as he walks past her. Giriko walking by his side, looking at Justin with concern. He's looking at his headphones. Is there anyone else here? Maka frowns, walking with them, looking at Justin, but he doesn't answer her. Not that we fucking know of. Giriko answers for her, shrugging. Is there anyone here? The city seems so dead. There were people here yesterday, don't know where the fuck they all went. Probably hiding, who knows. Giriko looks down, his eyes having a faraway look as they all enter this building. It's dark, dusty, blood on the floor. Everything screams for her to get out of here, that this isn't a good place. Don't let its appearance fool you. Justin speaks up like he could sense her discomfort. It looks bad, but this place is a safe haven, I'll show you. He makes a left down a hallway. Giriko follows, so she does, though she's not completely sure she can trust Justin. She knows she can trust Giriko. She stays close to the older man, happy he's here and that he's alright. Justin stops at a door with the number 7 on it. He opens it up before walking in. Maka walks in with Giriko. Her whole body tenses, she grinds her teeth. This place is nicely lit with candles, no blood but a lot of crosses. She sees water, probably holy water, around a Bible. This place hurts her. I know this is painful for you. Justin grabs her, Giriko pushing her from the back. They pull her in, Giriko locking the door behind them. Maka takes deep breaths, hugging herself. We will go in the other room, there is only holy water on the door. He grips her arm tighter and leads her over to a door. Maka taking deep breaths as they pass all the crosses. Giriko watches her intently like he's trying to see something, but he keeps pushing her. Soon they're in a new room. The pain fades away to only a light stinging. She can handle this. Maka sighs in relief as she sits on a bed. It's not that clean, dusty, but it's better than everything else she's been seeing lately. It's blood-free at least. She closes her eyes, trying to regain her breathing and thoughts before she opens her eyes. Giriko has closed the door. He's leaning against it now with his arms crossed. He glances at Maka before he looks at Justin. I can finally take these out. Justin takes the headphones out, smiling slightly at Giriko as he puts them in his pocket. He locks eyes with Maka. Sorry if you thought I was being rude, but I need to have these on when we are out of this room. Why? Mac blinks at him. The music keeps the madness out of his head. Giriko speaks up, looking over at Maka. In here it's not so bad since we blessed this place like no fucking tomorrow. Music. Maka looks over at Justin. The music helps in keeping me sane. Justin rubs his temples. The madness spike is taking its toll on me. You okay, Justin? Do you need anything? Giriko leads off the door, his eyes holding that concern for this younger boy. He is his protector. No. I'm fine for now. Justin gives him a soft smile, that love in his eyes Maka knows all too well. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on now? Maka looks between them. She grips her fist. How did you know I was here? Why are you here? Why couldn't I go home? Why did you say something about demons? Maka questions quickly. She needs answers. She needs to get back home. To answer your questions I have to go back. Justin sits down on a chair. It creaks at his weight, but it holds his eyes, holding a faraway look. I knew you would be here because when I was Azura's host he told me about this place, about this day. He had it all planned, even all the way back at the asylum. Justin looks up at her, locking eyes with her. This is the day he plans on taking your soul. This is the place. What? Maka's eyes get wide, her stomach twisting at that in fear. How could he have planned this? How could he have known I would come here? I don't know, he just knew. Justin takes a deep breath. After seeing the beginning of the end of the world was starting, I knew Azura was close on taking your soul. Knowing his plan, knowing you would be here, we set off to find you before he does. Justin glances over at Kiriko. We succeeded in that, with time to spare. How did you know I was in that slaughterhouse? Maka's eyes are still wide, taking all this in. We didn't. Justin looks back at her. But when we were looking for you, we saw this green beam shoot out of that abandoned building. Kiriko grunts. Justin said it was your power, I just went along with it. I'm still getting used to this whole "you're a witch" thing. Maka blinks at that before looking at Justin. You told him I was a witch. I told him everything. Justin states blankly. If he's a part of this, he deserves to know just as much as we do. Hell yeah. Stop trying to keep me out of the loop. Kiriko growls, pointing a finger at Maka. Wait. Maka frowns, looking at Justin again. Why can't I get home? Azura placed a force field around this city to make sure you can't get out and no one can get in to help you, so when the time comes, he can take your soul with no difficulty. Justin grips his cross. What he wasn't planning on was me helping you. If he thought I would turn on him, he would have never given me the information he has. Fuck. Maka grabs her hair, her breathing uneven. She can't get back. She's stuck here, and Krona and Ragnarok don't know what happened to her. They could think she's dead or anything. Fuck this, dammit. Is there really no way out of here? There is a way. Justin's words get her to whip her head up. But we have to wait till 12. The force field is going to recede a bit, weaken at this hour, because Azura will be coming after you, spending most of his power trying to get to you. What our plan is that all this holy items will hold him back. We get out of here through the back, then hit the sewers there. We can get out of the city. If we are fast enough, we can get you out of here, then you can escape. Justin closes his eyes. This plan, I'll be honest, doesn't have a high percentage of working, but it's all we have, your only hope. Fuck. Maka grabs at her hair more and slings her body on the bed, her frustration getting the best of her. She wanted to spend her last hours with her family, not here, not in this place where this demon has planned all this time to take her. This can't be happening. She's going to fucking lose it. Kiriko. Justin's voice is soft. He looks over at the other man. Can I have a word with her alone? Sure. Kiriko seems hesitant to leave, but he does, closing the door behind him. Maka doesn't notice she's still gripping her hair, her stomach turning hollow, her breathing uneven. How the fuck could this have happened? Everything has gone so wrong. The demon outsmarted her. She's fucked. She knows she is. Maka. His soft voice gets her to stop tugging at her hair. She looks up. Justin is sitting next to her on the bed now, looking down, those blue eyes so deep it gets her to pause. I know things seem bad, really bad, but do not lose hope. Do not lose your faith. I lost my faith, I lost my hope, and that is why Azura took hold of me in the first place. I gave up, I let him do that to me. If you lose your faith, if you lose your hope, you're dead, but if you keep it. Justin looks over at her, those eyes so hypnotizing. You will stay alive, you'll keep your life. Maka stares at him a moment before she sits up, taking a deep breath. I know I have to stay hopeful, Justin, that I can't give up, but it's hard, you know. This, I wanted to spend my last hours with my family, but now I can't. I dash. If you keep hope, these won't be your final hours. Justin's firm voice gets her to look at him. He's looking at her intently. If you keep faith, this won't be your death, Maka. You will go home to your family, you will live. Justin. Maka looks at him with wide eyes. This boy closes his eyes. There was a time I hated you, Maka. Justin opens his eyes, looking up at the ceiling. I despised you for being a witch, a thing of hell, a thing of the devil. I see now I was a hypocrite. Even back then I knew, but I denied it. I held on to the Bible like its verses would save me. That's what I was taught anyway. He grips his cross. I knew I needed to repent, I needed forgiveness, but I was sure no one would give it to me. That, like Azura said, I was damned. God didn't want me. So I continued to serve him, yet I tried to cling to the light, but it was all a lie. I was a demon. I thought that I was better than you, though, that since you were born evil, born a witch, that must mean God despised you more even after all my sins. He closes his eyes. I wanted to kill you to feel as if I was doing God a service so he would forgive me, set me free. What I wasn't expecting, Maka, was to lose to you. Not only that, but for you to spare me. You set me free yourself and gave me forgiveness even after all the wrong I caused you. Justin looks over at her, her eyes are wide. That day, You not only freed my soul but opened my eyes. I had you all wrong. You, a witch, showed me compassion, showed me mercy. Even with what you are, even with what God gave you, you did good. You saved me. You forgave me. He puts his hand over Maka's. It's a friendly touch, and in this touch and in the way he's looking at her, she thinks this must be what it feels like to have a brother. Not only that, but you saved Giriko, you save people, you're a good person. He grips her hand tighter, looking into her eyes. Maka, I swear on all that is holy, I will protect you. Ashura will take me, before he takes you. You gave me a second chance, I'm willing to throw it away to give you one back. Justin. Maka says his name, speechless. Her heart swells at his words and how he holds her hand. Promise me, Maka. Justin takes a deep breath. If he enters me, kill me, don't let him taint me anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. He smiles sadly at how she tenses. Thank you, Maka, for all you have done for me, for forgiving me of my sins. He looks away from her. I just wish I could be forgiven for all the other ones, for submitting to Ashura in the first place, but I have committed the unforgivable. Sincerely, I'm going to hell with my parents. No sin is unforgivable. My Justin, with all your studies, I would think you would know that. A voice cuts him off. It's light and warm. Maka and Justin look over to see Custos standing before them, smiling gently at Justin. You. Justin's eyes get wide at the light surrounding this being. He gets up and falls to his knees in front of him. This feeling, you're one of God's angels, are you not? He trembles. Justin seems scared. Have you come to judge me? Please, not yet, let me save her. Maka looks at him with her chest tightening. Let me make my amends to her, repay her for her kindness to me, Holy One. Stand, Justin. Behold, I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to do the opposite, actually. Custos' soft words get Justin to look up. What do you mean? Justin gets up, his eyes still wide at seeing this being. Justin Law. Custos smiles almost sadly, taking a step forward. I know your pain, how your parents were confused, thinking the Bible was more important than the lessons inside. They treated you horribly, drove you to insanity, you lost yourself, worshipping Ashura, the demon god of madness. You had a moment of weakness and he took advantage of you. Justin is trembling in fear, looking down in guilt. You lost yourself more and more till you became your parents, only thinking of what the Bible says, only seeing what others did wrong but not what you, yourself, was doing wrong. Custos closes his eyes. You killed your parents. Killed countless nurses. Worshipped another god, you have heavy sins on your shoulders. Maka frowns at Custos a bit, mad that he would say that to him. Justin is looking like he's about to fall apart. Maka opens her mouth only for Custos to put his hand up, stopping her from saying anything. I know. Justin chokes out. I am a sinner, I don't deserve to be in your presence, I am a disgrace. Custos smiles at this. Because you now know you're a sinner, now that you are sorry, that you are trying to make things right. Custos touches Justin's head, the blonde boy tensing so bad. You are forgiven of all your sins. Everything gets quiet. What? Justin looks up at this angel with wide eyes. You're sorry. You know what you did wrong. Our God is a forgiving one. You read the Bible, you should know. Custos gives him such a warm smile. All your sins are forgiven. Go in peace and love. Justin, you have a good heart. Don't lose sight of it. Justin falls to his knees. He grabs Custos' hand, tears starting to fall down his face. Thank you, thank you so much. He cries out. Maka watches with wide eyes as light surrounds Justin. He's glowing in her eyes. He looks pure. He has been forgiven for everything. It wasn't me. Give thanks to God. Custos smiles again before fading away. I am forgiven. Justin hugs himself before he starts to laugh. It's not mad, it's happy. He's happy. Maka can't help to smile, glad that he got what he wanted, that he's going to heaven, that he has been forgiven. Maka wishes she could be forgiven. Lucky bastard. Maka smiles sadly at him. This gets his laughter to stop and he looks at her with a frown. Maka What happened? I heard a cry. Giriko comes busting into the door holding a thing of holy water, getting Maka to hiss at him. And nothing, Giriko, please get that out of here. You're hurting her. Justin gets up, he's smiling brightly. Giriko stares at him a moment. He seems taken aback, staring at those blue eyes that are so full of life, those cheeks of Justin slightly tinted. Get that the hell out of here. Maka growls, snapping Giriko out of it. Fine. He growls, walking out to put the water away before walking back in. When he gets back, Justin runs to him, tackling him in a hug. He laughs, wrapping his arms around Giriko's neck, burying his face in his chest. Giriko tenses, looking down at Justin with wide eyes. I've been forgiven, Giriko. What? I need a moment. Justin grins up at him. Maka swears she sees Giriko's cheeks tint the slightest as he watches Justin walk past him out of the door, closing it behind him. What the hell is up with him? Giriko looks over at Maka, confused. He's just happy. Maka smiles. It's not every day an angel comes and forgives you of all your sins. Huh. Giriko blinks. Nothing. She waves him off, but she feels herself smiling. She's happy for Justin. She guesses she is. What? Giriko starts to ask again. He looks so confused when they hear a bang from the other room. Justin. Giriko's eyes get wide and he runs out of the room. Maka gets up, her heartbeat picking up speed. Shit, is it already time? Maka's thoughts stop when Giriko comes back in, carrying Justin like a baby. His eyes are closed. He looks exhausted. What happened? Maka frowns. He passed out. I knew it was only a matter of fucking time. Giriko sighs, looking down at the younger male in his arms with a look that's hard to understand. He's been up for the last couple of days, barely getting any sleep, worrying about finding you. Oh. Maka moves out of his way when Giriko walks towards her. He gently lays Justin down in the bed, pulling the covers over him. We have some time before 12. He needs his rest. Giriko speaks more to himself as he stares down at this young boy. He's only 18, yet like Maka he's dealing with so much. He's had to deal with demons and witches just as she has. Maka can see how exhausted Justin really is, sees the bags under his eyes now, how pale, frail he looks. Giriko doesn't look so good himself. His bags are bad under his eyes. He looks like he's starting to grow a beard, lines of exhaustion in his face. Giriko, maybe you should get some rest too. Maka frowns, walking closer to this man. You don't look so good. I could keep watch. It's only 8 now. We have 4 hours. I'm okay. Giriko's eyes never leave Justin. He stands there, his protector, and in his eyes Maka understands he's afraid to sleep, afraid if he did when he wakes up Justin wouldn't be there. It gets her chest tightening. Maka remembering how Justin loves Giriko, and now she can't help but wonder. Does Giriko love him back? In that way? Maka walks so she's standing beside Giriko, looking down at Justin. She thinks of a way to go about this, to find this information out without getting punched. He's pretty cute when he's asleep, huh? Maka hums. I guess. Giriko raises his eyebrow at her. He didn't deny it. For a baby face he has a pretty masculine chin. Maka continues, not really knowing what this will accomplish, but she goes with it. Giriko is staring at her completely now. He seems confused, she guesses. And those big blue eyes are to die for. Maka fans herself. That blonde hair, hot damn, he is the American dream. So innocent too. Maka grins pervertedly. And that ass dash. Enough of that. Giriko snaps at her, his eye twitching, looking away to glare at the wall, but Maka saw it. The faint color in his cheeks. Why? Maka tilts her head, before looking down at Justin. He's sexy, right, Giriko? Why in the hell are you asking me? Giriko sputters, glaring darkly at her. His cheeks are. Aha. Maka points at his face. He tenses and smacks her hand away. Bitch, get out of my dash. You like him? She cheers. What? No dash, Giriko stutters, but he holds his glare, trying to hide his emotions from her. You blushed. Why are you trying to deny it? Just admit it. You like Justin. Maka's mouth is covered with Giriko's hand. Don't go saying that shit out loud. Giriko growls darkly before taking his hand off of her mouth. I don't know what the fuck I feel for Justin. I'm his guardian. Any other feelings are fucking sick. He crosses his arms. So no. I don't like Justin. I look after him and that's it. You don't have to lie to me, you know I won't judge you. Maka looks down at Justin. You should know I have no room to judge anyone. Giriko glances over at her a moment before he sighs. If we're going to fucking talk about this, let's go in the other room. He walks off. Maka follows behind him, happily having to stop herself from jumping in joy. She knew it. This is great. Now she just has to work out whatever Giriko's problem is with it. Once they're out, Maka closes the door behind her. It's painful out here. Giriko must have forgotten, but Maka will endure it. She needs to hear this. Her inner Yoi fangirl is pushing her on. Look, there's not much to talk about. Giriko growls. I'm just his guardian. I care for him. Look after him. But you like him. Maka catches how he tenses. Like I said. Any other feelings I have for him are sick. He's like a fucking baby compared to me. I'm 34 years old. Not only that, but I'm a man. Maka. I don't know if you're familiar with the fucking Catholic Church, but they are not fond of fucking gays. Giriko's voice gets softer. Justin's religion is everything to him. I don't want to fucking scare him. I'm fine with being his guardian and nothing more, so can we drop it now? He loves you. This statement gets the older man to tense. He whips around looking at Maka with wide eyes. She's smiling. He doesn't care how old you are or that you're man. He's loved you since he was very young. Those feelings grew more and more each time you would sneak into his window at night. Giriko's eyes widen more at that. I see the love in his eyes when he looks at you. You're everything to him. You're worth more than his religion, don't you see? Maka's smile grows. Age is just a number and being a man is just a gender. It's the soul of a person we fall in love with, right? If love is good, then why is it so wrong for love to be shared with you too? Society might say it's wrong, but if you look in yourself, Giriko, you don't think it's wrong. You love him just like he loves you. Giriko looks at her with those brown eyes wide, his mouth slightly open so she can see those sharp teeth. He's amazed, and really so is Maka. The words just came out, they flowed. You see. I love two boys. Maka smiles to herself. I'm in a relationship with two. We are all together. Society looks down on that too, but it doesn't stop me. I love them and they love me. I think it's time you tell Justin how you feel. I promise you, he feels the same, maybe even more. Giriko still doesn't say anything. He seems choked up. That's when the door opens behind her. Giriko. Maka. Justin walks out, rubbing his eye. His hair is everywhere. Why are you out here? Is something wrong? I'm sorry, I think I pasted out. Justin shakes his head as if that would wake him up. Maka gives Giriko an encouraging smile, nodding her head over at the younger male. Giriko's eye twitches and he gives her his middle finger, but he's blushing. Justin, Giriko wants to tell you something. Maka blurts out, getting behind Giriko, pushing him towards the younger male. Why, you little snot-nosed brat. Giriko grinds his teeth, about to turn around on her. What is it, Giriko? Justin tilts his head, those eyes staring at him intently, ready to soak in any word that this man says. Giriko stops when he looks into his eyes. Maka wonders if he can see what she does, if he can see the love, the adoration in this boy's blue eyes. You. Giriko grips his fist before he coughs into his hand. You probably should get back to bed. What the hell was that? Maka glares at him. She marches over to the two. Do I have to do everything myself? What? Giriko starts. Only for Maka to kick him in the back, sending him forward, his lips clashing against Justin's. The blonde boy's eyes are so wide, his face so red, as Giriko pulls away quickly. Sorry, Justin, she The younger boy cups his cheeks. Maka sees all those built-up emotions in Justin release, unable to hold out any longer from a kiss by this older man. He pulls Giriko in, kissing his lips tenderly, but Justin is trembling. He's afraid, so afraid. Giriko grabs a hold of him, returning the kiss. His kiss is rougher, edgier, like him. Yes. I did it. Maka smiles to herself as Justin and Giriko grip each other tighter. Their kissing getting faster. Maka blushes, deciding to leave them alone, and it fucking hurts in here with all the crosses. She walks past them, back into the bedroom. If only I could get Krona and Ragnarok to kiss like that. She chuckles at the thought, but then it falls, thinking about those two boys, wondering where they could be, if they're worried about her, if they are looking for her. Maka looks down at her wrist, seeing the vertical eye on it, remembering the other two have the same mark. As she stares into the eye of the enemy on her wrist, she can't help but think about Krona and Ragnarok. I'm okay. Maka speaks against the eye for some reason, as if they could hear her. Don't worry, I'll be back, okay? We're going to make it through this. She holds her hand, looking up at the ceiling. She can only hope Krona and Ragnarok are in a better situation than she is. J. Judas. Krona's face falls in confusion, his stomach turning hollow, this demon's words lingering in the air. What do you mean? You don't think so? We need you. Maka needs you, us. Maybe Judas is just playing around trying to scare him. You really got him good, Judas. That boy, the one that was in the mansion, grins at him. He walks over giving Judas a high five. You were always good at fucking with the humans. He still believes in you. Even now. I'm just that talented. Judas chuckles darkly. All these demons, his brothers, crack up their red eyes, lighting up in dark glee. Krona's eyes widen when he sees Judas and that boy high five slowly but surely. A panic is overcoming him. Judas W, what are you doing? He's the enemy. He's trying to kill Maka dash. Don't you fucking get it, Krona? Ragnarok snarls out, glaring his darkest at Judas. I fucking knew it. I knew he was on fucking Azura's side. He fucking betrayed us. And no, that can't dash. You're right. Judas' words get anything Krona was going to say die on his lips. He whips his head looking at this demon with wide eyes. Judas grinning from ear to ear. You were right all along, Ghost. You should have listened to him, Krona. Unlike you, he has some sense. Judas laughs loudly, leading back his body in an unnatural position, his vines dancing around him. Of course I betrayed you. I'm fucking Judas. I told you. Get a load of this, brothers. I told him I was the demon that betrayed Jesus. And he still trusted me. All the demons roar in laughter. It shakes the place. Krona's eyes shake, not believing what he's hearing. His chest hurts. There's a ringing in his ears, but he can still see Judas's cruel smile and his wicked laugh. But why you gave me your name? Why you saved Maka from your brother? Why you even helped me stop him getting to Maka? Krona is in shock. His mind is reeling. It hurts. Ragnarok is bagging against the cage like a wild animal, shouting out cuss words and growls. He keeps getting shocked, but he keeps yelling out in his rage. It was all an act, dumbass. The boy from the mansion roars out in laughter. It was all an act. Judas smirks. I told you my name, giving you all this bullshit about friendship and us getting closer, knowing you would take the bait. I gave you my name, making you feel as if you had power over me. I know you more than you know yourself. You're a lonely boy, never had a friend. I gave you friendship, gave you bullshit on how you were special. Only to gain your trust, only so I could get closer to Maka. He chuckles darkly. You see, I let my brother go while I was making out with you, taking your innocence even more. When I ran after him, I didn't go after him. I let him go to Maka. He's the one that took her here. It was all a part of the plan. Thanks for that tear, by the way, and for not saying my name to your mother. Judas walks so he's standing right in front of Krona. You've been a good friend. His lips curl and all of the demons crack up. All of that was a lie. Krona trembles looking up at this demon, a fear gripping him, a lump forming in his throat. That tear was really going to help Maka. Medusa was telling the truth. He can't explain how stupid he feels, how hurt he feels when Judas laughs in his face. Of course. I took the tear so she wouldn't have any power over my father. You see, he has had this plan for a long time. We wouldn't want father's special date of reaping Maka's soul to be late, do we? Judas smirks. When the clock strikes 12, Maka's soul will belong to father. Thank you, Krona. I couldn't have done this without you. And no. Krona shouts out, struggling with his binds, but he can't get free. His insides feel like they're getting ripped apart with every word he says. Oh yes. Judas grabs Krona's face, lifting his head up so he has to look at him. He grins darkly. You were a good little puppet, one of my best. You handed me Maka willingly. You put your trust in me above your only friend. Judas glances at the roaring Ragnarok. You went against your family for me, believed every word I said. I must say, Krona, you have been a wonderful host. Let's give him a round of applause. The boy who handed me the only thing he ever had. The boy who gave us Maka. All the demons start clapping, hooting, hollering, laughing at Krona. It's true, Judas is a traitor. Krona believed in him. He gave him the tear. Judas tricked him. He lied. Krona grips his fist, looking up at Judas, who is grinning at him madly, at staring in those eyes of madness, the eyes he trusted, the eyes that he believed in, those eyes that tore everything away from him. The tears fall down Krona's face, his mind falling apart. Why, you said you were my best friend. Krona chokes out. I trusted you. Well, I lied. Duh. Judas leans in, licking the tears off of Krona's cheeks. Don't cry, you know I don't like that. He speaks the same words like before, but this time it's not full of care. He's mocking Krona, smirking. It's not my fault for taking advantage of you. You are so starved for love that you truly believed I loved you. A demon like me. Loving something like you. Never. You're a fool, Krona Gorgon. Didn't your mother teach you not to trust a demon? Well, I suppose not. Judas pushes Krona down, laughing loudly. You fucking bastard. Krona screams. It's so loud his throat hurts, his tears fall down harder. This is all his fault. Maka's in this situation because of him, because he trusted a demon. Why the fuck is he so stupid? Maka. Oh, Judas. One demon chuckles. Looks like you're making him cry more. You think he's going to kill us with his tears? That's the only way he could kill us. That boy from the mansion roars, all these demons joining in for mad laughter. Krona feels a hatred burn inside him. He's never hated anyone. It's a dark feeling, a consuming feeling, yet it's not even for Judas. It's for himself. He should have opened his eyes. He should have listened to Ragnarok. He put his trust in a demon, a part of Asura. Now look at him, look at what his actions have caused. His tears keep falling. The demons are right. All he can do is cry. He can't fix this. He's killed them all. The pain he feels can't be described. The air has been kicked right out of him. Where did you leave the girl? One of the demons turns to the boy who was at the mansion. I left her with the Foxwell brothers. He grins. Those fucked up assholes will keep her there for a couple of hours, play around with her, torture her, then father will come and kill them all. All hail Asura. They all roar, laughing. Fucking no. Ragnarok screams, tackling the bars once again. He grinds his teeth as the bar shocks him. He keeps pushing against the bars. Hate in those eyes of his, they're black. You fucking demons. Let me go. Fuck. Maka. He roars out. Oh, shut up. Judas flicks his wrist. The bar's power gathers, shocking Ragnarok with more force. With a cry of pain, he's sent back away from the bars. Ragnarok's being is flickering. It's red, like he's really being burned, and he is. Our Ragnarok. Krona cries out, his eyes shaking before he looks over at Judas. Stop hurting him, dash. What do you care? He's not your friend anymore, is he? Judas chuckles when Krona's face falls. Thought so. You chose me, my love. He laughs loudly. Krona roars out in rage. He grabs at his binds, thinking of Maka, thinking she's in danger. The binds don't let him go. He can't get out. He's weak. He can't be what she needs. He's ruined everything. It's all his fault. We have a couple of hours before the appointed hour. A demon speaks up, taking a step toward Krona. He leans down, grabbing Krona, lifting him off the floor. His grin is sinister. We can't do much to the ghost, but hell, this is a fine piece of ass. How about we pass the time with killing this fucker, dash. And raping that fat ass of his. A demon chuckles. They're all getting closer. Krona's eyes get wide with fear. We have to keep him alive for a while though. Don't want to kill him right away. Let's make him suffer. I want his left eyeball. I want his hand, dash. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Judas suddenly speaks up. When all the demons had surrounded Krona, they all have a hold of him, ready to rip him apart. The demons look back at Judas, raising their eyebrows. You can't kill him. Why not? They blink. Krona looks at Judas hopefully. Killing him now would be a waste. No. Judas smirks. Let us kill him on the appointed hour, offering him as a sacrifice to Asura. It will make our father stronger. Besides, this boy's thoughts and guilt are torture enough. He chuckles darkly. Judas is right. This boy is the perfect sacrifice for our father. A demon cries out and they let go of Krona, throwing him over by Ragnarok's cage. Save him for later. But what are we supposed to do with all our time? A demon frowns with red hair. Go wreak havoc in the city. Judas waves them off. Just be back at 12. You don't want to miss this sacrifice. Hell yeah, we don't. The demons chuckle. They start fading away. Judas, you're a fucking monster. I know, I know. Judas does a bow when they disappear, leaving him alone with Krona. He glances over at the boy who is just getting himself to sit up. He's bleeding slightly out of his head from the throw, those tears still falling down his face. He looks so afraid. He's still in shock. Do you hate me, Krona? Krona looks at this demon. He musters his strongest glare, his trembling dying down. More than anything. His voice is cold, full of that hate, of that pain, of betrayal. Good. He smirks. Peace bitches. He gives them a peace sign before fading away. See you at 12. You know the time when Maka's going to be dead. Then he's gone. Fuck no. Ragnarok hits the cage again only to fall back. He's weak, he's hurt. Fuck Maka, dammit. Stupid fucking cage. She fucking needs us. She. His voice goes quiet, it cracks, it's weak. She's going to fucking die. Pain. That's all his voice is. We're going to fucking lose her, it's over, it's fucking over. Our Ragnarok. Krona looks down, not able to look at him, those tears blurring his vision. I'm so sorry. He wheezes out, closing his eyes. I should have listened to you. I did this, I ruined everything. I am so sorry. Angst. The tears feel like shards of glass. I don't fucking forgive you. Ragnarok's voice is so dark. I told you, damn it, Krona. I told you. He trails off, he's staring up at the ceiling, his eyes so far away. It doesn't fucking matter. Sorry doesn't do shit. Maka's still in trouble, she could be fucking dying now and we don't even know. We're fucking stuck here. Ragnarok grips his fist, his being flickering. You're the reason, you're the fucking reason, no. I can't fucking forgive you, you've damned her. You killed her. Ragnarok screams. You killed her. His voice gets soft, he's almost faded away. Krona feels the bond connecting them shaking. What happens if it breaks? What happens if Ragnarok fades away? Where would he go? Would he be gone forever? Krona can't think of that now. He takes in his words and knows they're all true. Krona's tears fall more just thinking about this, thinking that Maka is with these Foxwell brothers. They are going to hurt her, keep her there, and at 12 Azura is going to kill her, steal her soul. It's all his fault. I love you, Krona. I trust you. I need you. You're everything to me. Maka's voice floods his mind, her smile, those green eyes so beautiful. He remembers her heartbeat, he remembers her soft touch, her smell, her everything. Maka is going to die, she's going to die, and it's all his fault. Maka. Krona sobs her name. Someone kill him. He welcomes those demons' torture. He deserves it. Oh, how he fucking deserves it. He's killed her. He handed her over to Azura. He failed her. She believed in him and he failed. He failed Ragnarok. He failed everyone. Ragnarok is getting more and more faded by the minute. Krona's sanity is failing. Soon he'll lose it. He feels his lips twitching, his tears falling more. There's a slight pain in his wrist. It drives the madness away. For a moment, a frown coming to his face as he turns his wrist, looking at the vertical eye. It's lighting up. Krona sees from the corner of his eye that Ragnarok is looking at his wrist too. Does he feel it too? I'm okay. Maka's voice sounds through Krona's head. Both Ragnarok and Krona gasp. The ghost stops fading away. He sits up in the cage, his eyes wide, looking at his wrist intently. Don't worry, I'll be back, okay? We're going to make it through this. You heard that too, right? Ragnarok looks over at Krona, his eyes wide with hope. His being is solid. I didn't just fucking imagine that, right? And no. I heard it too. Maka's okay. Krona feels a relief wash over him. He looks down at the vertical eye on his wrist. It's still lighting up. I think she's talking to us through our marks somehow. Krona places his lips against his wrist. Maka, see, can you hear me? Silence. Ragnarok and Krona frown. The pink-haired boy starting to trembling. He sobs. Maka, please dash. Krona. He hears her voice, her sweet, angelic voice in his head. She seems surprised. Why yes Maka, it's me. Krona shouts out in joy. Just hearing her, knowing she's alive, gets his spirits to lift. Maka, where the hell are you? Are you okay? Ragnarok speaks against his wrist urgently. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm really sorry, guys. I know I just left you at the mansion. It was fucking stupid, but I had to help this guy and things just spiraled out of control. She sighs. I'll be back at the mansion before you know it. You'll never believe it. Fucking Justin is helping me. I'm sorry. I know you guys must be worried sick. Tell Medusa. Maka, we're not at the mansion. We dash. Krona starts only for his vertical eye to stop lighting up and then it fades away. What? And no. Krona shakes his hand as if that would give it back. Fuck. Maka. Ragnarok grabs at his wrist. His vertical eye is gone now too. What happened to the marks? Krona trembles, his eyes shaking. Guilty. Judas suddenly appears in front of him singing. We wouldn't Maka coming here trying to act like a hero again, would we? Oh no. She belongs to father, you belong to me. Judas smirks. When I get the fuck out of here, I'm ripping you to fucking pieces. You won't get away with this. Ragnarok growls. His fire is back at hearing Maka's voice. Hearing she's okay has given him his will back. You're not going to get out. Even if you did, you're no match for me, Ghost. Judas shrugs him off. I just wanted to say. Voodoo bitch. He roars before he fades away. Damn fucking demon. Ragnarok growls, punching the cage. Maka's okay, Justin's helping her. Krona breathes out a shaky breath. He glances over at Ragnarok before he slowly starts to wiggle his way so he's in front of the cage. Krona, what the hell are you doing? Ragnarok snarls at him. Krona doesn't answer, he just strikes Ragnarok's cage. It shocks him. He grips his fist before striking it again, hitting it over and over again. What dash? Ragnarok looks confused, his eyes getting a bit wide when Krona's fists start bleeding, but he continues to hit his cage. What the hell are you doing? You're just fucking up your hands, dumbass dash. Maybe if we hit it together we can break it. Krona pants. If why you can get out, why you can help Maka, why you need to get out and save her, I see could stay behind be by you sometime. Us hitting it isn't going to fucking break it. Ragnarok watches as Krona's blood spats, looks at the determined fire in his eyes, through his tears, through his pain. We have to try. Krona wails out. She means everything to me too, Ragnarok. I thought Judas was going to help save her. I believed his lie because I wanted it to be true too much. I love her more than anything. I have to try. I have to get her out of this. Krona hits the cage harder. He's hurting himself, he's frying his hands, but he doesn't care. He closes his eyes, those tears falling. It's all my fault. Ragnarok stares at him a long moment. In his eyes you can still see he blames Krona. You can still see that anger, that rage. Yet after watching this boy hit at his cage, watches as he bleeds and cries, Ragnarok grips his fist before he roars, using all his strength to attack the bars, tackling them. With both these boys working together through their rage, through their love for the same girl, the bars bend. Huh. Maka frowns when suddenly her vertical eye stops lighting up. It just disappears, cutting off her commutation with the two boys. That's odd. What was Krona saying? Why aren't they in the mansion? Then where are they? Krona sounded like he was crying. Is it because he's worried about her? Or is something wrong? Maka glances over at the clock in this room. It's 8:30. She tenses when she hears a crash in the other room, but after hearing a groan following after, she decides not to check. Krona, Ragnarok, something in her gut is telling her that something's wrong, that they need her. Maka walks over to the bed and sits down, her chest tightening. What can she do? She doesn't know where they are and her time is almost up. She's safe here, so Justin says he has a plan of getting her out of here, but what if Krona and Ragnarok really need her? Oh, they do. Maka tenses at the voice, whipping her head up, her eyes meeting those haunted blue and that mad grin. You. Maka stands up, pointing a finger at this demon that just appeared in this bedroom. His vines dance around him, they're larger, the thorns thicker, sharper, her anger building, her power flowing, ready to fucking kill this fucker for all that he's done. You dash. You bastard. Maka's statement is cut off, her face falling in confusion when Death walks out of her. She's see-through and there's bars around her. Death growls. She looks so angry. Judas' eyes get a bit wide, not expecting this, just as Maka wasn't. How dare you do this? Death marches over, grabbing Judas's by his throat, not at all caring about the vines that are inching towards her. She snarls in this demon's face. You treacherous bastard. How dare you spend all that fucking time trying to get on my good side, trying to get my attention, only to leave me and try to fucking kill me. You kill Maka, you kill me, asshole. Do you even know how boring her fucking head is with just me and the angel? Listening to him pray and shit? Do you know how fucking annoying the quiet is? No, you don't. You're free and you're trying to take the only thing I have. My existence. Death shakes Judas back and forth. She's screaming. The demon stares at her with wide eyes before slowly they go back to normal size, realization in them before he smirks. My death, if I didn't know better, it sounds as if you miss me. What? No. Death growls, tightening her grip on Judas's throat. Don't deny it, admit it. You miss me. Judas cheers. I knew you like me, dash. It's nothing like that. She screams in frustration. You're trying to fucking kill me. You left me in that fucking cage alone. Death can be lonely. Judas cuts her off. He gently rubs her cheek, Death's breath catching. I know, Death, you don't have to hide from me. You missed me. I'm the only one who appreciates you, who sees how beautiful you really are. I'm not leaving you, I told you, you will be my queen. Death loosens her hold just enough Judas can take her hand from off his neck. He intertwines their fingers. You're the only gal for me, Death. We'll rule together, I promise you. He grins close to her lips. I will free you from this cage. Yeah, right. Death suddenly screeches, pushing Judas away from her. She takes steps back, her glare so dark. You're lying to me again. All you fucking do is lie. Lie, lie. Lie. You fucking piece of shit. I don't like you. I don't miss you. Her eyes narrow, her eyes turning black. Get the fuck out of here. You won't touch her. She's mine. You do know you don't have any power in that cage of yours, Death. Judas starts with a smirk. I said get out. I don't want to see your face. All you do is lie. She screams, only to put a hand to her heart, looking away from the demon. You always lie. Judas stares at Death a moment. That mad smile has fallen, a look Maka can't understand on this demon's face. Judas nods, hugging himself. Okay. I'll leave. Judas glances over at Maka. Your time is coming. He grins before he fades away. Jackass. Death roars, gripping her fist. Maka can't help to look at this other girl with wide eyes. In a way, Death saved her. Death got the demon to leave. Death protected her. Don't fucking look at me like that. Death growls when she turns around, seeing Maka's face. Death glares. Thank you. Maka speaks softly, still not believing Death is her savoir. Don't thank me, bitch. That asshole is trying to kill me. That's the only reason I stopped him. Death snaps, crossing her arms, those eyes boring into her own. Still. Maka looks at this girl closely, though Death is glaring at her. There's something in her eyes, something she can't read. If anyone is going to kill you, it's going to be me. Death looks down at the ground again, something in those eyes. Maka can't read it, but if she had to make a guess, she looks almost sad. No. Not sad, just whatever it is, it's not a good emotion. It's weird seeing it. Maka figured Death didn't have any emotion except for wanting to kill people. Maybe she was wrong. I'm going to be the death of you, just as I am with all life. She closes her eyes before looking over at Maka. You don't have much time left. Death starts fading away. You better not fucking die on me. With that, she's gone. Maka's eyes shoot open, jumping awake. She look around, confused, seeing she's laying on the bed now. Death isn't in the room anymore. Was all that a dream? No. It felt so real, but... Oh, Maka, you're up. Maka looks over to see Justin sitting by the edge of the bed, smiling gently at her. His eyes are so bright, those lips look swollen. Did you have a nice nap? I fell asleep. Maka sits up, sighing as she rubs her head. Yes, you've been out for some hours. I thought it was best to let you get your rest. Justin looks down at his hands, a blush on his face. Thank you. Huh. Maka blinks, looking at how his face gets darker. For helping me with Giriko. He smiles at her, those eyes so bright. You again, have given me something I never thought I would have. He sighs happily. You two together then. Maka perks up. You could say that. Justin's face is so red. Maka gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder. I'm happy for you, you deserve to have something, Justin. And you deserve to live. Justin's blush suddenly falls. He looks at Maka seriously, such a strong fire in those eyes. Maka frowns. I wouldn't say that, It's almost time. Giriko suddenly runs into the room, his eyes wide. Get out here. We have 10 minutes to 12. What? Maka's face falls. It can't be that late, but Justin gets up quickly, grabbing her hand, pulling her out of the room into the room full of crosses and holy water. It's painful, it hurts, but her mind is reeling. This is it, 10 minutes, and her time is at 10 minutes, and he will be here. I know it's painful. Justin hugs her, keeping her away from the crosses as he puts those earphones back in his ears, turning on music. But this will help keep him at bay. He'll appear in here, then we can run out the back. Maka nods, burying her head in his chest, trying to drown out the beating of her own heart in her ears. Giriko stands by the front door, a cross gripped in his hands. His glare is viscous. Maka can't look, she holds on to Justin desperately, not knowing what's going to happen. Krona, Ragnarok, she has to live, she has to see them again, she has to make it out of this. It's going to be okay. Justin soothes in her ear. You gave me so much, now I'm going to give back to you, he won't touch you. Maka closes her eyes, waiting, knowing her time is pretty much up. After all this time it can't end like this, no. She still needs to avenge her mother, she still needs to fix things to make the world better. She can't die here, she has to live. That's when the clock makes a sound, a ding-dong signaling the turn of the hour. It's 12. Maka tenses, whipping her head up to look at the door. Giriko has gotten closer to it, standing ready. Justin hasn't done anything. Maka doubts he heard it turn 12. He's staring at Giriko intently, holding her closer when she trembles more in her fright. They wait. Maka doesn't know what to expect. If Azura's going to bang down their door, maybe he'll come out of the floor and get her, maybe he'll appear right in front of her. But none of that happens. Odd. Justin speaks up. I would think he would be here by now. I am. A dark voice growls behind them. Before Maka can even react, Justin is grabbed and ripped from her. She falls on her butt, looking with wide eyes at Azura, the demon god of madness, lifting Justin off his feet with his scarves. The blonde boy is staring at him with wide, fearful eyes. You have been a bother, Justin. Helping Maka, telling her my plans, shame on you. Azura tisks. No matter, her time is up, and so is yours. I'm here to take what is mine. He grins evilly, his face moving closer to Justin's. Get the hell off him. Giriko roars, throwing the cross at the demon. It hits him in the forehead. Azura screeches, letting go of Justin. The blonde boy is quick to get up. He runs over to Maka, grabbing her, lifting her up. We have to get out of here. Justin speaks frantically as he throws a cross at Azura, the demon stumbling closer to the other crosses in this room, getting him to roar. Giriko. Justin looks over at the other man desperately. Got it. Giriko runs towards Justin and Maka. Only for the demon to appear right in front of him. You'll pay for that. Azura growls, backhanding Giriko. The blow is powerful. It sends Giriko flying, hitting the wall hard, hitting his head hard. He falls to the ground, his eyes closed. That one hit knocked him out. You will burn in the pits of hell. Azura points a finger at Giriko, his hand lighting up. No. Maka snaps out of her fear. Her scream gets Azura to pause, looking back at her with those three eyes. Maka points her finger at him, willing her power to come out to blow this guy to kingdom come. Revengeful spirit. Maka cries out a spell that should blast this fucker out of here. Only for it not to work. No power comes out, nothing. What? Maka's eyes widen when she tries another spell and nothing. My powers. They dash. Not working. Azura's evil laugh gets her to stop, goosebumps covering her body. You see, Maka, your time is up. You can't hurt me. You already belong to me, I just have to collect the soul. Your power is no good against me. Azura smirks. Your time is up. He takes a step closer, Maka's face falling in horror, her body trembling. She can't use her powers, it's over. He's reaching out for her, he's going to take her soul. I don't think so. Justin roars, coming up behind the demon. He throws a bucket of holy water on Azura. The demon screams, grabbing at his burning flesh, rubbing his eyes, trying to see. Maka, we must go. He runs over to her, grabbing her hand. We have to get you to the sewer. He pulls her into the bedroom. He shuts the door behind him, saying a prayer before he keeps dragging her over to a door in the bedroom. What about Giriko? Maka cries out, thinking about the unconscious man. He's okay, Azura will come after us. Justin throws open the door, pulling Maka in it with him. They're in a hallway. It looks old, dusty, not used. Maka sees two glass doors at the end of it. She sees the dark sky their way out. He won't bother with Giriko when we are so far away from him. Maka nods, but she can see how worried Justin is about Giriko. This boy looks like he's about to break down, yet he grips her hand and starts running towards the glass doors. We get out of here and find the closest pothole to get to the sewers. If we are quick, we can make it. He stepped into the room and I drenched him with holy water. This should buy us enough time to dash. Justin skids to a stop, Maka doing the same. She trembles. Justin's eyes widen in horror and disbelief. Miss me. Azura stands in front of the glass doors. His smirk is so large, so evil, those eyes bouncing in dark glee. Fuck. Maka tenses, gripping Justin's hand tighter. She feels the fear. What? That should have given you us more time. Justin backs up, he puts his arm out protectively, moving Maka so she's behind him. You're both out of time. Azura walks forward, that smile will rip his face. It's over for the both of you. Your souls are mine. His scarves lash out. In this narrow hallway there's nowhere to run. Azura's eyes light up, madness so thick it's getting her lips to twitch. It's over before it even started. Maka can only watch with trembling eyes. These scarves get closer to her, get closer to Justin. She has no power, she's going to die here. Azura's smile is sinister. Finally, you're mine, Maka Albarn. The silence is broken with the sound of panting, the sound of exhaustion. Krona lies on the floor, his hands a bloody pulp. Ragnarok holds his shoulder, his being is flickering. They tried so hard, but no matter what they did they could only get the cage to bend slightly. That's when there's a ringing. And all the demons reappear, grinning madly. Judas steps forward, turning around to his brothers, grinning. It's 12 o'clock. You know what that means. Krona and Ragnarok tense at the news, their chests feel like someone punched them. Maka's time is out. Azura is after her right now, she needs them. Sacrifice. They cheer. Yes. Let us give our father a gift. Judas turns around, pointing his sharp finger at Krona. The soul of a traitor. All hail Azura. The demons cheer, their grins turning evil. They slowly walk towards Krona, the pink-haired boy trembling. Get the fuck away from him. Ragnarok screams. Even with how angry he is with Krona, he doesn't want him to die. The concern shines through those hard eyes. He tackles the cage, but it's no use. Krona. Krona closes his eyes before opening them. He accepts his death. He doesn't care if he dies, but Maka needs him. The demons surround him. All he can see are their mad grins, their claw-like hands reaching out for him. I trusted you. Krona says weakly, those tears falling again, knowing all hope is lost. Judas smirks. And I'm a traitor, that's all I do is betray. His words are cruel. The demons reach out to rip him apart. Ragnarok is screaming, roaring things, but Krona can't hear any of it. He's staring death in the face yet. The only thing he can think about is Maka. He thinks of those green eyes one last time, thinks of her laugh, of her touch, thinks of the girl he loves more than anything. He thinks of her smile. Knowing he will never see it again. Chapter 70. Time seems to have slowed, sounds seem to have faded away. All Maka can do is stare at these scarves that are going to get her, going to rip her up and bring her to the demon who is smiling so evilly she can only stand there, her eyes wide like a deer in headlights. Justin is yelling at her. She thinks he's telling her to run, but her feet don't move. Even if she took off running, there's no way she could outrun that. It's almost on them. Azura is going to get Justin, going to get her. Her time is up. Can it really end like this? In this dusty hallway, away from her family, before she can avenge her mother, before she can kill Arachne. The scarves get right on them. Justin holding her behind his back. They're going to get him first. She wants to scream, wants to use her powers on this demon, wants to fight this, but she can't. Her throat closes on her. All she can do is watch like a fucking retard, like a weakling. Finally, you're mine, Maka Albarn. Azura chuckles darkly as the scarves engulf both her and Justin. Even with the boy shielding her, they grab him and go around to grab her. It burns. It's like hot coal has wrapped around her. Justin and Maka cry out in pain. The scarves jerk, pulling them towards Azura. The demon is grinning ear to ear, enjoying their pain, enjoying what's to come. No matter how much Maka struggles, she can't get out of his grip. Justin is tied, he can't reach his cross. It looks like he's trying to get her out of the scarves, but it's no use. They're both doomed. Please, Maka finds herself begging to who and for what she doesn't know. Just please, not now, not like this, please. A bright light surrounds Justin and Maka. Suddenly it burns her, but it also burns the scarves. Azura screeches, the scarves letting go of them, recoiling back to this demon. His eyes are wide, his expression nothing but shock. Maka falls on her butt, panting, sweating, her eyes shaking. The madness is so thick, but it slowly dissolves from her to something warmer, to something that hurts. Maka looks in front of her only for her eyes to widen, a hope starting to build. I am sorry that got so far, Maka, are you alright? Custos glances behind at her. He stands in front of her and Justin protectively, those green eyes full of concern. He's glowing, the brightest she's seen him. Yeah. Maka blinks, still in shock. She thought she was really going to die, but this angel saved her, like he always does. And no. Maka looks over at Justin only to see him holding a iPod in his hands. It's broken, cracked in half. That was his music, it's gone. It's you. Custos tenses and turns around to face Azura. The demon is looking at him with wide eyes. Before they narrow, he straightens himself out, a smirk forming on his face. It's been so long. The demon's scarves gather, red light starting to surround him just as blue, bright light surrounds Custos. My brother. His lips curl around the words. Brother. Maka's eyes widen and she looks over at Custos. The angel tenses. He grips his fist. Yes, my brother. Custos locks eyes with Azura. It's been much too long. I should have taken care of you long ago. I didn't have the heart to, I couldn't bear it. Custos takes a step forward, that blue light getting brighter. But now you are threatening life, my brother. I won't let you harm her. This stops now. You have sinned, Azura. Stop this and repent. Light forms against Custos' arms, taking a form. In a blink of an eye, it's not light anymore, it's blades. Blades are coming out of Custos' forearms. They curve towards his body. They almost look like wings on each of the blade. As across the power Maka feels from this angel is getting her to cringe, backing away, her eyes wide. Though that was fucking epic. Custos does a stance, holding his arms up so the sharp point of his blades are facing Azura. Or die. You won't really kill me. You don't have the guts to do it. Azura smirks as he snaps his fingers. The ground trembles, before a large, red pitchfork comes out of a crack in the ground. The ends look so sharp. The end of the pitchfork is on fire. Azura's eyes get darker, the madness getting thicker. Come now, you don't really want to fight me. You're going to run from me like all the other times. This demon's eyes change. Maka can't read it, but it's a deep emotion. Why do you still protect the human race? Why do you protect their life? They are disgusting, selfish beings. All they care about is themselves. Yet here you are, protecting these sinners. Protecting her. He points at Maka, who tenses. A witch. A girl that has killed countless people, a girl that is death herself. You're risking your life for those disgusting humans. You've given up heaven to wander around in this polluted world with the polluted human race. Why, Custos? Why? Azura's voice gets softer, something flashing through his eyes, pain. Before it turns to rage. Why? Are you that much of a fool? You're nothing but God's puppet. These humans don't deserve to be saved. I am no one's puppet, nor am I a fool. Azura, you have been corrupted with so much sin it's blinded you. Custos' eyes, Maka can see it, the deep, deep sadness, the pain in them, yet he stands firm. Gaze upon him, Maka. This demon you see is my twin brother. Everything stops. What? Maka looks at Custos as before looking at Azura. She looks at the demon's red eyes full of hate, then at Custos' green eyes full of love, at Azura's black hair, at Custos' blonde, looks at the demon's dark power, then looks at Custos' light. There's no way. It's true, Azura used to look just like me. He used to be an angel. He used to be. Custos trails off, shaking his head. But evil corrupts, it decomposes. You let the hate consume you, Azura. You forgot of all the good and now you can only see the bad in everything. Custos takes a step forward. Maka is still staring with her mouth wide at the news. God has given the human race a second chance. He is forgiving. I am a guardian angel, brother, or not, I will stop you. Custos' eyes turn hard, yet she can still see that sadness. Like I should have done a long time ago. You and him twins. You and Azura brothers. Maka can't grasp that Custos, this angel Azura, used to be like that. Used to be a angel. He used to be good like Custos. She wonders what happened. No, she doesn't. Forget she said anything. The rage in Azura's eyes is real. Maka's never seen this demon so angry, so heated. He's losing his cool already. If not for Custos being here, she knows both her and Justin would be engulfed in his madness. Justin is covering his ears, whispering things to himself. Maka's too busy watching what's about to unfold. A demon vs a angel. Brother vs brother, good vs evil. Tell me, Custos, tell me what is so special about these humans. They are only a step below us demons. Why do you give so much? Why do you turn on me for them? He roars, those eyes so dark with hate and something else. You, my brother, are the one that turned on me, turned on us all, turned on all that was good. You caused the first murder. You got yourself kicked out of heaven. You. Custos trembles, his blonde hair covers his eyes. You know why I protect the human race, why I've done all I can to be there for them as much as I could. He looks up, those eyes so bright, so beautiful. It's because I love them, just as God does, just as you did. But you lost yourself, you have forgotten the joy of love. Something so powerful, and though these humans sin, they make mistakes, I only pray, I only weep. Do you want to know why I protect them? Why I love them? Custos roars. Azura's rage is only growing. It's because they love. Despite all the evil in this world, they can still feel love for one another. They help each other, even in these hard times. I have watched with a smile as people take in strangers, giving them food, helping them when they need help themselves. All you see is their sins, Azura, that's all you can see anymore. How many of these people did you actually see helping one another? I see the world for what it is, a cold, unforgiving place. These people only help others if it's beneficial to them, for allies, for teamwork, but if their life is in danger, they will betray, sin, do whatever they need to survive. Azura glances at Maka. You saved a woman, you healed her, gave her life, and what did she do? She abandoned you to be raped, and killed without even looking back by those insane men. That is what you are fighting to protect. A selfish race. Azura growls, gripping the pitchfork. You love these humans, you love trash. This place shakes in his roar. I haven't forgotten what love is. Oh, I know. I know the fucking emotion that I've been denied. Maka. Maka tenses, looking up at Custos. The angel is glaring at Azura, his green eyes have a faraway look. It is my time to be of use to you, though I cannot interfere with humans. Demons are a whole other story. I will take care of Azura. Justin. Justin stops, gripping his hair, looking over at the angel, his eyes are shaking slightly. Take care of her. Get her out of here. Justin's eyes slowly focus, he nods, seeming to get a hold of himself. He gets up, grabbing Maka's hand, helping her up. I will, God be with you, angel. Maka winces, gripping Justin's hand tighter. And God be with you. Custos gives them a smile, it's so soft, so reassuring. Everything is going to be okay on my life, I'll never let him hurt you, Maka, I love you both. Those eyes so beautiful, he almost looks like he's going to cry before his face turns hard. He turns around, bright light surrounding them again, blocking the scarves that just shot out, trying to get to Maka. Now get out of here. Custos. Maka stares at the back of this angel, something about this, what if he needs help? Maybe they should all try to kill him. He will be fine, Maka. God is with him. Justin cuts through her thoughts, those eyes boring into her own. We must get out of here now, I don't know how much more I can take, and I'm sure it's about to get ugly. Justin looks around, trying to find another way out of this place. He's panting, not having his music. Maka can see it's drastically affecting him. His eyes stop on the wall next to him. There's no other way out. Do you think you could blow a hole in this wall? It will lead us outside. Can I blow a hole in a wall? Maka scoffs before she touches the wall. At her touch, her power gets sent out, the wall falling apart, opening a way out for them. She turns to glance back at Custos. She can't even see him now, he's so bright it's hard to look at. He lunges for Azura, the demons turning a black color. Let's go. Justin grabs her hand and pulls her through the wall, taking off running, pulling her along, yanking her away from what's probably going to be one of the most epic fights ever. She doesn't mind too much though, she's ready to get the fuck out of here. Custos. Maka puts a hand to her heart. Give him hell. Maka can't help to notice her feet feel heavier, it's getting harder to breathe, but she pushes herself, running alongside Justin. She blasts another hole in the wall, revealing the city to them. Now we just have to find the nearest pothole. Justin starts as they run through the hole in the wall. Only for him and her to stop running, their eyes wide. This place, when she went in the apartment, was dead quiet, no life in sight. Now there's way too much life, and the bad kind. There are people running around screaming, cars driving, swerving, only to crash in a building. They're all running, yet Maka watches as some people tackle the others, biting them. She sees some people actually eating each other. Their eyes are bouncing in madness, grinning ear to ear. Another madness attack. Maka shouts over all the screams at Justin, her chest tightening when she sees a little boy in the middle of the crowd of people running. He's calling for his mother, tears in his eyes. We have to help them. Her body moves without her thinking, ready to charge in this madness, ready to protect the innocent, only for Justin to grab her, stopping her. We can't worry about this now. We have to get you out of here, Maka. I'll get out of here after I help them. Maka's eyes get wide when she sees a woman with crazed eyes. She notices the lost boy calling for his mother. Her smile is sinister, she's licking her lips. Stop. She struggles with Justin, but this boy, despite how small he is holding her back. Damn, she thought she was stronger than this. Why does she feel so weak? Tired? No. If we don't get you out of here now, Maka, you will die. I gave you my word. I'm not letting you die here. Custos is in the apartment fighting for you. To go in there is suicide. He's pulling her away from the crowd, pulling her away from this little boy. The crazy woman is right behind him. She's reaching out. She's going to get him. She's going to. Right when this woman is about to grab the little boy, a man tackles her, punching her in the temple, knocking her out for the count. Her eyes widen when she sees the cross necklace on this man. A witch hunter? Suddenly a woman runs out and picks up the crying little boy, holding him like a baby. She doesn't have a cross necklace, nor does she look crazy, but this witch hunter gives her a pat on the shoulder before running out and attacking another crazed person. Maka watches with wide, confused eyes as Justin pulls her along. There's more witch hunters in this crowd of people. They're attacking the crazies, protecting the innocent. Then there's other people who don't have crosses, yet they seem to be doing the same thing. She's never seen so many witch hunters gathered in one place. She should be afraid, but she isn't. She's relieved to see them. They're saving these people fighting evil. It seems they already have help. Justin comments, watching as a witch hunter shoots down a man with foam coming from his mouth. He pulls her along, weaving his way through people, staying away from the large crowds as much as possible, his eyes alert for any crazies. Justin's eyes, they are slowly starting to shake again, his grip on her hand so tight. I know there has to be a pothole around here somewhere. It's His eyes light in realization before he makes a sharp right turn, running down a street named Deep Hole. That's Dolls. Suddenly, a large man, a 6-foot man, buff, breaks out of a window in a building they pass, his big, brown eyes bouncing in madness. He grins lopsided before he charges them. Justin, not seeing it, his eyes were on the ground, looking for a pothole. Maka's eyes elsewhere, looking at all the mad people. This large man tackles them, grabbing both Maka and Justin in a bear hug. He's squeezing so hard, crushing her rib. She can't breathe. She gasps for air. Dolls. My dollies. So pretty. He giggles as he tightens his grip. Let go of her. Justin struggles with this man. He's able to kick him in the gut. It's hard enough that this man drops Maka. She falls on her butt, gasping for air, her eyes wide. This man is still gripping onto Justin, his face falling to a glare. Dolly hurt me. He growls, those med eyes inches from Justin's. The blonde boy struggles with him, but when he looks into his med eyes, Justin stops struggling. His eyes are starting to shake again. He's sweating, his face turning blue. He can't breathe. Get off him. Maka screams, pointing her finger at this man. With a surprised grunt, he's sent flying back into the building. Justin is released, falling to his knees. The blonde boy covers his ears, mumbling something to himself like a prayer. He's rocking back and forth, not looking so hot. Maka isn't feeling so hot either. That spell was simple. She barely used any power, yet her hands are shaking. Her body feels heavy. Why is bad, Dolly? The man runs towards her, more like lunches. Before Maka can even comprehend it, this man is in front of her. He roars as his fist connects with her cheek. The force sends her flying back, hitting the concrete, skidding to a stop of her side. Fuck, she's usually quicker than this. What's wrong with her? That's when she hears laughing. She looks up only to see that she's surrounded. Med grins all around, these people looking at her like she's a new meal, and maybe she is. Justin is still on the ground, curled into himself, mumbling something, his eyes closed. No way in hell she's going to die here. With these assholes. She growls, summoning her power, about to blow them away from her and grab Justin. Her hand catches on fire. Fuck. Maka puts the fire out, her eyes wide. A rebound. This early? How is this possible? After all her training, she barely used any magic. Why is she having a rebound? Maka can only hold her hand. These crazed people getting closer, reaching out for her. Maka's in pain, her eyes feel heavy. She needs to get away. They both do, but her legs don't respond to her mind still not being able to grasp that she's already out of power. Look, her hand's already cooked. A man grabs her wrist, holding up her burnt hand. He licks his lips. Maka struggles with him, trying to pull her hand away. These other crazy people are gripping onto her, holding her down, getting closer with their mouths open. The man holding her wrist is about to bite into her burnt hand. Maka's eyes are shaking in fear. Justin, help! She cries out. Her cry snaps the blonde boy out of his state. He tenses, getting up quickly, his eyes they're dilated, focusing and unfocusing. They focus, his face falling in horror. Maka! He takes off running to help her, only for that large man to tackle him again. Justin! She shouts in concern, yet she has her own problems. She struggles with all these people grabbing her, but she's out of power. She can't save Justin and Justin can't save her. Are they really going to die here? This is fucked up. Custos, no. Suddenly the man grabbing her arm is kicked away by a girl, blonde, short hair. She looks familiar, then it hits her. Found her. Patty cheers, her blue eyes bright, looking down at Maka, who is looking at her with shock. The crazy people blink at her before grinning hungrily. Good job. A voice is heard behind her. Female. Maka whips around, seeing Liz, this girl's older sister, does a spinning kick, kicking these crazy people off of Maka, before she hits one that charged her with her gun at the temple, knocking him out. Kid, she's here. You were right. Maka, we found you. Patty smiles as she leans down, hugging Maka tightly, getting her to tense. Good thing too. You were almost food. Are you okay? Why, yes, I'm fine. Maka is so shocked. What are the odds that Kid and his gang would be here? That would explain the witch hunters, but what about the other people? And how did they know she was here? And did she just say Kid? Maka. Her eyes get wide at the voice. She whips her head to the left, just to see Kid, her best friend, her old friend, the one that was there for her in the beginning, the one that stood up for her, the one that she used to debate with, the one that's on her side now. His eyes are just as wide, like he almost didn't expect her being her, like he can't believe it himself. With the help of Patty and Liz, Maka gets up, her heart swelling at seeing him. There was a time that Maka would be shitting herself at seeing him, worried he would kill her, worried that he would burn her alive. There was a time Kid was her enemy, that if he called her name, she would take off running the other way. But those times are over. Kid. Maka cries out in relief. Despite her pain, she runs towards him. They meet each other halfway, Maka almost tackling him in a hug. She laughs in his chest. Despite everything, he smells clean, familiar, safe. He wraps his arms around her, holding her close, as if he didn't she would just disappear. You're here. I'm so happy you're here. Maka stops. She looks up at him with bewildered eyes. How did you know I was here? What are you even doing here? She locks eyes with his. Father told me you would be here. He came to me. Maka's eyes get wide at his soft words. He puts a hand on her cheek, rubbing it gently. His eyes go soft, only to go hard again. Are you all right, Maka? Don't worry, we're here to protect you. This demon won't touch you. Nor Arachne. Nor Medusa. Kid grinds his teeth, gripping her tighter. How did you know about the demon? Maka's grips him tighter, that hope in her heart starting to build. Maybe, just maybe, she can make it out of this. Kid's here. He brought an army. Father, he told me all he knew. He told me this is where you would be. Kid hugs her so tightly. Oh Maka, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought, I was beginning to think I was never going to see you again. I was so worried. He trails off. Your father. She thinks of that man she set free, thinks of his blank stare. He didn't say thank you, but hell, he made up for that. Because of him, she might live, or at least she's gotten to see Kid again before she dies, before she gets dragged down. At seeing the cross around Kid's neck, realization along with horror hits her. Justin. Shit, he's still fighting that huge guy. Justin. Maka whips around, her eyes wide, only for her to stop and blink. No worries. I got this shit. Hey. Boy stands on top of the large man. He's on the floor, his eyes closed, his neck twisted in an unnatural way. Justin is sitting on the ground, looking up at this boy with wide eyes, staring at this boy with sharp teeth and white hair. You. Maka points a finger at Soul as he jumps from the large man's body, grinning at her. What the hell are you doing here? She blinks at how this stoner's grin grows. Saving your ass, that's what. Soul crosses his arms, grinning. His shirt is off, exposing his abs. She never thought he was so buff. But you're just that retarded guy at my old school. Maka blinks. Hey. I'm not retarded. Soul starts. Yes you are. Kid deadpans, getting a glare from the other boy. That was all an act. Soul speaks confidently. Acting like a dumbass takes people of your trail. I'm actually an assassin. How do you think I got in Chupacabras so young? I knew the people there, did a job for them, killed their uncle for stealing money from them. Soul points a finger at his chest, speaking proudly. No way. Maka states bluntly. You're lying. I am not. Tell her how awesome I am, Kid. I wouldn't say he's awesome, but he's telling the truth. Kid sighs. Soul is a trained assassin. How he's survived this long in the business is beyond me. He's been undercover with it just as I have been with being a witch hunter. I wouldn't have even known about his secret if not for the day we were after the same person. Same person. Maka scratches her head, surprise after surprise after surprise. Damn. Yup. I got a job to kill some old hag, turns out she was a witch and Kid was there to kill her too. The bitch started doing some weird voodoo shit, got me by surprise. Hell, she would have killed me if not for this guy. Soul puts a arm around Kid's shoulder, grinning at him. He saved me. Unfortunately. Kid sighs, and shakes his head. Oh. Maka's eyes light in realization, remembering something. Was that why you were at the circus? You were working with Kid back then too. Maka points a finger at Soul, who tenses. He was at the circus. Kid's eyes flash and he glares at Soul. Haha, no, I wasn't. He gives Maka a pleading look. He definably was. You were in violation. Kid growls, pointing a finger at Soul. We had a deal you would stop following me around. You stalker. Hey. I'm so not a stalker. Maybe I just wanted to go to the circus, you think of that. Soul grunts, his cheeks tinted. Don't be such a egotistic asshole, dash. Here we go. Liz sighs, getting Patty to laugh. Justin has started holding his head again. No one is around them. It's odd that no other crazies are coming down this road now. Wait, if you told him to leave you alone, why the hell is he here? Maka blinks when Kid sighs. I needed his help, well, really I needed his men dash. Kid finally realized how cool I am and took me up on my offer of protection for saving my life. Soul grins. I knew you would need me at some point. I wasn't stalking, I was just watching over, dash. Then why didn't you do anything when I ripped apart the circus? Maka blinks again, still not getting this. You tore down his circus. Soul tilts his head, getting Kid to facepalm. Don't mind him, like I said, he's retarded. Kid shakes his head. He probably smoked too much weed and forgot where he was. That's totally what happened. Soul smiles sheepishly, shrugging his shoulders. Well, what are you going to do? Maka stares at Soul. This guy is a dumbass. There's no way he's an assassin, and if he is, he can't be a good one. Even with the gun strapped to his back, he just looks derpy. Like this is all a joke to him. He doesn't seem affected at all with the state this place is in. Maka, we must go. Justin limps over to her, grabbing her arm. One look at Justin's eyes, seeing how they're dilated, shaking. Kid, Liz, Patty, and Soul pull out their guns and point them at Justin. Soul's derpy look is gone. It's like his face has warped, changed into something serious. It's odd. Don't shoot. This is Justin. He's a friend. Maka reassures quickly. Maka, his eyes dash. Kid begins, his eyes narrowing. We don't have much time left. Justin's words get everyone to tense. He's panting, sweating. Don't. You feel it, Maka? We're being drained slowly but surely. You have already had a rebound. It's sucking the life out of us. What is? The demon. Kid puts his gun down, realizing Justin still has a hold of himself. Everyone else follows his suit. We need to get out. Justin leans on her. He's weak, those eyes shaking more. He grips her hand tightly. She grips it back. Justin's right. I don't feel so hot. My power is leaving me. Maka locks eyes with Kid, who is looking at her in concern. Have any of you seen a pothole? We need to get in the sewer. There's a force field around the city preventing me from getting out. That must be the dark power we were feeling, Kid. Liz looks over at him seriously, Kid nodding. I saw a pothole. It's right down there. Patty cheers, pointing at the end of the street. It's not that far. Perfect. It's a straight shot, no enemies. Justin, we're going to make it. Maka holds him up and he holds her up. Together they start walking towards the pothole, Kid walking by her side with the Thompson sisters, Soul behind him, his face still serious. It's like he's completely changed. Is this who he really is? This is definably the assassin in him. I told you, you would make it, Maka. Justin smiles at her weakly. Once we get out of city you can get home, you'll be safe. Hey Maka. Patty tilts her head at Maka when she looks over at her. Where are those two boys? Are they here? That's right, Krona and Ragnarok, I believe. Why aren't they here? Kid's eyes flash. Yeah, why aren't they here? Soul butts in, getting him a pointed stare from Kid, knowing full well he doesn't know who they're talking about. I don't know where they are, I got separated from them. Maka frowns deeply, thinking of the two boys and her conversation with them. They said they weren't in the mansion, so where are they? Do they need her? Are they in trouble? Maka. Kid puts a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. His voice is firm. What is it? Maka looks at him, those piercing eyes are boring into her own. Justin leans his head in the crook of Maka's neck, panting, sweating covering his ears. When you get out of the city, don't go back to the mansion. Don't go back to Medusa. Kid grabs her shoulders. Transport yourself at a place called Gallows Manor. Wait for me, we'll be there. Kid, I can't do that. I have to get back to Krona and Ragnarok, my family needs me. You must listen to me, Maka. Kid grips her shoulders, he's trembling. Medusa isn't for you. Going back to her is like dodging a loin only to get in the water with a shark. She's trying to take your life. She's trying to complete the legend. What legend? Maka's stomach twists thinking about what Erika said. A life for a life. Kid starts a deep frown on his face. The ground shakes, trembles under their feet. Patty and Liz hold onto each other to keep from falling. Maka can't hold her and Justin up too well, she almost falls, but Kid and Soul grab onto her, helping her steady, holding her till the shaking stops. What the hell was that? Patty frowns. A earthquake. Quack. Did you just hear a quack? Soul blinks when Maka's face goes pale. There's only one thing she knows that can make a quack like that. Everyone get down, it's Maka starts, screaming only for the ground to shake once again. Holy shit. Soul and Patty scream when their eyes land on the giant duck that has just landed in front of them, blocking the way to the pothole. Its red eyes glaring at all of them. Those dark feathers ruffling. It's a duck. Fucking hell. I thought I was done with this thing. Maka screeches, taking steps back. Kid pulls out his gun, shooting at the duck's chest. Liz and Patty follow suit. You've dealt with this thing before? Kid looks at her with wide eyes when the duck takes a step forward, trembling the ground. Once, long story. Maka pants, she has no more power, she can't help them, and it's going to take a lot more than just their small bullets to bring this demon duck down. What is this? Jurassic Park with ducks. Liz screams, shooting at its neck. I think it's kind of cute when you get over the red eyes and evilness of it. Patty shoots at its feet, getting it to screech. When this duck takes a step closer, the ground cracking under its feet, Maka feels it, the strong pull this duck no. The madness is draining her, her eyes are becoming heavy, she needs to get out of here, and she needs to get out of here now. Maka. Kid grabs her when she started to fall, he sees how she's wincing, how weak she's starting to look, his eyes light in realization before he grips her. Soul. Kid looks over at the other boy, Soul looks at him intently, seriously. I need you to create a distraction, I have to get Maka over the . Justin suddenly springs to life. He grabs her arm before he takes off, running straight for this duck. Maka runs with him, the weariness she was feeling fading away. We have to keep moving. Staying still will kill us. Justin keeps running towards this duck that is now looking at them, he shows no fear. Soul now. Kid runs up closer to the duck, shooting at its face, trying to get its attention. I got it. Soul pulls out his machine gun that was hooked on his back. Hey duck. Soul roars, running till he's standing on this duck's foot. The duck takes its eyes off of Maka to look down at Soul, he points his machine gun at his face. It's fucking duck season. He shoots. The gun firing rapid bullets at the duck's face, getting it to roar in pain. Soul jumps off his foot, the duck takes a step away from Maka towards Soul. The boy is quick to jump back, still firing, he's skilled. Kid. Soul throws him the other machine gun off of his back, Kid grabs it before firing at this duck with him. Now the demon duck isn't looking at her and Justin at all. The blonde boy is quick to pull her around this duck away from it. Maka can see the pothole, can see her freedom, she runs faster, hope fueling her, hope is going to bring her home. Keep moving, quick. Justin pants as they get to the pothole, he lifts the lid off, he's the first one to go in. Maka hesitates, she looks back at Kid's gang. Soul and Kid are still shooting at the duck, moving back when the duck tries to stomp on them. Liz and Patty are shooting from far away. Liz in front of her little sister. This is dangerous for them. There's no way they can kill this duck. They need magic, but Maka doesn't have it. Kid looks over at her from shooting. He mouths the words. Don't go back to her. She knows what he means, but she has to. She has a war to fight. She needs Medusa for now at least. Maka takes a deep breath, closing her eyes before she descends into the darkness of the sewer. Some say death is a scary thing. It's something we all know about like a old folk tale, yet this one is real. It's a real-life horror story, knowing everything you have done, all the hard work you put in life, every person you meet, in the end it doesn't matter. One day you're going to die, and everything you care about will be lost. Death is a dark shadow that we cannot escape. If there is life, there is death. It's something most run from. They fear it, they don't want it. It's a monster that consume everything. Yet a young boy kneels before death, now tied up, trapped. Even if he wasn't tied, he wouldn't run. Death has never scared him as it does for most, for he never had anything in life to lose to death. He wouldn't be leaving anything behind. In a way, he thought of death as an escape. For his life was so bad, he took comfort in the promise of death. That all changed for Krona when he met Maka. She showed him the value, the beauty of life, even his. She held him when no one else would. She befriended the crazy boy, giving him smiles and laughs that made his life worth living for. Despite everything, she made him love life because he fell in love with her. Being alive gave her to him. If death took him, he would have never met his angel. His love for life grew as his love for her grew. She made him happy, made him feel special. All he ever wanted was to be with her, to protect her, to never be apart from her, to always see her smiling, for her heart to always be beating. When he failed her, when she hurt him, it broke him down. His guilt broke him down even more. He tried not to think of his betrayal, he forgot about it. But then she loved him back. With this strong emotion he felt happy. The happiest he's ever felt. Then he remembered what he did, how he ruined her life. He remembered what a demon he is. He never deserved her love. Krona wanted to be good. He wanted to save her, protect her. He never wanted this. He put his trust in a demon, gave him his heart. He betrayed Maka once again. He killed her. It was him, all him. Maka, his love, might die because he trusted a demon. He gave away her time. He destroyed her when all he wanted was to save her. He's nothing but a disgusting parasite. Never satisfied, he took away what she loved, leaving her with just him, and now he's taking her life. He killed her. He killed her. He killed her. Bitter tears fall down Krona's face as he looks at all the demons surrounding him, forcing himself to look at his death, at what he deserves. They grin madly, reaching out with those sharp claws, the claws that are going to rip him apart. Krona stares at their teeth, sharp. They will surely eat him. He stares at their evil red eyes, how they bounce in delight. Krona knows they will torture him, they will put him through hell. Is he scared? No. He welcomes death, but not just death, torture, pain. He wants to be hurt. He wants them to rip him apart slowly so he can feel everything. He wants his death to be long, horrific. He deserves this for all his sins against her. Cut him, gorge his eyes out, do your worst. Nothing can be worse than the pain inside him, knowing this is all his fault. He wants to hurt, shed his blood, the blood of a traitor, the blood of a monster. Give him hell, then let him burn in fire for all eternity. He never deserved to have life, never deserved to have Maka. I want his foot. Chop, chop, chop all your toes off. A demon chuckles, reaching for Krona's feet. I want his nose. Another one reaches out. Like I fucking said, his left eye is mine. A demon growls, his knife-like finger almost touching Krona's eyeball. Krona doesn't blink, doesn't look away from the blade. He deserves this. He'll watch as they destroy him. His tears have stopped, his body calming down. This is what he wants. Get the fuck away from him. Ragnarok screams, gripping the bars of his cage, thrashing like a wild animal. Those piercing eyes hold fear. Why is he scared? Krona, no. He roars out, his eyes shaking. He seems upset. Why? It's okay. For once Krona speaks without a stutter. He looks over at Ragnarok and smiles. Krona will never know what that smile does to the ghost. It's accepting, happy despite all this. I'm getting what I deserve. You were right all along, you were right. Krona looks back at the demons who are listening to him, amused. You were always the better man for her. Things would have been better for the both of you if I had disappeared. You always protected her better, knew what you were doing. Krona half chuckles, half sobs. I killed her. I single-handedly took everything away. Krona looks in the mad eyes of the boy that he saved. Maka from his claw fingers are pressed against Krona's neck, now slightly cutting him. I'm sorry. He's sorry he didn't listen to Ragnarok, he's sorry he trusted Judas, he's sorry he ruined everything, that he's so stupid, but most of all he's sorry to Maka for causing all this, for lying to her. He's sorry he took her mother from her, sorry he took her life. He killed her. Ragnarok can only stare at Krona in shock, stare at him for speaking so firmly in this situation with demons about to kill him, knives against his flesh about to pierce him. Ragnarok watches as Krona, the boy who used to be afraid of his own shadow, the boy who shits himself when he sees a duck, the boy that cried almost every day, the boy that let himself get pushed around all his life, he watches as Krona locks eyes with these demons, locks eyes with his death, and smiles. Do your worse. No stutter. No more tears. No fear. His body is still, firm, his body straight when grown men would shit themselves if they were in Krona's position. Tear me apart, show me what makes you demons. Maybe Krona has lost it, maybe his mind has finally shattered. With pleasure. They roar, it's over. He's going to die. Maka's going to die, it's all his fault, make him hurt, show him hate, he hates himself, destroy him. Krona thinks of Maka's smile one last time, the smile of love, the smile he doesn't deserve. That smile used to give him butterflies, used to make him skip in joy, now it turns his stomach hollow with guilt, makes his mouth taste sour, makes a pain course through his veins he could never describe. Krona watches with blank eyes as the demons pull back their knives, all aiming at places that won't kill him, not yet good. This is it, this is the end of his pathetic story. Maka, he's sorry. He never wanted to drag her down with him, he should have let her go, he should have kept her away, it's all his fault. Die, dash, the boy from the mansion roars, only for it to die on his lips, his claw-like fingers stopping an inch from Krona's right eyeball. Krona looks up at him confused, the boy's mouth is open in a silent scream. Wait, all the demons are, their knives all stopped inches from Krona's flesh, their hands drop limply to their sides. What? Are they not going to kill him now? Why? Then Krona sees it, there's something black sticking out of the demons' chests right where the heart would be. It's moving around inside them like a snake, it cuts through their chests more till all of their hearts are ripped out, black blood spatting everywhere. Krona stares wide-eyed at these black vines, the black vines with thorns as they wrap around the demons' hearts, piercing them. You were right in calling me a traitor, Krona. A voice coos before all the demons scream in agony. Krona watches in shock as they're sucked into the vines like they were never there, only leaving black stains on the floor. The vines get bigger, the thorns get larger, purple flowers bloom on them now, 7 of them in all, the number of all the brothers, they're beautiful yet so deadly looking. Once all the demons are gone, Krona can see Judas, the demon is grinning, those eyes bouncing more, he's a lot taller, his teeth jagged, his hands are claws. But you were wrong on who I was a traitor to. Judas's grin turns to a smile and he winks at Krona. Had you fooled her? I told you I'm the fucking best actor. What? Both Ragnarok and Krona look at Judas in disbelief, especially when he snaps his fingers, the cage around Ragnarok disappears, and the binds on Krona release him. Judas let them go. Acting. Krona can't move and neither can Ragnarok, he's too confused. But all those things you said, why you let us here? Why you let that demon take Maka? His anger is overpowered by his bewilderment when Judas chuckles. This was all a part of my fucking awesome plan. I'm not as much of a dumbass as you think. It's true I let my brother take Maka, but I knew he wouldn't hurt her, not yet. I could have killed him easily at the mansion, but that would have blew my cover. I needed them to trust me, I even sealed the deal by leading you down here, being a dick to you, they bought it. Judas grins. I wanted them to wait to 12 to sacrifice you because I was going to sacrifice them to myself at 12. I've gotten all their strength and father doesn't even know. He still thinks I'm on his side. If I were to kill them all earlier, Azura would have felt it, he would know I'm against him, we have the element of surprise. Judas smiles at Krona as his eyes get bigger and bigger with realization. If I am to defeat my father, I had to do this. I had to do this so I could kill my dad and save the day. I'm sorry about all I said. You don't know how hard it was to be an ass to you. At one point when you looked at me with those tears, I almost hugged you. Geez, that would have been some butt. He smiles before he holds out his arms. I told you that I was for you no matter how things seem. You're my best friend, I adore you. I love you. He closes his eyes, smiling so brightly. Now who's your best friend? Krona takes in all this, takes in the fact all the demons that were going to kill him are dead, takes in the fact Judas has let them go, takes in Judas's smile and those arms outreached, all the guilt, all the hate, all the pain fades away, his hollow stomach fills back up, his straight composure is ruined, his heart swells in relief. Krona can't stop his tears now or the sobs that escape his throat, it's like all the bad he was feeling fades away like it was all a bad dream. The feeling is unbearable, he cries out in it. J. Judas. Krona gets up and runs to him, throwing himself in the demon's arms, burying his face in his chest, sobbing, not able to hold it all in. That's right. Judas wraps his arms around him, being careful not to cut the shorter boy with his claws. Fuck yeah, I'm your best friend, dash. Why didn't you tell me why you were going to do this? Do you know the hell you put me through? I thought. Krona grips Judas's tighter, his tears can't stop. If I told you then it would ruin everything. No offense, but you're a badler best friend and a even worse actor. You would have given me away. Judas nuzzles this boy's head. My brothers didn't trust me. They know what I am, what I do. I had to convince them it was you I was betraying. All those things you said. I didn't mean them. I didn't want to hurt you, but I had to. Judas kisses the top of his head. I'm sorry best friend, at least I killed the fuckers, right? Don't ever do that again. Krona looks up to glare at him. Judas frowns, looking like a kicked puppy, his gaze shifts. You mad? He tilts his head. And no. Krona sighs deeply, still holding onto this demon. I am just relieved, I really thought. He shakes his head. Hey ghost. Judas smirks at Ragnarok, who is still staring at him with wide eyes. He can't believe what he's seeing. The ghost tenses at the demon addressing him, his eyes lock with his. I think you owe someone an apology. Judas pushes Krona towards Ragnarok. It turns out you were in the wrong, dipshit. Ragnarok's eyes narrow at that anger building in him at glaring at this demon. It's okay. Krona shakes his head at Judas, looking away from Ragnarok. He was just doing what he thought was best for Maka J, just like I was. Krona takes a deep breath. We don't have time for who was right and who was wrong anyway. We have to get Maka dash. Krona feels someone grab his shoulder. He turns to find Ragnarok standing right beside him, a look in his eyes Krona can't understand. Krona. He glares away. I'm fucking sorry. Krona's eyes get wide, but the ghost continues. Maybe I should have put some faith in you, but I couldn't fucking trust this demon. I thought you fucking killed her. I thought your actions was destroying her, but I was wrong. Krona stares at him with wide eyes. Ragnarok never apologizes, it gets him to pause, his chest tightening. Ragnarok glances at him before letting him go. He glares at the wall and scratches his cheek. You were fucking right all along and you put up with my shit like a man. He grins, Krona feeling all the tension melt between them. You're finally losing your pussy and becoming a man. I never had one in the first place. Krona glares, but it's half-heartedly. When Ragnarok smirks, Krona finds himself smiling back. You alright? Ragnarok studies him, getting closer. Krona has gotten his protector back, he's gotten his brother back. I am good now. Krona smiles at him. Aw, so cute. Judas squeals, getting Ragnarok's eye to twitch, and Krona to look at him. You're going to make me cry. This moment is so touching. I think we should all make out. The demon gives them a derpy grin. Fuck off. Ragnarok gives him his middle finger. We need to fucking find Maka. It's already past 12. Ragnarok's eyes light in realization, only to shake in fear. J. Judas, please tell us she's okay. Krona trembles. Where is she? She's alive. Don't worry, your love has more allies than you think here. Judas chuckles knowingly. Follow me, best friend. Let's save Maka and kill this fucker once and for all. The crown will be mine. Judas roars before he takes off running, grabbing Krona's hand with one of his hands are no longer claws. The demon grabs Ragnarok's, he pulls them out of this abandoned place, the place Krona thought he was betrayed in, where he thought he lost everything. Judas is on his side, Ragnarok isn't mad at him anymore, now they're on their way to save Maka. Krona looks over at Ragnarok, the ghost is already looking at him, they share a look and it says more than words can. Krona sees a respect in Ragnarok's eyes. He's gotten respect from this boy. Ragnarok seems stronger, more stable. They both love Maka. She is their life. Krona and Ragnarok look back to the road, pasting people with bouncing eyes, but they don't even look their way. Krona and Ragnarok grip their fists. The look they gave each other said it all. No more lying. No more doing things alone. They love Maka together, they cherish her together. And now, they're going to save her together. This fucker doesn't want to die. Soul does a backflip in the air, dodging the duck's large foot that just stomped down, breaking the ground underneath. He lands next to Kid, shooting rapidly with his machine gun at this duck's legs, trying to bring it down. It has to have a weakness. There must be a way to kill it. Kid yells over the roar of his gun as he shoots at the duck's chest. The large demon duck only screeches, not seeming to be affected by the bullets. It ruffles its feathers, looking at the two boys with a almost mocking tone. You know, despite the huge ass killer duck, this is pretty fucking cool. Soul grins at Kid as they dodge another stomp from this duck. It's like old times. Working together, hell, we make a badass team, dash. Talk when this duck is dead, not now. This isn't cool, it's serious. Kid growls, his mind reeling. This thing has to have a weakness. It's on the tip of his tongue, something obvious. Take that demon duck, Patty roars as she shoots her pistol at it with Liz. Then it hits Kid. Demon, and what hurts a demon? I know its weakness. Kid shouts, stopping his firing to pull out a cross. The duck hisses at him, those red eyes locking onto the cross. Anything holy. We have to take care of this thing as we would with a witch. Kid takes off running. His agility makes it so he can dodge the duck that is starting to peck at the ground, trying to stab him with its sharp beak. When the duck pecks down right in front of Kid, he does a backflip, throwing the cross right between the duck's eyes. It hisses in pain, pulling back, shaking its head rapidly, getting the burning thing off of it. Alright. I keep the fucker busy and you can do your holy attacks or some shit. Soul runs ahead of Kid, pointing his machine gun at the mark of a cross on the duck's forehead now. Meow. Soul pauses, glancing over to his left. A cat sits, looking up at him with those green eyes, tilting its head. Ugh, I hate cats. Soul wrinkles his nose only for the cat to hiss, its eyes turning red. Before he can do anything, it jumps up, sinking its claws in his cheeks, holding the cat up. Ah. My face. Soul freaks out, dropping the gun to run around in a circle, trying to get the cat off of him, not realizing the duck's foot that's hovering over him now. Soul. You idiot, move. Kid grinds his teeth as he jumps, tackling Soul at the last minute, saving him from getting crushed. The cat hisses at the cross in Kid's hand. It rips its claws out of the assassin's face before walking away, its tail and head up as if it was saying HPMT. Kid turns around and throws the cross at the duck's foot that's beside them. The demon duck cries out, hopping away from the two, trying to kick off the cross that's melting into its flesh. What the hell are you doing? Letting a cat beat you? Kid gets off from on top of Soul and grabs his arm. It caught me off guard. Stupid fucker. Soul stands up, wiping some blood off his cheek before he picks up his gun and starts firing at the duck again. How many crosses do you think it will take to defeat this thing? Much more. Kid stands his ground next to Soul, getting another cross out, his glare fierce. We have to hurry up and kill this thing. We have to make sure Maka gets out, dash. Ah. And no way. Kid tenses at that voice. Soul and Kid turn around, seeing Krona standing where Liz and Patty are. He's hugging himself, looking at the duck with his face pale. It's that fucking duck again. Ragnarok growls next to Krona. No one can see him but Krona, he doesn't have a body. And fucking Kid's here. Ragnarok's eyes narrow at him and his group of people. He's an ally. Judas Simrix, no one can see him either but the two boys. He's here to help Maka. Judas blinks up at the large duck towering over Kid and Soul. And the duck goes moo. What the hell, dash. Ragnarok starts only for the duck to screech, getting Krona to scream and Ragnarok to wince. Kid and Soul jump back from the duck again, Soul firing at it and Kid burning it with crosses, trying to bring it down. Why the hell did you take us here? Where's Maka? She's in the sewer. Judas looks at Krona, who is gripping his hair, closing his eyes, taking deep breaths. Judas looks back at the duck, the cause for the boy's discomfort. Kid throws a cross and when the wooden holy object hits the duck. Shoo, fly, don't butter me. Judas wiggles his fingers and with a squeak the duck falls through the ground in a huge, dark puddle. It closes back up leaving no trace of it. Dude. Soul blinks before looking at Kid and the cross around his neck. Keep that shit away from me. What was that? I don't know. Kid blinks before he looks back at Krona. That's all he sees. He can't see Judas or Ragnarok. He feels an anger build at seeing this boy. He opens his mouth. Kid, the sky. Liz yells, getting everyone to look up. It's covered in dark clouds and in the middle of it is a red eye looking down at them watching. What the hell is that? A wind picks up ruffling everyone's clothes. That's Judas's eyes get wide, his face falling. No. He fades away quickly without saying another word. What's going on? Krona grips his shirt at how Judas just left. That isn't a good sign. Is something wrong? Maka. We have to get to the sewer. Ragnarok. Ragnarok takes off running, Krona running beside him towards Kid and Soul. Kid looks down from the sky. His eyes are shaking, getting dilated at how Krona is getting closer to him. He points his machine gun at him, his lips going in a tight line. Krona's eyes widen in fear when Kid puts his finger on the trigger. His lips are twitching. You must want to kill her. I'll kill you first. I'll destroy you. Destroy everything. Oh fuck no. You're not going to fucking kill him after all the shit we've been through. Ragnarok roars, running to attack him, to tackle the gun away from him to protect Krona. Kid. Soul grabs the other boy by his shirt before punching him across the face. He shakes him violently. The boy's red eyes are starting to shake as well. Get a hold of yourself. You can't fucking lose it now. That girl needs you sane. Maka. Kid's eyes steady at Soul's words, his body relaxing in this other boy's hold. He gasps as if he was breathing for the first time. The madness, it's so much thicker. Something's wrong. Kid watches as Krona runs past him, heading for the pothole, heading to where Maka is. She's in trouble. Those boys are with Medusa. He needs to stop this. Kid. Liz's shout gets both Soul and Kid to look over, their faces falling when they see the huge crowd of crazy people running towards them. Patty and Liz have run, so they're beside the two boys, guns pointed at the crowd. There's so many of them, all eyes bouncing in madness. They watch as some witch hunters and assassins pull some out of the crowd and take care of them, but they keep running full speed down towards them. All hail Azura. They screech in union. They're getting closer. Her soul is ours. Kid, I think they want Maka. Patty glares, pointing her gun at them now, standing. She's ready. They want to get in the sewer. Soul pulls out a cigarette, lights it before putting it in his mouth. They won't get any farther than this. Kid states firmly, getting a hold of himself. He takes a step forward, ready to make a stand. They won't pass. They won't touch her. Kid glances at Soul as he takes a drag. Must you smoke now? Hell yes. Who knows? This could be my last. Soul blows out smoke. It's not every day I'm up against 100 fucking insane people. He smirks as he pulls out his gun, aiming at all these people watching as witch hunters and assassins are already gathering in this spot. Sensing the danger, the crowd of crazies is growing. They're all coming together. You're not dying. Kid's firm voice gets Soul to look at him. I'm done with losing people. I've lost my father. I've lost so many of my men at the circus. No more death. Kid takes a step forward. We're here to save life. To save Maka. Patty cheers. To end all this madness. Liz glances at Kid. To save the world. Soul adds in, grinning before he points his gun at the crowd of people approaching. Try knocking them out, only kill if you have to. Kid grips his fist. These are still people, normal people that have been overrun with madness. It's possible for them to come back to their normal selves. I'm not much for knocking out. I'm a fucking assassin. Killing's what I do. Soul grins at all these people before he hits the ground with the butt of his gun. You shall not pass. He roars out. Kid doesn't pay much attention to him. These crazy people are running in slow motion towards them. He watches their eyes bounce in madness. Kid just had a taste of that, of insanity. He can feel the madness eating at him. It's like it suddenly got stronger. Charge. Kid roars before they all run toward this crowd, ready. He can't help to feel a fear, a worry in his heart. Why would the madness just spike like this? What's going on? No one answers him as he goes face first in this crowd of crazies, ready to protect, ready to keep the balance, to save Maka. He won't the legend come true. He refuses. This way, Maka. Justin grips her hand tighty. He's sweating badly and so is she. It smells rotten down in the sewer, the water a black color, it's nasty, it's gross. Justin is weak, his hand almost slipping from hers, his palm is sweating so much. If Maka was a normal person the smell of this sewer would have gotten her to gag, but she's smelled worse, so much worse. She just wants to go home. It's just down this path, we will be out of the city. Justin pants, he glances back at her, his blue eyes are getting more and more dilated, they shake so bad. When we get out of the city I want you to leave as soon as you can, you have to get out of here. What about you? Maka grips his hand tighter, running by his side down this nasty place. She swallows nervously. I'll be fine. Justin gives her a weak smile. Justin, you won't last much longer here. You are barely making it now. Maka hears her voice raising. Let me take you with me. If I don't, Azura will get you, dash. I'll be fine. Justin says firmer, getting Maka's breathing to catch. When they stop he turns towards her, holding her hands in his, those shaking eyes bore into hers. This is it, Maka, this is where we part. You can get out now, I cannot go with you, I would only drag you down. The force field is still up, it would be hard, even from here, to move more than yourself out of it. Justin. Maka grips his hands, knowing if she leaves him here, he's going to die. Go to the gallows mansion, Maka, don't go back to Medusa. Justin moves some hair out of her face. I can't, dash. Trust me, Maka. I know of this war you must fight, please, you must leave the snake which I see, can't he tell you why? He grips her desperately. You must trust me. You must leave now. He yells at her. Maka feels the madness, feels it eating at her, she's getting weaker, she has to go. He's right. Maka grips her necklace with a trembling hand. I'm sorry, Justin. She locks eyes with him. I have to avenge my mother, dash. Maka grips the necklace tighter, ready to be transported back to the mansion, ready to find out what happened to Krona and Ragnarok. Only for there to be a explosion to her left. Justin and Maka cry out as they are flung across the sewer from the force. They hit the metal wall hard before falling to the ground. Maka watches the necklace, her mother's necklace, fly off of her neck, landing in front of her. There's smoke covering her view in front of her. What the hell was that? She tries to use her power to move the smoke. But she has none left, the madness has drained her of all she has. Her foot is twisted, her ankle might be broken, shit. That's when she feels it, the familiar darkness, the familiar suffocating feeling. Maka watches the smoke clear with wide eyes, fearful eyes. She watches a pair of bare feet walk out of the smoke, stopping in front of her necklace. She watches his hand, the hand with the tattoo of the three eyes, reach down, picking up her necklace, her only way out of here. This is a cute little necklace. Azura smirks, looking over it. Maka's frozen at a loss for words. It was your mother's, wasn't it? He chuckles at how she tenses. Don't you want to return it? Maka can't answer, but her face must show her confusion. He smirks evilly. This is my gift to you, Kami. He roars before he lifts up the necklace. It hovers over his mouth that's opening inhumanly wide. No, dash, Maka screams, realizing what he's going to do, but it's too late. Azura drops the necklace and swallows it. He makes a grunt and rubs his belly. Ah. I'm too nice. He grins at her. That was a nice snack, but you're my main course, Maka, you and your juicy soul. He takes a step closer, Maka pushing herself against the wall. And no. That's the second time Maka's had to watch her hope be swallowed in front of her by a demon. She feels a panic raise. She points a shaky finger at him when she realizes something. How? See, Custos was fighting you. How did you get through? This is how. Azura snaps his fingers before he throws something on the ground in front of Maka. She gasps, her eyes shaking as she stares at the blades, the same blades Custos had on his arms. They lay before her bloody. The fool couldn't kill me, yet this time he didn't avoid me. Azura's voice turns different as he stares at Custos' blades. It could have been different, my brother, but you chose the wrong side. See, Custos, no. Maka's voice cracks into a sob, it hitting her. Custos lost Azura, he killed him, the angel is gone, she doesn't feel his warmth, doesn't feel him in her head, good lost. The first guardian angel has fallen, he's gone. The boy who protected her, who smiled at her and kept her going when she thought all was lost. She remembers his bright smile, how he looked at her with love, how he taught her to pray, how even in her darkest of hours he had faith in her. Custos gave it his all, gave his life for hers. A angel died for a witch. You bastard. Maka screams in her rage, her eyes watering as she gets up running towards this demon with her fist pulled back. She don't know what the hell she's doing. She's lost sight of herself, her emotions getting the best of her. Custos is dead. He's gone, death has consumed him. He should have never gone against me. Why are you so angry, Maka? Did you love him? Did you really believe he could kill me? This isn't a fairy tale story, the good guy doesn't win. The evil are the ones who rule the world, and the only ending here is a bad one. There is no happy ending for you. Azura smirks. It's too bad that where Custos goes you cannot follow. You'll rot in my stomach for all eternity, Maka Albarn, along with your mother. He roars in laughter as Maka gets on him. Tears are falling down her face as she goes to punch him. Azura disappears, her punch missing. Where the hell you go, coward? Maka screams, gripping her fist. Her chest is tightening, her stomach doing turns. Custos is dead. That beautiful angel is dead. The one that cried for her, he shed that tear for her, gave her strength. Now he's gone and this fucking demon is still here. I'm here. His voice coos behind her. Maka whips around, ready to attack him, ready to push herself a spell on her tongue only to stop the breath getting knocked right out of her. What's wrong, Maka? Justin tilts his head, smirking at her. His eyes are red now, a third eye on his forehead. And no, Justin. Maka takes a step back, her eyes shaking, her breathing becoming uneven. Justin takes a step forward. Go ahead, hit me. Justin lashes out, grabbing Maka by the shirt. She yelps as he lifts her off the ground, his eyes bouncing madly. If you don't hit me, I'm going to hit you. He chuckles his voyageurs as his hand moves up, gripping her throat, choking her. Did you really believe you could escape me? The demon god of madness. No. Justin was fooling himself, running from me. He knew in the end he would be mine again. He was meant to be mine. It's over. He puts his other hand over her heart. She feels a burning in her chest. The pain is unbearable. Maka cries out. Your soul is mine, I'll take it, then I'll destroy the world. Everyone will be mad. Everyone will bow at my feet. Justin roars, his hand lighting up. Then Justin lets go of Maka, his breath catching, his eyes widen, flickering back to blue and red. He grips his hair, falling to his knees, his teeth grinding. And no. I won't let you do this. Justin roars out, but his eyes are flickering bad, his body is twisting. I won't be the one to kill her. I'm not your puppet. Yes you will. Justin speaks Azura's words. You are my puppet. You will be the embodiment of evil. You'll destroy life with me, boy. Justin screams, falling to the ground, his body twitching, his mouth open like a fish trying to get air on the land. Maka watches in horror as the red starts to overcome the blue in his eyes. Maka. Justin speaks to her again, his eyes trembling. He reaches into his pants before he throws something at the ground in front of her feet. It's a knife. Kill me. Justin's words get Maka to gasp, looking at him with wide eyes, her throat closing up at the desperate look on the boy's face. Don't let him take me again, kill me now, it will buy you some time to escape. Please don't let him take me. Justin is in pain, he's being tortured slowly but surely, he's losing his body, a tear fall down his face. I don't want to be the one, I don't want to be his slave, kill me. You won't fucking do it. Justin roars, his voice so dark, his eyes turning back red before they flicker back to blue. Please. Justin looks at her with those huge eyes, he's begging her, it kills her inside. He had this all planned, he had this knife for him, he wants her to kill him. Maka slowly picks up the knife with shaky hands. Hurry. Maka looks at her reflection in the knife, the tears are still falling down her face though she can't feel herself crying. Maka sees the fear in her own eyes, she sees how pathetic, weak she looks now, her lip trembling, her face so pale. Maka looks up only to see death standing next to Justin, a blank look on her face, staring at Maka like she's waiting for something, she's waiting to consume Justin, waiting to consume another one of her friends. No. Maka screams before she drops the knife. I'm not killing anyone anymore. I'm tired of this. Tired of all the death. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm not letting death take you. You've come this far, Justin. I can't let you die, I can't kill you. Death has already taken Custos, no more. Maka's voice cracks when she locks eyes with death, her face is still blank at watching Maka's tears fall, those eyes could never be red. No more. Why you must. I can't, I can fight him dash. Yes you can. Maka screams at the thrashing man gripping her fist. What was it you said to me, Justin? That if I kept faith then I would live? Well, where the hell is your faith? Use it. Damn it, use it, Justin. Don't make me take your life. I don't want to kill anymore. I don't want to feed her. She screams at death. Don't make me stain my hands with your blood. Maka takes a step forward when Justin screams. I know you can do it. You're not the boy you used to be, Justin. You can fight him. You can stop this. Fight, Justin. Fucking fight it, damn it, dash. I can't. Justin pants, his voice is getting softer, weaker, he's losing the battle. Azura will soon have full control. Justin will kill her and the demon will rule. Yes, you can. What about Giriko? Maka screams. This gets something to flash in Justin's eyes. You finally got what you wanted. He loves you, Justin. He's waiting for you to get back when he wakes up. How do you think he'll be when he finds you're dead? Justin, think of Giriko. Think of him. If you get taken from by this demon, you'll kill him, Justin. And if you die, it will kill him inside. He needs you. Maka sobs. I need you. I can't kill you. I don't want death to take anymore. I'm sick of you, sick of you. Maka screams at death, the girl still just staring at her before she closes her eyes. Stop it, you sick bitch. Why can't you be the one to fucking die? I hate you. It's not like I haven't heard that before. You're not the only one that hates me, yet I'm the only one that truly hates you. Life. Death opens her eyes, they're different, full of rage yet. You hate me for being death just as I hate you for being life. You hating me is like someone hating a bird for being a bird, or hating it because it has to eat worms to survive. Death is what I am. Death is what I do, and yet. She glares darkly at Maka. Death is my curse. Death is all I have, so fuck you, Maka. I'll take everyone. The world will be mine. I will steal everyone breaths, even someone like. Death's eyes flash and she looks away. Even someone like Custos. It's there again, a sadness, but it's gone before Maka can be sure. I'll take everyone. Giriko. Justin puts a hand to his heart, those eyes starting to be more blue than red. What the fuck is this? Azura. Growls with Justin's lips. Think of Giriko. Please, Justin, if you're forever grateful to me. Maka screams. Don't die. Fight. Don't let him take you. Please, I lost Custos. I can't lose you too. Justin chuckles darkly. It's no use, he's too weak, he belongs to me. He dash. The blonde boy's eyes suddenly come back to blue, he grips his shirt, his teeth grinding. I don't belong to you. And not anymore. You never cared about me. You used me. You gave me fake promises. You showed me dreams. The only thing you have given me is hell. Justin roars, his body lighting up. My sins are gone. Justin grips his fists and he screams. You have no power over me. Azura screeches in pain. Maka watches in awe and hope as the demon is forced out. Azura now stands in front of Justin with wide eyes, his scarves twitching slightly around him. You have no power over me. Justin pants before he glances at Maka. Run, Maka, I'll hold him back. He can't dash. Azura's scarf lashes out, the end of it is pointed, it shoots out, stabbing Justin right through the chest. Justin's mouth is open in a silent scream, his blood dripping, his eye shaking in both fear and pain. Maka stares at this in shock, frozen at the spot. You piece of trash, for the record, you were never a good filler for him. You'll die here just as he died. You'll die with him. Azura's scarf rips out, Justin's limp body falls on the ground with a sickening crack. The demon licks some of the boy's blood from off his cheek. Justin lays on the ground, his body twitching, his hand on his chest trying to stop the blood. Death watches him struggle before the girl sits next to his head, hugging her knees to her chest, waddling in this boy's eyes as he fights death. As he fights her, she looks at his blonde hair, looks at those eyes, they're big, they remind her of someone else. This boy reminds her of someone else, someone she already has taken. She reaches out to touch him, her hand twitching slightly. The eyes have death, have never looked as they do now. Justin, no. Maka screams, she loses control of her body, she runs towards him, her power gathering. Even though it hurts like hell, she'll heal him, she'll save him from death. She's tired of death, tried of. Azura suddenly appears in front of her and jams his hand into Maka's chest, it goes right inside her. Maka stops running. She can only make a gurgling sound as Azura lifts her up, pushing her against the wall. His smirk is sinister. Maka gasps for air, grabbing at the arm that is inside her. The pain, it's like hot coal, is in her chest against her heart. It's torture. You should have run when you could, though it wouldn't change anything. Azura purrs. Even if you got away, I would find you. You belong to me. Maka screams in agony when she feels Azura's hands close around her soul. He's touching her, being burning her insides. Death cries out with her gripping her hair. Death is floating in the air like Maka is being lifted up. Her chest has a hole in it. She's dying with Maka. It's hell. It's nothing but hell. Your soul. Azura's eyes turn so red, his smirk so sinister. Maka only able to gap like a fish. It's hard to breathe knowing this is it all. Her hard work, it lead up to this. She failed. This is the end of her story. She knows it. She'll die. Her mother won't be avenged. Arachne will live on. She'll never see her family again. Justin is going to die. The world will be destroyed and this demon will rule while she burns in hell for all her sins. Custos is dead. Krona, Ragnarok. She closes her eyes, her tears falling at how close this demon is. Blood coming out of her mouth. It's over. He has her in the palm of his hand. She's sorry. Justin, she's sorry. Custos, oh Custos. She's so sorry. Is mine Maka Albarn. Check the description for the links to the author.